And at the beginning of it all, our protagonist is at peace. While buying something at a convenience store, the newspaper reports that due to a dust storm, it's very difficult to have a clear view of the sky that day. The protagonist is relaxed, trying to buy a bag of raffles, but the package is all open, and he wonders what the problem is. A little girl nearby asks if he's a thief secretly eating the chips, and the protagonist says that's not the case. Meanwhile, the news reports that, since the weather isn't suitable for outdoor activities, it's best to stay home. Then, an emergency report emerges, stating that a sudden earthquake is occurring in the outskirts of Seoul. For now, the earthquake's magnitude is low, and no one has been affected by the tremor. However, the monitoring station says the earthquake's magnitude is gradually increasing, and they announce that something must be done immediately. Then, everything that has fallen to the ground begins to shake, and they say that the government will do something about it. But then, the transmission starts to cut out until something appears right in the middle of the street. In front of everyone, a huge tower emerges from the ground. The protagonist tries to save the little girl, and after the tower emerges, everything is destroyed. The protagonist manages to save the little girl after the collapse, asking if she's alright while holding her in his arms. She keeps calling him a thief, asking what it is, and when he looks back, everyone, they see an absurdly large structure, and one of them appeared in England, Japan, and several other countries, including Seoul. In different cities around the world, unidentified structures appeared, and people named them Nightmare Towers. Everyone also received a notification saying they were appointed tower wanderers, who will save the world. The system asks if they will accept or refuse, and the first one to accept clicks on it without even thinking. That window starts to glow in front of them, and the people who accepted the summons and fell into the tower's battlefield, upon receiving the blessings of the interface system, can obtain items and abilities like in a game. But they soon realized that this was not a game at all, and the system spoke to them again, saying that soon the tower's impact will occur in their world. They begin to see the outside, surprised that this is what the exterior of the tower looks like, and everyone is working around it. One of the workers asks Ryo what that is, and up there they start to realize it's a person coming out of there, and everyone starts to think it's dangerous, telling them to call the police or something. And that thing up there is actually a demon opening its wings and claws to attack them, and its mouth is already full of terrifying teeth, and then it lets out a roar, and from that roar emerge several other monsters, and thus a catastrophe occurs where monsters descend from the tower to the ground. It's called the tower impact, and with that, the emergency sirens are activated, but destruction begins to occur and everyone needs to flee, and the army tries to do something, but faced with those gigantic monsters, they are crushed very quickly, and because of the monsters coming out of the tower, a third of the entire population was exterminated. And the people near the tower had no choice but to watch, and the system congratulates them again, saying they have been named as a tower that will save the world, asking if they wish to accept the summons. After that demonstration, they begin to want to climb, noticing that the message said they really can save the world. And if they attack the tower from yesterday, they think this nightmare will surely end. The last hope of humanity, having gained special powers and abilities to prevent the end of humanity, the Wanderers begin to attack the tower. At one point during their exploration, they run into a rock they can't get past. One of them questions what the problem is, asking if they can't just break it. Another asks the other if he really thinks the problem can be solved in such an ignorant way, but one of them notices that it actually worked. Another calls the team leader, telling him to take a look at something, and notices a shiny stone lying on the ground. When they pick up the stone, they discover it's the return stone, which goes back in time and sends the user to the moment they left. Summoned to the tower, the user's memories remain intact, and the stone can be split and used separately. Do you really think a tower that's trying to deforest the world is going to give you a stone to go back in time so easily in front of everyone? Oh, that's not how the cliche works, and they're surprised that you can go back in time using that, thinking it can't be true. After all, how could such a stolen item exist? And so, the team leader tells everyone that he's going to use it and confirm it's his own, and that he is Kuan Yin Shang. He uses it and shines in front of everyone, then disappears, leaving them behind. Everyone is surprised. He really disappeared. But they question whether the team leader will be able to return, thinking that even if they went back to the past, they shouldn't keep appearing in the present. But Sakamoto tells them that perhaps it's normal, because Kuan Yin Shang must have returned to the past of that world. However, since a part of the timeline was divided, he can no longer meet with him. Sakamoto began to explain what happened using scientific theories, such as the multiverse theory and the theory of parallel universes. His current situation is that the universe's timeline was divided, meaning that the moment Kuan Yin Shang returned to the past, he became completely different from the Kuan Yin Shang he used to be in his world. Everyone there was surprised by his explanation, but Sakamoto says he knows they don't understand what he said and states that in any case, the only certainty is that Kuan Yin Shang returned to the past. But just because he went back to the past doesn't mean anything would change in this world. And Sakamoto says that as far as he knows, the items from the tower have never lied before, and this stone will cause them all to return to the world in a divided timeline. Of course, This is just a hypothesis. They can't ignore the possibility that everyone who uses that stone will end up in the same timeline. After all, the items from the tower surpass humanity's common sense, and at that moment, the second tower impact happened in the world outside the tower, and with that, the monsters reappeared there. And before all of humanity on Earth was annihilated, the Wanderers must make a decision whether they use the return stone to go back in time, or they would simply stay in the tower and die. And apparently that's what's happening to them, with several dying as they advance into the tower, trying to kill the tentacled monster. One of them begs to be saved, but ends up being eaten by that thing without any mercy. So, they think that now that things have reached this point, it's time to use that stone. But one of them still stands firm, and another says he's sorry, saying there's no hope. Using that thing, and disappearing beside him. The redhead falls to the ground, almost being caught by that monster. But then someone appears and completely chops the monster to pieces, saving the boy. The guy who arrived chopping up the monster asks the boy if he's alright, and he says yes. The rest of the P10 group arrives, surprised, and all those wretches have fled. Then the redhead, seeing all this, starts to cry, and one of them thanks him for having resisted until the end, and they were humanity's hope. People who did not succumb to the temptation of the return stone and wanted to protect the present and not the past. The last squad of humanity, and that squad was called Carpe Diem. I think at this point in the internet age, everyone already knows what it means, but if not, just ask Gugu. But then, that same Carpe Diem, in a moment not so distant from there, is completely ruined. And the protagonist, in a horrible moment of his life, wonders where everything went wrong. A while before, they were fighting a masked monster, and that same guy with the brown hair lunges at him, telling Yaren to go now. The protagonist charges, telling him to relax, saying he's going to kill that thing now. And they manage to completely chop the monster to pieces, killing it. Then, the protagonist asks if anyone died, and his friend says that fortunately, he thinks not. And those who were injured will also recover after a good rest. He says that at this rate, it might even be possible to reach the top floor, and everyone is happy after the battle, smiling at the two of them. Then the protagonist notices something, seeing on the ground a dragon suppressing greatsword, and that is the sword that the Phantom Tiger, the master of the 85th floor, forged during 1,000 days and 1,000 nights to kill a dragon, containing the energy of the sun and the moon. And he realizes that a stronger weapon has appeared, and just as Young Won said, he doesn't know if it will be possible to reach the top floor, but he will try. And he says that he thought everything was going smoothly, but at the moment, he is in deep trouble in the boss's room. On the 99th floor, Young Won's room, and that monster is face to face with the protagonist, ready to unleash a heat blast on him, and in that, all his friends are finished there. And when he tries to look back, the monster punches him, throwing him against the wall, sticking him like a mosquito, and the protagonist starts bleeding. Then he thinks that it's no use, and realizes that everything they went through, together, all those times, was just for that pathetic death. But as he looks ahead, he is surprised. Seeing that same friend of his, charging at the monster, trying to cut it, delivering to blows right behind the monster's head, and he keeps hitting the monster, telling Jae-hwan to get up, and keeps shouting while attacking, and he says that he can't defeat that bastard alone. But while he attacks the monster, he quickly turns around looking back, and plunges his horn right into the protagonist friend, impaling him through the stomach, killing him instantly, and Jae, seeing that, starts screaming and roaring. But when he charges at the monster, he swings his friend, running with him on his horn, and in doing so, the monster goes up against a wall, impaling the boy, and ending any chance he had of still being alive. And the protagonist, seeing that, is consumed by hatred, grabs his weapon, and charges at the monster. But while he is running towards that thing, he sees a kind of energy flowing to the tip of one of the monster's scales, and he questions what that light is, assuming that this might help him. He goes straight to that point, attacking and managing to finish off the monster, killing it completely. He begins to writhe in that utterly exhausted place, then goes after a Hwan. But the boy is lying in the corner, totally defeated. He notices that the boy already has a colorless return stone in his hands, and the protagonist is quite surprised. This happens while the Hwan apologizes to him. The protagonist is surprised, wondering who the Hwan is, saying that because the boy never stopped smiling, even in that cruel tower. The walkers nicknamed him the Smiling Knight, but at that moment, he says that that Smiling Knight has lost his smile for the first time. At that point, the protagonist tells him to go, telling him to disappear before he changes his mind, and so he leaves the Hwan behind. The Hwan wonders if he noticed, saying that he thinks that stone looks very worn. With his last strength, he manages to get up and goes on thinking. The protagonist, saying that he is much stronger than he thought, and thanks to him he is convinced that it is possible to reach the top of this tower. As long as he is there, of course it will work, and he is relieved that he is in this world. So he jumps out of one of the tower windows, falling outside. Meanwhile, the protagonist reaches the last door, remembering everything he went through with his friend, but still, he thinks he needs to move forward, passing to another floor. Then, arriving on that floor, he is surprised by the glacier, noticing that he is in a snowy field. And in the middle of that snowy field, the protagonist is facing several enormous monsters that begin to attack him, and several ice spikes form there. But one of those monsters continues after him, cursing the protagonist, asking if he has already given up. But then, Jirium turns to him, saying that he's not giving up no matter what, questioning if he's tired of playing games with him, and the monster attacks once more, until the protagonist manages to go directly into a tunnel. And the monsters keep searching for him, and from inside the tunnel, he can see everything. From outside, the monster asks if he's going to keep doing this useless thing of hiding. But then Jirium, inside, tries to heal his frozen arm and tells him that it's been 10 years since he arrived on the 99th floor, and even though he went through countless crises on the 98th, the level of danger on the 99th was incomparable to all the lower floors, so he suffers a lot from that ice. And the boss of the 99th floor is the ice dragon, Velshizus, and the breath of this dragon, which came from the Forgotten Land, was difficult to withstand even with the highest possible level of cold resistance. And he says that if it weren't for the equipment left by the wanderers who departed, he would have died a long time ago. And the Supreme Dragon's sword, which he got on the 85th floor, and the Ice Demon armor that Yun gave him, and also what he has on his arm, the Flame King's bracelet, and he thinks of Hanseo and you. And he sees the girl right in front of him, remembering her, apologizing to her, saying that if he had been stronger, things would have been different. He remembers her death, but then he calls Jirium, who is startled. The blacksmith asks if he's thinking of facing that again, and the protagonist says yes, saying that he truly feels he can win this time. The blacksmith of Outpost, Jay, asks if that's true, saying it's a relief. This is the village that was conquered after defeating Altimianos, the boss of the 50th floor, Outpost. Even though dead or wounded wanderers arrived every day, the people never lost hope. The priest established emergency rescue units to rescue warriors who could no longer fight, and the blacksmiths in the workshops created free equipment for the wanderers who fought for the good of humanity. The protagonist speaks to Jay, saying that it seems he is now the last blacksmith in. Adipose then asks the boy not to remind him of it, as he is his only client, and more importantly, it seems that lately there are no more supplies coming from the lower floors, as he no longer has any ores. He says that there were still some ore supplies until a few months ago, and the protagonist thinks that this was to be expected, because there are almost no humans living in the tower anymore. He says he doesn't know what year it is, but 10 tower impacts have happened so far. And from a certain point, people were no longer summoned to the summoning field on the first floor to climb the tower. He begins to think that the humans in the tower were massacred, and at that point, Jay can't even speak, but asks the protagonist if there's anything bothering him. And nowadays, while he goes up and down the tower, even though the tower is still the same as always, he says that when he stops to think about that place where the return stone was. Upon discovery, there were some strange writings. They were talking about a tower inside a tower, and a nightmare within a nightmare, and he says it might have been written by someone else, but he doesn't know what it means, and he thinks it's nothing special. But then Jay says that days ago, Grandma Helene disappeared, and he says that's impossible. To grow old inside the tower, and if someone disappears inside, it's for one of two reasons, either returning to the past or jumping from the tower. Helene and Helene's potions and Jay in Jay's workshop were the few remaining support walkers. Jay grows increasingly apprehensive about this, hammering away at his iron. The protagonist speaks to Jay, asking him to please teach him the skill of blacksmithing. Jay immediately stops his hammer, and the protagonist realizes that's what he needed. Now with the ice dragon, he asks the protagonist if he's finished the game of hide and seek, saying that no human has managed to reach the 99th floor alone since the tower was built. The dragon says he'll recognize him because he's an incredible human, and the protagonist doesn't like that at all, as the last thing he'd recognize would be a monster, not a human. He says he'll feel empty after killing him. After all, it was him who recognized him. But the dragon then tells the protagonist that this is impossible. Jae Ryung cries out, how could he know? Even the armor he's so proud of is starting to show cracks. The dragon doesn't like what he's saying at all, preparing another icy breath, calling the protagonist incredibly arrogant and saying that enough is enough. But as he prepares to attack the protagonist, Jae Ryun steps into the blast, and the protagonist is indeed hit. The breath throws him far away, pinning him to a glacier. He's almost completely frozen, bloodied, and badly injured by the dragon's attack. The dragon says he will fight to the end, even if he tries to resist persistently, but in the end, the fate he will face is crushing loneliness. Then, someone is calling Jae Ryun, waking him up again, and several ice statues of his friends appear. Dead creatures appear near him, while the dragon speaks of the emptiness he will feel. But then the protagonist calls the dragon, telling him he talks too much, escaping from those hands, escaping the illusion the monster created, and launching another attack, delivering a thrust. But the dragon, tired of that thrust after all the talking, tells him to give up, saying he can't defeat him with that ability. However, the protagonist continues with the same attack, explaining that he started raiding the tower after other people, and because of that, he lost things like abilities and secret classes every time. That's why he gave up other abilities and focused only on one, the thrust. He advanced and advanced again, and having killed more than 50 million monsters with his thrust. His companions thought his nickname was Thrust, and he felt that this thrust was undergoing a change. Fast, more precise, and stronger, and as a result, this thrust ceased to be a simple movement and began to gain attack power, comparable to a secret skill, and because it wasn't a skill, he never got tired, because it didn't consume spirit power, and even if that were the case, it's kind of tough, and the single scratch, after hundreds of thrust, is too much, and he attacks once more, the same spot on that monster. But the dragon opens its mouth again to unleash another ray, and the protagonist thinks that it's too late to dodge, but he senses something. While the monster is smothering him, that same line appears in his vision, that light, and he thinks it's the same light he saw on the 98th floor. So, he needs to concentrate completely, thinking of the strongest thrust of his life, and that thrust goes into the monster's belly, causing absurd damage to the dragon, which starts calling out to him, its mouth already all swollen, the opportunist having lost an eye, asking how he dares. The protagonist is surprised that it wasn't enough, saying that he should have finished him off once and for all. But then the dragon opens its wings, telling him not to show off after a single blow, saying that it will finish him off for good now. My friend, the size of the dragon, I thought it was much smaller, and the dragon unleashes several of those breath blasts on the protagonist, breaking everything and trying to hit him, and that's it. Ruan barely escapes, distraught that the dragon is launching more attacks from midair, realizing he has no chance of winning. Then the dragon descends near him, falling with its paws and mouth aching. It tells the human it's a pity, suggesting that if there were 10 more humans like him, they could defeat it. But the protagonist tells it to shut up, as it's acting tough despite its broken body. The dragon says that if its race hadn't been deceived by the Dream Demon Stone, its destiny would have been completely different. Hearing this, the protagonist is surprised and questions the Dream Demon Stone, asking what the dragon is talking about. The dragon doesn't answer, obviously, and begins attacking the protagonist without explanation. The protagonist jumps back, fleeing the dragon, and runs through a door, closing there. He thinks that was a close call, because if his claw had managed to scratch him, he would have died, since his HP is very low. But then he starts to remember what the dragon told him, already completely exhausted. Thinking about that stone, the Dream Demon, and so 5 years later, he returns once again, thereafter the dragon, and finally manages to kill it, because he has earned the title of Nightmare of the 99th floor, and his level reaches its limit, and his vitality also reaches its maximum, and his martial skills also reach their maximum, and his agility goes along with it. Then he gets a little discouraged, noticing that too many windows have appeared, and this after having defeated that thing. But then he talks to the dragon, asking what the Dream Demon Stone is, and it says that he should already know the answer to that question, saying that he will learn about everything on the last floor, and he finally gets the Ice Dragon Sword, a black sword imbued with the breath of the Ice Dragon, Jesus. And it is said that the blade of the sword reveals itself when its master wishes to fight, and he notices that it looks nothing like a sword, and throwing himself at a dagger. But then, out of nowhere, a door appears made of dragon's blood, and finally, the top floor. And so he prepares to enter that place, but as he enters, the name on that door changes from blood to the control room. And when the protagonist emerges from that blacking, he sees something in front of him, realizing that this place holds the image of everything that has happened to him so far. And he notices that this is the current appearance of the tower, noticing the summoning field, the atoms, and everything there. Then someone speaks to him, surprised that he has already arrived, saying that he thought he would return to the village sooner. But then he tells the protagonist that he doesn't need to be nervous, as he simply forgot to send him an important message, telling him to wait there for a moment, as he will arrive soon, telling him to stay calm, and says that even though it may seem good on the outside, it is actually an antique, so it will be quite difficult to use. And then he receives a message right in front of him, congratulating him, saying that he is the first person to complete all the tutorials in World 294, and his incredible achievement has been recorded in the records, the Immortals, the Akashic records, and this record will only be visible to the monarchs of the Great Land. And the protagonist is frightened seeing this, asking what it all means, about it being a tutorial with all his friends dead, and he becomes desperate upon learning all this. Then that person questions if it was too big a surprise, saying he hopes he won't be surprised for too long, otherwise he might end up being swallowed by his emotions. But he says it seems a bit late to say that, but tells him not to be so upset, as he did very well for a human. However, he notices something, realizing that the protagonist is unshaken there, looking deep into his eyes, noticing that he recovered much faster than he imagined, And the protagonist questions who that wretch is, and that tiger realizes he said so much without even introducing himself, saying that he was just very happy to meet him, and to think that he would reach the 100th floor alone. This has never happened before, saying that his name is Beastren, and he is the master demon of the Tower of Nightmares, which he has just completed, and the protagonist questions whether. When he says that everything now was a tutorial, he means that the real game is yet to begin. He notices that the boy is excellent at understanding things, but first there's something he needs to show him. He snaps his fingers, and then he sees a memory of himself, while questioning if it was a game. The protagonist is startled looking at it, and Beastren says that they were all so young, and it's been a long time since he saw that. He remembers each of the missions they did, and he says that there are faces that can no longer be seen, and they're right there at any moment now. At that moment, he says he's sure they didn't expect what would happen next, a terrible and tragic future, and he says he cried a lot watching it. Then asks if the protagonist remembers everything now, the sadness, the anger, the regret, saying that it's normal to feel useless emotions when confronted with the past, saying that he will give him another chance, saying realizes he can restart the game, and he questions whether there isn't an incredible benefit, saying that this is something that would only happen in a novel in his world, or that he can absolutely start all over again with his current memories. The protagonist then wonders if this isn't the end, wondering if he shouldn't have saved the world after climbing the tower. Since the message at the beginning said he would save the world, he realizes he was tricked by Beastren, that horrible thing in front of him, and he notices that from the beginning everything was a lie. They couldn't stop the tower's impacts, and the only thing they could do was keep climbing the tower, because the salvation of humanity was just a false hope. But then the protagonist says he's sure he knows very well that he won't go back to the past. And Beastren notices with a sarcastic laugh, bursting into laughter in front of the protagonist, his mouth widening in front of the boy, questioning if he's still talking about the past, saying he'll leave the things become clear to him, no item in the tower, or the Great Land will be able to send him back to the past, saying that there isn't a stolen item strong enough to send someone there. The protagonist questions what he means by that, since surely there was an item called the Return Stone in the tower. But then he finally remembers when the Ice Dragon told him that if his race hadn't been tricked by the Dream Demon Stone, their destiny would have been completely different, and here he's a fool. The protagonist finally realizes the truth, so Beastren speaks to him, asking to correct something, saying that it's not the Return Stone, it's the Dream Demon Stone, and the Dream Demon Stone doesn't send the user back to the past. They are only trapped in the dreams created by the Dream Demon. He couldn't even imagine, until they reached the 67th floor, that there was a race so obsessed with going back to the past, and the only ones who had this obsession were him and the humans. The protagonist agrees, and Beastren speaks to the protagonist, asking if they're going to start the real game, saying it's not about going back to the past, just playing the game from the beginning. Again, saying he trusts the protagonist will make the most logical decision. However, the protagonist rejects this immediately, and Beastren doesn't understand anything. The protagonist then says that thanks to him, he knows what the tower is, and something appears behind Beastren, surprising him. The information that appears is the name of the Tower of Nightmares tutorial mode, and the explanation is that it's also known as the Fortress of Regrets, the second creation of the Nightmare creator, the Dream Demon, Mueller. It places those who agreed to be summoned to the tower into dreams fabricated by the Dream Demon. He says he's already entered the Dream Demon's dream that the tower created, so in that case, he will hunt him down. And so, finally, they move on to the next floor, and then, the guy goes crazy. He's going to hunt down the admin, ban the admin from the server itself. But Beastren questions this next floor, saying that there's no such thing, and that this is the end of that tower. But the protagonist says he no longer believes what he says, and Beastren questions whether the completion rewards were insufficient. He says that he'll continue with his miserable memories because of the rewards, but the protagonist lunges at him, stabbing him and tearing off part of his head. But Beastren starts talking even with his throat slit, saying that everything is alright, asking what he wants, if it's a secret item, a secret ability, saying he'll give him anything because Haiwan deserves it. But the protagonist says he doesn't need anything like that. Then Beastren questions if he doesn't want to return to his original world, and tells him that since Haiwan foresaw what's inside the Nightmare Tower dream, he's sure he already foresaw it, but there's no such thing as the tower impact. The protagonist questions what he's talking about, and then he starts showing all the living people outside, and the protagonist is quite surprised to see this, questioning what's happening. Wilson Trem passes around his body, and he watches those people living their daily lives. Beastren starts laughing, saying that he finally understands the situation, and to think that nobody died, asking if it's not surprising, his family, his friends, for special people like him. He supposes this is incredible news, and the detail is that the guy he's looking at is literally the protagonist of the omniscient Akiya game, says that this guy is reading something very strange, and then he goes back to talking to Haiwan, saying that he almost forgot to show him the most important thing, and he is taken inside a hospital, where a doctor asks how the patients are doing, and another says that they haven't regained consciousness yet, and the protagonist sees himself, and Beastren asks if he isn't surprised by his appearance, saying that decades have passed, but in his world only a measly month has passed, and besides, he will never be able to defeat him. Compared to him, who barely managed to finish the tutorial, there is a level difference as great as that between humans and dragons, and the protagonist begins to think that this is a relief, because if they are talking about dragons, he has hunted them before, and Beastron says that he is arrogant, but the protagonist attacks him again, and then, once again, he returns inside the tower, along with several potions. Then he goes he's near where High One should be, but since everything is ruined and abandoned, he starts forging it himself. He says that 72 days have passed, including that one, and he's challenged him every day without rest. No matter how hard he attacks, he can't even leave a scratch. However, he doesn't die either. He doesn't know why, but he has no intention of killing him. That's why, no matter how many days or years it takes, he still wants to kill him. But Beastron isn't liking this very much. After all, he needs to restrain himself, and this guy is a product he's going to sell, a very special product. As a cultivator, it's his first time seeing something like this, and a cultivator ensures that a product will adapt safely to the Great Earth, using secondary processes to improve the product. The primary process is selecting the seeds, so that only the truly good ones remain, and the process that is done through the tutorial to find good products. And with that, the chosen products can begin. The goal is for them to truly evolve through the real game. And so the secondary process is to provide water and fertilizer to the chosen seeds to make them grow. But if there is a product that refuses to advance to the next stage, you simply close your eyes and kill it, because its soul is not destroyed if you die in the tower. But what if its soul is wounded, because there is a difference between the two? He's surprised by this, thinking about the superiors watching him, saying that the cultivators won't stand idly by. He has to create it flawlessly and sell it, because he thinks it's time to ascend and become a high-ranking demon. He also has to repay the loan he used to buy that tower, and it's such a special product that even the gods, who normally don't make deals with demons, have contacted him. Beastron starts to get angry, thinking he's driving him crazy, and the protagonist attacks him again. He questions what the hell he wants, because he's sure that's a reason for his behavior. He seriously asks the protagonist if he doesn't get tired of this, because if he listened and started the real game, everything would be easier. But then he says that people in his world would say that's the best option, questioning why the boy is doing all this. But then he continues attacking him, and Beastron loses his temper, getting up. There's a wall between them, so he watches the protagonist from behind the wall. The protagonist attacks while looking back, but ends up getting caught. Beastron grabs Beastron's hand and starts begging him to answer, questioning what he wants, since he's saying he'll give him secret items or abilities. He asks why he insists on doing something so useless, but J1 says he'll hunt him down and go to the next floor again, as if a Pokemon were saying his name. Beastron gets angry that the boy is saying this again, asking what he needs to do to get to the real game. The protagonist thinks he's got him, saying it was good he resisted until he reached his limit. Then the protagonist says he has something he wants to ask him, and after making the request, Beastron tells him not to be surprised, saying that his universe isn't actually made up of just one dimension. The protagonist simply says he already knows, and Beastron is surprised, asking if the boy is by any chance a genius. He says that everyone knows this, saying that the parallel universe is a multiverse. This kind of thing exists on Earth too. Then Beastron says he'll explain it to him in more detail. There's a main dimensional level called Great Earth, and below it there are countless branching alterations. And Earth is a small planet in a dimensional system separate from the countless alterations, and they call that planet World 294, and in the land of nightmares, wanderers can gain skills and items and improve their attributes. Then they will adapt to the Great Earth system, and they gain a chance to travel to another world. And demons like him have the role of supporting these games. Oh, I don't know. I think some of the demon's eyes were taken from Naruto. Here's Sage Mode. Down there the renegade is appearing. If you look closely, there's a Sharingan there. I don't know. I think there was some copying there. But the protagonist questions why he is doing something like this. But Beastron says that he doesn't actually believe it, which is really making him curious. He mentions that, given the countless alterations, why was the Tower of Nightmares summoned to his world? He asks why he and his family were forced into such a fate. He says his world was chosen simply by chance, but the protagonist says that's enough. He asks why someone like him is operating the Tower of Nightmares, and Beastron questions what he's talking about. The protagonist then asks what he gains from this kind of work, and he starts to throw out an idea without being able to answer, saying that it could be considered a kind of volunteer work he does. But he begins to notice that he doesn't seem to believe a single word he's saying, and he and the demons quite like to volunteer. And there are many demons among them who help special wanderers on different planets. And there's a place called Paradise, where men and demons below humans live together in peace. But above his head, a message from the monarch about cultivating the product appears before the protagonist's eyes. Beastron questions whether he should finally believe him, and the protagonist doesn't believe him at all, as he knows too much. Then he begins to see his own information, realizing that his level is very high, and everything in his status is at the maximum level and has reached its limit. He thinks that now he has no ability to evolve, but still he cannot reach it. Thinking about this, he becomes somewhat discouraged, and he wonders if humans can really be reduced to nothing, and perhaps the system of that world is wrong. But then he feels something, wondering what it was, because he is sure it was a very strange sensation. Realizing that it is something that shouldn't be there, he begins to see several particles in the air and wonders if this is a hallucination. Then he picks up one of those particles that breaks into several drifting dust particles through the air, and he says that these were fine particles, and then they took the form of a sugar cube, and each time they changed, they took a different shape. These particles were the essence of this world, and no matter the shape, he instinctively understood what it was. In the present, he is basically reading the evil that B. Strang is trying to do to him regarding this volunteer work, and questions him about the monarch, asking if he is the king. B. Strang asks if he has finally become interested, saying that the monarchs are the protectors of the Great Land, and generally, those who complete this game proceed to the Great Land, and they will receive the support of the monarchs. But the protagonist questions this support, and B. Strang says that depending on which monarch he chooses, his future will also change. And if he follows what he's saying, he, B. Strang, will swear by his name and use all his powers to help him choose a great monarch, of course. This only applies if he's willing to participate in the real game until the end. The protagonist says he seems like an insurance salesman and is acting like one, and is surprised, saying that he's not acting like that at all. And the protagonist says he understands, saying that he will do what he is saying that in exactly 10 days he will leave this place. And so, 9 days later, the protagonist continues training, and B. Strang is watching him, noticing that he's been doing that crap all day, but thinks it's alright, as he just needs a little more patience, and they're almost done. He bought that stupid tower because he was tricked by those bastards, getting angry that it's all the fault of those damn scammers. He says they claim the tower was personally built by a master, and that it was a first-generation activity whose age couldn't be measured. He says that if it were a third-generation tower, there would be a function to force the end of the tutorial without damaging the rewards. But he can't finish the game without making a deal for the rewards because of that damn first-generation tower. So he gets very angry with the protagonist because of that, but says it's alright, judging what he can do, saying that being poor is a sin, saying he'll just use it since it works well. But he says that tomorrow will be the end, and on the day the protagonist is in, he receives several messages, one of which discusses the final summary of the Great Earth, talking about increasing adaptation to become an adapter, and a place he must visit even if it means dying 12 zones of the Great Earth. The message teaches the protagonist everything he needs to know. A new message appears, stating that the game's doctor wants to end the tutorial, and he will return to World 194 without losing any of his memories, and the real game will begin. Persephone asks if he memorized all the information, and the protagonist says yes, thanking him. She then tells him to quickly press the accept button, saying he's waited so long for this day and is overjoyed. However, the protagonist attacks her, making him disappear. He then speaks to Joanne, questioning what he's doing as the protagonist is attacking him again. Joanne says he should know just by looking, because from now on, he will hunt him down and return to. He attacks Persephone again, and he says that after managing to see the particles, the thrusting motion of his sword became unstable, and each time he thrust, he has a strange feeling of discomfort, and it's as if it were an awakening of sensations. So he continues thrusting, killing Persephone time after time, and he wonders if this is the feeling of being alive. But then he ends up being caught by something, and Besitron throws several tentacles at the boy. And here it is the black iron tree, a plant from the 91st floor. And he says that he has never seen anyone like the protagonist before, which would have been easier for both of them if it had been like this before. Asking if the protagonist doesn't agree, then the protagonist questions what he will do, saying that he won't be able to end this game without his consent. And so Besitron says that's true, and honestly, he gave up on getting his consent a long time ago. And this time he's going to ask him a question, asking why. He thinks this tutorial never ends, saying that this nightmare tower is programmed to shut down automatically 100 days after the tutorial is completed, and at that the protagonist gets scared. But Besitron talks to Joanne, saying that he just needs to hold her and to make him silently participate in the real game later. And so the protagonist speaks with Besitron, asking if in the Great Land he is called the Temple of Provocation, and Besitron is frightened by this. And the protagonist says that he has lived for 784 years so far, and it has been a total of 128 worlds, and he continues to use his horrible cultivation on the target tribes. And then Besitron asks how he knows, and Joanne says that he was planning to deliver him to the Dark Monarch, called the Mathematician, and Besitron is terrified, questioning who he is, because all that information appears above his head, and the protagonist finds it strange that he asks who he is. After all, he is the prize he has been creating there for several years. But then he says that he will no longer be freeing himself from the plant that Besitron used to bind, him, and then when the protagonist breaks free, he immediately lunges at Besatrin with a thrust, and he is afraid of the attack now. Sweating profusely, deflects the protagonist's attack, and things finally start to go wrong. He feels the attack right where it hit his left shoulder, and he starts screaming, thinking this can't be possible, questioning how the boy was doing it. The attack begins to glow blue, and Besatrin wonders if he achieved hyper-adaptation. The boy did, and his sword evolved, becoming a gigantic sword. The protagonist reaches another level. He says that after reaching the 100th floor, he had doubts, and he began to wonder if this was also part of the dream. He doubted, wondering if this guy couldn't kill him, and doubted again, questioning if being human meant he could be indefinitely restored like that, and the essence of the world was being destroyed. The conversation began, and that was the end of his numerous doubts. He says he arrived at a place where there were no more doubts, and he reached an understanding. And after achieving understanding this, he begins to attack Bestrain, who starts defending himself as if his life depended on it, because apparently it does. He's scared shitless. Then he yells to be able to connect, and it's said that the agreed upon temporal restrictions have been removed, and he reverts to his prime form, and the creature becomes even stronger. He then says he won't level up with him anymore, ordering the protagonist to surrender now. He starts cutting the boy all over, and Bestrain says that even though he's incredibly talented, having managed to adapt around quickly after finishing the tutorial, this is already the limit of how far humans can go, saying that he can't defeat him, the great Bestrain. Then he starts launching spikes from the ground, which go towards the protagonist and begin to pierce him. But then the protagonist wonders if this is how it will all end. But he ends up gripping his sword even more firmly, and the numbers keep counting. And so he attacks more and more times, until he reaches 9,999,999,999. And so Bestrain says that he will need to participate in the real game anyway. And by doing this to him, he is the one who loses, and with that the protagonist. In the end, the attack turns to 10 billion thrust, and he begins to realize, questioning if it's really happening. Then he takes that same line, which leads to the enemy's weak point, and questions what's happening, as he's disintegrating as if it were a bug. Bestrain is even more surprised, saying that it's not a bug, it's just adaptation, questioning how he reached this level. Then the protagonist's attack goes to him, tearing through Bestrain and managing to hit him. After the attack lands, Bestrain falls to the ground, completely defeated. The protagonist tells him to listen one last time, while Bestrain thinks that what he experienced was an awakening. The protagonist then says that humans are not things that he can treat as merchandise, saying that they are not mere stepping stones for him to use as he pleases. Bestrain has been reduced to a tiny kitten, at least a kitten of an ugly thing, that the poor little thing is suffering. Then the protagonist says that they are not products that he can put a price on, and he will no longer follow their plan, saying that he will destroy that place and go up to the next floor. He starts looking at the ceiling, which is already cracked, and he says that he will continue following more and more to destroy this cursed world that they created. Now, his user information is completely erased, and everything is an enigma. Then Bestrain begs him to please stop, while pleading with the protagonist, because he is completely destroying the tower. He says that there is nothing like the next floor, but the protagonist disagrees, saying that the next floor exists. Then Bestrain becomes even more frightened, and the protagonist says that they wouldn't call him there for nothing. He remembers the 78th floor, the 66th floor, and says that the writings of anguish by a certain artist are all over that place, even on the 47th floor. He says that in the end, the entire Tower of Nightmares is just an imitation of the first demon at the top of the Tree of Illusion, and he says that this could be found in different parts of the tower. And he goes thinking at the top of the Tree of Illusion, and says that he is sure that these are the writings of Mulurk, the creator of the Tower of Nightmares, and he remembers what the system already told him, asking Bestrain if this place is the root of the Tree of Illusion. Then Bestrain is questioned about what he intends to do, and the protagonist says that if this place is the root, he is sure that there is a trunk. So if he breaks the ceiling, he will get there, and he makes a thrust with absurd power upwards. And Bestrain screams desperately, telling him not to do that to his tower. Then the protagonist thinks he has finally found what he was looking for, appearing in another place in a forest, saying that he finally found it. Kid, 10 billion thrust. The creature humiliated the demon, broke the tower, and now it has just fallen into Kingdom of the Gods. If this isn't looking good, or I'm crazy, leave a like. And let's continue with this video. And so, as soon as the protagonist arrives in that world suddenly, several wolves begin to surround him. He's already in a very bad situation when the wolves attack. He kills the first one with a light thrust, splitting the monster in half, and the others continue attacking. This time, an even bigger wolf appears, a gigantic one, and the protagonist says that, it seems, a light thrust won't be enough for that guy, so he uses a normal thrust, opening a huge hole in the middle of that thing's chest. My friend, it's the one-punch man of thrust, a man's thrust. And then, after killing killing that thing, he rips off its horn and takes it with him. He says all the monsters there seem weak. My friend, I think you're mistaken. Maybe you did Saitama's training and lost your cool a bit. And then he hears someone talking to him, and when he looks back, he sees that they are a bunch of little green men, and apparently he ended up on Mars, and they start yelling, talking about some kind of horn, and the protagonist thinks that even with the suspicions active, he can't easily decipher their language structure. He questions them about the horn, asking if they want it, saying it's fine and they'll make a trade, and he'll give it to them if they tell him where this place is. But then one of the men lunges at him, trying to hit him. However, the protagonist speaks to the creature's antenna, saying that if he does it again, he'll kill them all. So he pulls out his sword and ends up killing everyone, asking the last one who still has a little bit of life to answer him. But he can't understand anything. However, Jowan pulls the creature's antenna, making it start cursing furiously, and the protagonist tells him to speak in a way he can understand. But the monster says he'll kill the human and ends up biting his own tongue to kill him. He says he thought they were weaklings, but he had surprising willpower. And looking at those antennas, he puts them on the ground and buries them as a sign of respect. And he says he managed to get zero information and wonders if there are at least some other items, and ends up finding a small dimensional bag among those men's things and says that it's an item that serves as inventory, thinking that it's great after all. He hasn't been able to use the system interface since he left the Tower of Nightmares. He says he thought he could use these things in all dimensions, including the Great Earth, thinking about that damned lion. But he's happy to at least be able to see information using the suspicion of a spectral crystal. That increases someone's strength and spiritual power for a certain value. And he says they are different colors, but each of them was holding at least one, and he wonders if they were jewelers or something like that anyway. And this will be very valuable to him, and he says he thinks he'll have to leave the rest of the things behind, as they are too bulky. But then his dagger trembles once more, and so it begins to consume it. And the protagonist is quite surprised, thinking that there are still other things left, noticing that there is a map there. And that map is of the Mirage Tree. It's chaos, and he notices that it's a place that doesn't. He was giving information that that damn demon had given him, so he continued through the forest. But in another part of it, a group with a very striking redhead was fighting some of the wolves. Then the redhead noticed something and threw a dagger aside, hitting a guy with red dreadlocks. She started apologizing, but he said it was an accident, and she meant to throw it in the other direction. He said it was better for her to go hunt over there, and he thought he'd just let them pass because he's so cute. I think this is the new level of simp, the simp who accepts being stabbed. Meanwhile, that same girl continued hunting and started apologizing again. Everyone questioned why she was apologizing now and why she was bringing back an absurd monster. They noticed it was the two-horned beast and were surprised that the girl messed with the two-horned beast, telling it not to come to them, but she ran off all cute and cuddly. Then they order them to quickly regroup to face that thing, and the protagonist looks down at them, noticing that the girl seems to be the strongest in the group. He wonders if they aren't friends because they'll all die this way, asking how they managed to get past the Tower of Nightmares being so weak. But then the dreadlocked guy appears to save the day, ordering the group to go forward using the breath of the Flame King. Someone offers to help, but the girl is more of a hindrance than a help, and he gets very angry. She starts saying sorry, but I think he's realizing that maybe it wasn't so unintentional to insult her. She doesn't like that very much, saying he was too harsh because she was just trying to help. But he obviously doesn't believe her. His friends call him, talking about the thing in front of him, but the protagonist acts quickly before the dreadlocked guy is killed, and with a light thrust he kills the monster in one hit. The blood that spills from the monster falls all over him. The guy with dreadlocks appears, and the protagonist plunges his gigantic sword into the ground. When the dust settles, everyone sees the tough guy standing over the creature's corpse, and they start questioning who he is. After a while, when they begin to understand each other, they question whether he's really sure, asking if it's okay for his group to keep the corpse of the two-horned beast, since that's what they're talking about. The protagonist says yes, but they question if that horn is really that valuable. One of them says of course, because a two-horned beast requires at least 10 people to kill. The protagonist thinks that the one he killed earlier with a normal thrust, had 5 horns, and he believes that the more horns they have, the stronger they will be. The girl who was obviously sabotaging their plan becomes increasingly apprehensive. Then she tries to approach the protagonist by asking who he is, saying that there are no adapted beings in all of Chaos who could kill a two-horned beast with a single stab, questioning where he came from. But the protagonist, looking at her, ignores any and all questions. The girl asked, questioning what this chaos is, and the girl looks at him. It's as if he'd said something absurd, questioning what it's like, and then they start talking more, and are surprised that the protagonist even talks about what he's just talking about. Incidentally, he also said he doesn't know the local language, which everyone finds strange, as language barriers are rare there. While they're talking, the redhead keeps thinking about the protagonist, because this self-proclaimed passenger killed the two-horned beast without using any abilities. In fact, he only stabbed it once. She tries to use one of her abilities on him, but fails every time. She says her detection ability isn't working, overwhelming, making his assessment impossible. She wonders if his spiritual power is that of a non-adapted individual and questions who he is. She then asks a question, stating that there are few adapted individuals in chaos, and they can kill a two-horned beast with just one stab. She demands his true identity, and he asks again what chaos is. The girl questions if he's joking, but he says no. She asks why he's talking like that, and again he doesn't understand her. She questions if he doesn't. He understood what she said, wondering if identity was too difficult a word. However, the protagonist goes to her, explaining that he knows what identity means. But since he remembers everything he went through, he thinks that the relationships he had on Earth lost their meaning as soon as he entered the tower. He remembers each of his companions, and he thinks that in that place he made new companions and memories. However, they disappeared like a mirage at the end of the tutorial, and his companions are probably alive somewhere on Earth now. But if the reward for completion was to start over with intact memories, they probably can't remember him or what happened inside the tower. He says he doesn't remember his identity, and the girl says she understands now, suggesting it must be amnesia. She questions whether he really thought she would fall for that, because saying he has amnesia in such a serious tone won't work. But the protagonist says he never said he had amnesia, and the girl calls him an idiot, asking if he's the strong man of the abyss or something like that. The protagonist says he understands, telling her to stop bothering him, grabbing his weapon, and it instantly grows. The girl is surprised that he has a spiritual weapon, and that weapon starts eating the things he has in his back. She begins to think that it wasn't his strength, but the weapons, saying that showing off a spiritual weapon with such courage in front of others is something one shouldn't do. All three keep an eye on the weapon, noticing that it seems to be a spiritual weapon, and that he's giving it other equipment to power the sword. They think the protagonist is being overly sensitive, but in reality, he just wants the weapon to return to normal quickly. And the girl says she can't believe a guy like him ruined her mission, saying she could easily have taken care of that guy from Dread, but then an idea crosses her mind, and she tells the protagonist that it's okay, saying she won't talk about her identity anymore. In fact, she has a proposal to make, asking if he wants to hear it. The protagonist then says that the woman who introduced herself as Minora gave a brief explanation. From the chaos, he then spoke about his companions. She says that these guys are shameless scoundrels who belong to a clan called the Red Fox. And the protagonist says that in short, she wants him to kill these guys, and she says he'll know soon enough, and they'll surely come after him, telling him not to stare. During the night, the guy with dreadlocks says that since it's dark, they should camp there, because walking in the dark is dangerous, and they might accidentally provoke a horned beast. So they all stop around the campfire to rest, and the protagonist lies down a little further away, thinking that looking at the map, the village was very close. He starts looking at those lights again, and then he talks about the second stage of awakening, understanding. He hears everyone talking and speculating nearby, and one of them speaks to the captain, saying that his spiritual power is the same as, and even less than, that of a non-adapted person. They are surprised, because they had all noticed this, and they start to think that he only managed to kill the beast into places. The protagonist, one of them, realizes they are planning something, and they would be shocked to learn that he bought it from the root. He thinks that, according to that demon, the tower's equipment must be mediocre, and he can't believe there are people after this. He thinks that, in any case, this doesn't seem to be the Great Land. Then, a movement begins in the forest. The protagonist notices they've started moving, and the redhead runs to him, questioning what he's doing, saying they're coming. She says he has the sword that ate the equipment earlier, telling him to defeat them with it. But the protagonist says no, that he lent it to them, and they said they wanted to take a look while they stood guard. The girl is surprised that he lent her a spiritual weapon for such a crappy reason, saying there should be a limit to his stupidity and the danger. The guy with dread calls the protagonist an idiot while laughing, saying he'll make good use of his weapon. But with the red fox there, it wouldn't make a difference even if he had his own weapon. And the others start complaining because he called everyone over for the people, telling them to finish him off quickly and leave. But then the redhead curses them, asking if they really want to spill blood, and the protagonist thinks to himself, happy that he'll finally be able to see the woman's true ability, because she's ready to defend him. And then the guy with dread orders all the henchmen to kill the two, and they actually attack. But the girl grabs some kunai and hits them right in the middle of the head, killing two of them. And the third one goes in with a kick and gets hit too, and the protagonist watches from the side, while the girl says she was sorry because she thinks she threw too hard, and now she claims to be angry. And from that moment on, they will go through a truly horrible experience. And the guy from Dread says he had the feeling when she betrayed the monsters to them, asking if she really is the witch of the massacre. And the girl is ready to massacre them, then asks who made a request to the Shadow Warriors. But the girl questions what it matters, and she says that they killed so many unadapted people who know nothing, and she's sure there are several people in the chaos who want them dead. While she attacks, he dances, dodging all the daggers, and he says that there's no way the Shadow Warriors could have decided to act because of such pathetic guys. Then he starts breaking those daggers using the protagonist's weapon, and he says that she must have gotten a private request, and in that case, she'll die there. But the witch questions if he wants to fight while relying on a spiritual weapon, and he says that he took other precautions. The girl sees that they are at least first stage adapted, so they are all looking at her with an absurd thirst for blood, and she realizes that there must be about 30 or even 40 of them. Then she says that she thought she sensed the presence of several others, and he questions if she thought he would have gotten into a fight without even preparing, especially against a witch of the warriors. From the shadows, there's a guy who killed a two-horned beast with a single blow. Even though he knew he could get a spiritual weapon so easily, he wouldn't have gone so far as to call the master, and that master is a guy with an absurdly psychopathic face. The witch is surprised that the black fox is there too, saying that not much must be happening lately. The fox tells her to consider it an honor. He's the master of the Red Fox clan, a third stage adapted being, and he says that more than half of the Red Fox clan has gathered to hunt him. She says it's a great honor, since they have so much free time. They should just wait a second, thinking that she's not sure if she can defeat the nomad, since he is a third stage adapted being. Then the girl calls the protagonist, who feels very sorry, saying that she didn't want to tell him this, but she won't be able to protect him. Then she tells him to grab it and run. The protagonist sees that it's a nightmare stone, questioning what it is, and she says that it's a stone of return, and when he uses it, he can escape to the nearest castle. Since it's the only one she has, he can use it. The protagonist then thinks it's not a stone to return to the past, but a stone that can save someone in the present. He questions what would have happened if he could have given Yunhuang one, instead of a stone without effects. He asks the witch if she could return to the past, but she questions whether he really has to ask such a question now, questioning what kind of weirdo he is. She says of course not, that she gave her best in her life, and if she has to die, she will die today, and she would never return to the past. And then the protagonist touches her shoulder, telling her she won't die today, pulling out another weapon, and the girl is surprised. As he charges at them, the massacre begins, and Black Fox yells for them to form the 14th Flame King formation. Several of them use fire attacks to try and attack the protagonist, and so he uses the Lost Enchantment, passing through the middle of them all, his thrust piercing each one of them, and the Black Fox manages to stop part of the protagonist's attack, but he takes that attack seriously, managing to pierce the Black Fox's chest nonetheless. Then his blood falls on the face of the Madman Dread, and he falls dead right there in front of him, and the protagonist is calm and collected, and so the last one remaining is the one with the spiritual weapon, handing it to the protagonist as if he were a servant serving his master, and after taking it, he prepares to kill everyone else, using the light thrust, finishing them all off in one go. And the girl questions what the hell that is, asking how a thrust can be like that. She says she thought he was an idiot, full of openings. So she just assumed he was an idiot, clueless about the danger, but that wasn't the case. He's just very strong. Then she calls him and asks what his true identity is, and the protagonist tells her about it, questions whether she has already forgotten, saying that she already knows his true identity, and she doesn't quite understand. He asks if she's suffering from memory loss, as he thought he was her only one. She notices he's making fun of her, demanding she return the return stone he gave her, but he says it's not there, that he lost it. She questions how he lost such a valuable item. Then they stop around the campfire once more, and he thinks that somehow it's peaceful there. But she continues shaking things, saying the stone isn't there, questioning if he's serious, asking why she has to go through all this because of a stranger. The protagonist continues feeding his hungry sore beside him, saying she must already know. She asks what he's talking about, and he says she must know his identity, saying he's human. Then she asks if he's joking, and Hairwan asks if she's human, and she says of course she is. Almost. The protagonist says that's good, so she questions the expression on his face, questioning if that's really it, questioning if it's enough that they're human. The next day, they continue walking, and the girl asks if he really doesn't have memories of entering the chaos, as well as memories of the Great Land. He says it's kind of like that, and the girl says she's really envious of him for not having those memories. He questions if amnesia is something to envy, and she says she's sure most people there are envious of him because it's obvious how everyone ended up in the chaos. The protagonist questions if it's obvious to everyone, asking how she ended up there, but then she stops and becomes serious with him, saying that when they find out what she just asked him, she's sure he'll deeply regret it. So they walk until they reach Gorgon's castle, and at the entrance, she says that they have finally arrived in a city, and the protagonist observes that what's to the side looks like the type of summoning arena that was on the first floor of the tutorial, and then he sees someone being summoned right at that moment, which he is very familiar with, and then several people appear there. completely naked, and some of them are screaming and crying, and completely lost. And the protagonist says he's familiar with people making expressions like theirs. And the witch says a whole bunch of them came this time too. And she asks if he understood what she asked him before, because asking how someone ended up in chaos is something that should never be done to someone. There, so everyone arrives they're suffering too much. And she says that that's the world of the dead, chaos. Then the protagonist questions if these people come to chaos or die in the Great Earth, and she says that's right, saying that dying there means the end. And when someone dies, they become nourishment for the mirage tree and may have died before. They won't even spill red blood, and then a squad arrives there, and their leader orders them to line up and take everyone to the auditorium, ordering everyone to get naked there, put that on their bodies and form a line. And he tells one of the boys that he died because he was too skinny, telling him to fix his posture, asking if by any chance he was a webtoon artist or something like that. But then, the witch calls James, and he's surprised, especially since she came all the way to the checkpoint. She explains that she only took this route by chance, as it's not like they're strangers, so she'd like him to let her in right away. However, he apologizes to Mino, but things have changed a bit, and now everyone entering the castle needs to provide a certificate. She's quite surprised by this, questioning if he's talking about that outdated certificate distributed by Big Brother. She asks why now, since the protagonist doesn't have the certificate either, obviously. Then she starts to get an idea, talking to James and saying she's sorry, but she ended up leaving that certificate behind, wondering if she could be allowed to pass through. He's surprised to find it's a horn from a two-horned beast. He says he checked her certificate, explaining that it's not like they're strangers after all, and everyone there is pretending to be bribed in front of her, while the girl is all happy. But then James talks to the protagonist, saying that he also needs to show his certificate, and he says that he doesn't have anything of that sort, asking if he really needs one. And then the girl says that he seems to be in trouble, saying that if he asks nicely, she might be able to help him. And James says that if he doesn't have the certificate, he can't enter the castle. And the protagonist says he understands, but he puts his hand on his waist, and the girl asks what he's doing, asking if he plans to kill the guards to get in, because no way, after all. Even if he's a complete psychopath, how could anyone even think of doing that? And she remembers that he's going to finish off James in a single move, and after finishing them all off, he was just going to ask if she wasn't going to enter, and she thinks that in fact he could. Then she asks James to wait, saying that this guy is actually with her, but then someone arrives asking what's going on there, so they both look back with a little fear, and she thinks she's screwed because he's arrived, and so all the other soldiers line up, and she says that he's a celebrity from Gorgon Castle, the least corrupt officer in the chaos, the officer of the northern checkpoint, Calton Bullhead. Then he speaks to James, asking him to explain what's happening there, and that's how he finds out, and everything. And he notices that he wants to enter the castle, but he doesn't have the certificate, and he says that they can't allow that to happen. And the protagonist questions why, and Calton questions if he wants this route, saying that when someone is unable to prove their identity with a certificate, a checkpoint officer can use their authority to prohibit the traveler's entry, and he says this as a decree, saying that it's explicit in Gorgon's entry law, Article 27, Paragraph 4, and everyone there abides by it, as they have a kind of shackle and collar attached to their bodies. And she says that he was compelled to use decree abilities, noting that things have just gotten complicated, and he says that in these cases, there is also Gorgon's imprisonment law, but the protagonist simply jabs at that decree, freeing the girl from that, telling him to stop, saying that he has no interest whatsoever in what the law says, and Calton, looking at that, is quite surprised by what the protagonist did, and he questions what it is. As stated on a certificate, Calton questions how he escaped the effects of his decree out of nowhere. Calton explains that the certificate will indicate his true name, the organization he's allied with, information about his primary class and abilities, partial status data, criminal history, spiritual corruption, and everything else. The protagonist then says that it seems he doesn't need the certificate, stating he won't certify it. However, Calton continues to question how his decree doesn't work on him. He then says that according to Gorgon's prison law, Article 2, Paragraph 7, he will arrest him now, using the silver prison. The chains move closer to the protagonist's body, who simply observes. When the chains come together, he breaks them easily, and they don't even manage to stick to his body. Everyone is surprised that he broke Calton's chain, and Calton also wonders how the boy is doing it. Then the protagonist questions whether he only needs to do what that woman did, and Milo is left wondering about what she did, remembering when she offered the horn as a bribe to get in. And he's the one who accepted the bribe, and those who covered up the bribe are scared shitless. And then the protagonist tries to throw a horn into Calton's hand, and the girl tells him to wait, And when he catches the horn, the protagonist tells him to take it and let him in. And then James is scared shitless, questioning how he dares to bribe an officer, asking if he thinks he's a bigger target, telling Calton that he deserves to be executed immediately. But Calton asks if he said his name is Jean Wan, and the protagonist confirms, and Calton says he's been waiting for him, saying that he's the envoy of the Pires Verde clan. And then Carlton begins measuring Mino, and the device he's using identifies that the girl's spiritual corruption has exceeded 15%, and it's recommended that she medicate herself as soon as possible. Carlton says that her spirit is corrupted, saying that he doesn't even need to tell her what to do, and she says she already understands. But the protagonist doesn't understand this talk of spiritual corruption, and she notices that he really doesn't know anything, while she eats some things nearby to medicate herself. And she says she's surprised she actually managed to travel with him, and talks about spiritual corruption, which is a chronic disease. Everyone who lives in chaos gets it, and if the spirit is slowly corrupted, it will only exist there. And that's how corruption reaches its peak. You literally go to link in the bio, and she says that's why the horns of Beast are so valuable, and he must have seen earlier how that guy was enchanted by the horn. And she says that the horns are the only medicinal ingredient that can alleviate the spiritual corruption of chaos. It's a necessary item for those who live there. And this despite the fact that she managed to get some thanks to a certain someone along the way. And then Calton says he's going to evaluate him using that magic eye in his hand. And when he turns on the device pointing it at the protagonist, the device shows an error, saying it's unable to measure the level of spiritual corruption. And James, looking at the screen, is very surprised because his corruption level is 0%. And Calton says he understands looking at the protagonist's hand, saying he'll return those scepter crystals now that the verification is over. And the protagonist notes that he doesn't need them, and says that scepter crystals aren't something you can give so easily to another person, calling him an envoy of the Pires Verde clan. But the protagonist says he's not an envoy or anything like that, but Calton just smiles, saying he knows that. So, as he's leaving, James talks to him, asking if it's really okay to let them go like that. And Calton talks to James, asking if he knows what kind of object the scepter crystal is. And he questions if it isn't a valuable item capable of amplifying the spiritual power of an adapted one. And James says that's correct, but it's not just that. Taking off his glove, then he shows his hand to James, who is startled, seeing how his hand is all burned. Then he asks if it was because of the crystal, and James says that it's less, that he's from the Pires Verde clan. It's not possible to handle scepter crystals. They are the only ones who can wield these crystals and avoid corruption. So even though he doesn't seem to be part of the Pires Verde clan, he witnessed that he can hold the crystal. But then James questions how he can trust him, but Calton says that he doesn't trust him, but he trusts his spirit. And James doesn't understand anything, and the protagonist questions if he remembers how they assessed the level of his spiritual corruption, and he says yes, saying there was an error, to which Calton replies that as far as he knows, the measuring equipment never fails. And so James questions what that was then, and he says that there's only one scenario where the device cannot measure spiritual corruption, saying that his spirit is purer than anyone else's in the chaos. So James questions how that is possible, and he says that it doesn't really matter if he is Pires Verde or not. He is simply the impression of someone who can use the crystals, and those inside the castle will judge him now. And James questions if this has to do with the condition of the castle, but Calton says he doesn't know the exact details either. However, he talks to James about something else, because from what he heard, there was a person who allowed someone to pass after being bribed, and he thinks that person's name was also James, and he gets all scared, seeing that he has been discovered. And then the protagonist starts thinking to himself, noticing that those roads are too complicated, and now he also has dead weight weighing him down. Since the girl is of no use there, he questions who is guiding her. Who's there? And he remembers that Minna got a huge lecture right in the face and ended up going crazy following him. Calton tells the protagonist that she'll be fine soon, then turns around, telling them to enjoy their stay at Gorgon Castle. He's surprised, because thinking that the effects of Uranel's decree have lasted so long is too much, as she seems to be quite a problematic person. Then he talks to someone nearby, saying he's looking for a blacksmith specializing in swords. Another person looks down, paying attention to what the protagonist is saying, and asked if there's any blacksmith capable of handling a sword of that level, once again showing his sword in public. The man says he's not sure, and the one down below apparently wants to rob the protagonist. After a while, the girl leaves again, and she asks when they enter the village. He's surprised that she finally regained her senses, saying she can go on her way then. And she asks what she's talking, asking him to wait, questioning if he's being too harsh, pushing him aside like that, but also asking if he's still angry because she tried to leave him at the castle entrance, saying it was just a joke. However, the protagonist says that she guided him to the castle, and that's enough, and from there she'll only get in his way. He looks back very seriously, saying that they are different. Guys, I don't know if you understood, but he can see her true essence. In this world, she's the one on the left. I think she'll be on the left for you. She's the real person, but he can see her true self, especially since she's a dead person, so to him, she's just a corpse. And he tells her it's better if she leaves now, and the girl doesn't even know what to say. But apparently she's going to speak anyway, asking him to wait, saying he doesn't even know his way around, and mentioning the trouble he intends to cause alone. He says he can just ask people around, but then she tells him to ask her, saying she knows that place like the back of her hand. He gives up, saying he's going to find a nightmare. But she says she has an idea of where one might be, asking if he wants her to guide him, and he agrees. But before that, he says it seems there are some guys who have business to settle with him, and everyone arrives there wanting to rob the protagonist. One of them is a real pain, and those two are the guys with the good sword, because he said it was a flaming sword, and the other one is actually a lie. It was passed on incorrectly. Mino asks who they are, telling them to get out of there if they don't want to get hurt. Then they talk to the redhead, saying she has a sharp tongue. Sharp, saying it's best to be careful not to swear, and one of them, who looks like a bull, says it's because his younger brother gets excited when he hears swear words, saying that he only has 12 years of work experience. It's impossible. This guy has about 12 years of retirement, and he says that swearing is bad for children's development, and one of them says that now, if they don't want to be trampled by their brother, it's better to hand over the blue sword, but the protagonist simply says he doesn't want to, and the girl questions if he really is the youngest. Then one of them questions what he's talking about, asking if they understood the situation, what they got themselves into, and saying that if they don't want to get hurt, they should hand over the sword now. But then the girl continues to question how that he's the youngest, telling them to stop lying. I'm with her too. Look at the size of this monster. This thing is 12 years old, where man, it's not possible. Not even if it's a cat's age. And then that monster actually lunges at her, saying he's going to punish her for the swear words. But before he can do anything, the protagonist rips off both of his arms, preventing the 12-year-old boy from growing, launching an absurd attack on the other three, destroying the house behind them. Then that one falls stinking to the ground, and the protagonist says they're too noisy, pointing his sword at them, saying that if they want to fight, they can come at me. And with that wave, he says, asking how he dares to cut off his younger brother's precious hands, saying they'll never forgive him, but they still run away while he says they paid the price for killing his adorable younger brother. However, one of them says that his brother isn't dead yet, and the two they stand there watching what seems like a comedy scene, and the three remaining ones rush towards the protagonist, saying they'll show them the connection between the brothers. But the protagonist simply raises his sword, and after all that discussion, the protagonist is cleaning that weird goo they use as blood from that spot on his sword. The girl says it's incredible, asking how he solves everything with just one thrust, and that comfort lies in his other abilities. But the protagonist says he only knows thrust, and the girl questions this joke, telling him that he only uses the light thrust, the medium thrust, and the heavy thrust, along with the serious thrust and some other thrust combos typical Saitama, right? I didn't want to say anything, but it sounds like it. She asks if he's serious, and says she just remembered someone who also only uses one technique like him, and that person uses the slash, not the thrust. He questions if he only uses the slash, since using only one technique. It's strange, but she asks why the previous attack missed, and he doesn't quite understand what she means. She asks why he blew up the ceiling above them, wondering if he slipped while adjusting his strength. He explains that while they were fighting those bandits, someone on the other side was using an invisibility ability, and it was bothering him, so he decided to scare them. She then questions who on earth scares someone by blowing up a roof, and he says everyone does it, as Yahello would have done it too. But then the girl starts saying they need to think of a cool name for his technique, and he doesn't quite understand. She suggests something like the Dark Destroying Piercer or Asura's Infinite Strike, but he says he doesn't like strange names. She suggests the Sky Destroying Desolate Attack or the Comet Emitted Earth, and he and Manola continued walking and kept quiet. And so he arrives in another corner, and she says she found it. There's the Twilight Workshop, saying that this is a workshop founded by a nightmare, and also the largest workshop in Gorgon. And then someone inside asks if they are customers who came to place an order, and the boy says he is sorry, but if you place an order today, it will take a while to be delivered. And here he is the naive craftsman of the Twilight Workshop. And the girl asks why, asking if the reservations are full, and he says that the workshop manager is absent now, and the only one there is the assistant manager, but has busy that day too, as he said he's testing the artisans or something, and in doing so he mentions that if they're looking for something, it might be better to buy something ready-made than to order an item. They look at the manager along with the other artisans, and he says that what they have is a sword made from the horn of a four-horned beast. It will be complete once they make a hole in the hilt to insert a gem. Everyone says they want to do that, saying they also want to try refining a four-horned beast horn. But he says that this is a four-horned beast horn, asking if they really want to make a hole in that thing. Maikao just says he likes their energy, and if anyone manages to make a hole in that sword, no matter who it is, he'll give that person the position of assistant manager of the Twilight Workshop for the rest of the day. Everyone wonders wonders why this thing is so hard when they start trying, and they all try to do something, but end up with broken tools and hammers, and they question how. Heisei ended up refining that thing, and Maikao notices that hitting it like that won't even make a scratch. He even gave them the opportunity to use this huge workshop all day, and they can't even do that. Niven, standing at the door, is envious of him, wondering when he'll have the chance to touch the horn of a four-horned beast. But then the protagonist enters the place and tries to stop the boy, asking him to wait because he can't go in there now. Maikao looks at him, doubtful, and the protagonist asks to try too. Maikao is surprised, thinking he's a traveling craftsman, wondering if he wants to try because it's the horn of a four-horned beast. He says he doesn't know which workshop he's from, but wishes him good luck, telling him not to think it will be easy after his apprentice has failed. The protagonist questions if the hole will be more or less there, asking if it's good, and he says it's not, that his apprentices are bad, saying that he is the one who is excellent. And the horn of a four-horned beast is an incredibly difficult material to handle, and it's natural that it would crumble. But the protagonist only uses one finger to touch that thing, which causes such a great impact that Maikao even shuts up in surprise. And so the protagonist actually drills a hole in that thing and starts swinging that sword with just his hand, saying that he has already succeeded, asking if he can be the assistant manager for the rest of the day, and everyone is surprised. But it ends up that while he is spinning it, the sword simply breaks completely, turning to dust in front of them, and so the protagonist is surprised that it broke, speaking with absurd naturalness. But then Maikao starts cursing him, not believing that he is acting so naturally, saying that he should break his head, asking if he knows how expensive that horn is. But the protagonist says he went easy on him, and Maikao questions how he went easy on him, and the protagonist says that breaking something completely is easy, but breaking it slightly is difficult. Either way, he's very sorry. And then Maikao asks if he thinks an apology is enough, saying that this was the horn of a four-horned beya, worth a fortune, asking what they will tell the primordial universe sect that commissioned this. And then the protagonist says that he will reciprocate with an even better horn. And he questions how to reciprocate, asking how you damn that bastard. How could he possibly reciprocate with something better than a horn of that quality? The protagonist pulls something out of his bag, saying he'll reciprocate with that, claiming it's from a creature with 5 horns, the best of all. Maikao is surprised because it's from a 5-horned beya, Garnek's horn. He asks if he can accept it, saying he doesn't have a 4-horned beya or anything like that. Maikao immediately changes his attitude, saying of course he can accept, even calling him a dear customer. The protagonist says it's a relief, then asks if he can use the workshop for a bit. Maikao tells them to close the doors, and everyone agrees. He asks the boy to go with him quickly, and Mino says things seem to have turned out well, so he should do whatever is necessary because she has to go somewhere else quickly. As the doors close, Maikao says that's the end. His workshop is the best in all of Gorgon, and since he's the assistant manager that day, he can use all the facilities and people there as much as he wants. The protagonist simply thanks him, but then Maikao asks how he obtained Garnek's horn, and he says he got it personally. Maikao questions if he's saying he hunted a 5-horned beast personally, and the protagonist says yes, saying he fought against that thing. But Maikao doesn't believe a guy could hunt a 5-horned beast alone, so the protagonist asks for his help. Maikao continues thinking that it's rare to find people like that in Gorgon, maybe even in all the chaos, but the protagonist tells him he needs a sheath, but he's never made one himself, only repaired them before. He questions him about the sheath, asking if he's planning to use Garnek's horn to create one, and he wonders how great the sword is. The protagonist shows him his blade, and he thinks it's a replica of an ice dragon's sword appears, described as rare, having been crafted by a nightmare, and also very beautiful. However, he finds Garnek's horn too much for that purpose, suggesting it would be better to craft a new sword from it. The sword ate and trembled, then trembled with hunger, escaping Michael's hand and reaching for the horn to devour it. Michael is surprised, believing it to be a spiritual weapon. He notes that, judging by the spiritual energy he senses, the soul of an elite race seems to be contained within the spirit, questioning how this could have happened. He then begins to notice the protagonist's sword evolving and seeing how its shape is changing. It must be a significant evolution. When complete, he will have to give the weapon a new name. The protagonist hesitates about this, and Michael confirms that this is indeed the case, as a spiritual weapon undergoes significant evolution and loses its original name. But the problem is that he's lost the materials now, but the protagonist says it's alright since he has another horn. Michael questions how this is happening, but then he remembers, because as he said it's a 5-horned beast, it has 5 horns. So he asks the protagonist how he can help him, and he says that first he must show him how he refines things. Michael says that's fine, asking if there's any shape he wants, and he says he'll leave that choice in his hands. since he's the expert, and Michael is terrified because the responsibility is too much, and says he will have to demonstrate his skills as a master craftsman to ovulate. Meanwhile, in Gorgon Castle, in the commander's chamber, he is having tea, listening to his spy's report, and then he apologizes to the commander, saying that they know the thieves were massacred by him, but they missed their target. Yorin Shivia asks how they were defeated, and he says he's not sure either, because before he knew it, he was unconscious on the roof. Yorin is surprised that he wasn't caught, as he noticed through the invisibility abilities of a 3rd stage master level adapted being. He says this probably means he's at least a 5th stage adapted being, so he orders more men to find him, even if they need to search every corner of the castle. The man agrees, and when he leaves, the commander stays behind and begins to examine both his tea and his body. Then he begs his body to hold on just a little longer. In another corner of a tavern, a girl starts talking about a broadcast of Siren's Top 10 of the week, and as the last clip, she talks about one they are very familiar with. The most famous clip in Little Brother, the most talked about clip. It's the solo completion of the 99th floor, and they are literally seeing everything the protagonist did fighting that ice dragon, and they wonder what happened to that guy. And they bet that he is desired by all the monarchs, but one of the group questions what they are talking about and if they didn't know, saying that the tower was suspended. And one of them questions why, and he says that he bets that some damn demon was caught cheating, and they say that he fled and abandoned his duty of cultivation, and bets that that clip is also fake, and one of them agrees after all. How could someone manage to complete a 1st generation tower alone? However, they remember that most demons can only buy a tower with a loan, and breaking something like that is totally absurd, and saying that if they were in his place, he should put it up for sale on Mercado Libre or something. And one of them asks the owner for another beer, until the door opens and Mino enters, and she walks into the place while everyone drools over her. She goes to the bar, sits down, and as soon as she stops, some crazy guy starts hitting on her, but she looks at him very seriously, telling him to go to hell, and he says it's okay, saying he shouldn't do something he'll regret. Then she starts wondering why she feels so awful, saying she wants enough to drink to kill herself. After drinking it all, she says she can't believe it, because that bastard has no scruples whatsoever, asking why he thinks he's like that, and questioning what he knows after all this. Then the bar owner, Claire, she says he's already talked too much, telling her to stop, saying she can't even get drunk, telling her to stop acting like one and being a jerk. So why is she chasing after him? And she can't explain it when she's near that guy, saying he just annoys her and says he breaks everything, keeps holding that sword as if he doesn't care about the rules of that place. But she remembers the moment when the protagonist gave a small smile, thinking that he was still saying strange things. And she remembered when she told him that he didn't hesitate to use his strength, even when he didn't know what kind of place the chaos was. But he simply replied that they weren't human anyway, and she remembered how he looked at her when she said that they were different, and because of that, at that moment, she was feeling quite down, and she said that he made her feel like she was nothing, and said that Claire is her, and everyone who lives there has a difficult life. But then he appeared out of nowhere and started talking nonsense. She remembered when she asked him why he was looking for a nightmare, and he said that he wouldn't understand even if she told him. And Mino started complaining that he looked at her with that different, lesson-like face, and whenever she saw that, she got irritated. But Claire comforted the girl, saying that he was a very immature girl, telling her not to get involved anymore, asking her not to come near him again. But then she had that look on her face like she wanted to leave. But Claire said that if she stays with that guy, she might really die. So she questions why Claire is acting so frighteningly, asking why she would die. But then a golden ray enters the room, heading towards her, and it's a golden bird with a kind of helmet on its head, delivering a letter to her. The letter is from Calton Xavier, the leader of Northport, to Mino of the Shadow Warriors. She sees Calton surprised at sending her a letter and wonders why he sent it. She thinks she has a terrible feeling about it, but then someone arrives, asking if she's the witch from the massacre. She immediately draws her swords, saying that some people call her that. But before she can unsheath her sword, the guy grabs her arm, lifting her with his only arm. He says he has nothing against rough introductions, but he's busy, so they'll leave it for another time, saying there's something he needs her to do for him. Meanwhile, Michael is trying to cope with the horn of the five-horned beast, but his hammer breaks, and he falls on his backside, completely terrified, seeing the beast's soul telling him he can't go there. He questions how on earth he's supposed to refine such a monster, trembling with fear in the face of it, wondering how anyone in this world could handle it. But then the protagonist tells him to get out of there, asking if he's forgotten what they're fusing. Michael says that's not it, but the protagonist reminds him he said he would help, Then the monster attacks again, and the protagonist tells him to help properly, saying only he can kill this thing with a single attack. That's difficult. Michael tries to continue helping the protagonist, but time and time again, his tools break, and he says he can't do it anymore because his tools can't even scratch that thing, and its level is too high for him to refine. But the protagonist says that this isn't a matter of level, so he closes Michael's eyes, who doesn't understand anything, and thus the protagonist speaks of the first stage of awakening, which is doubt, which is the power to break the true essence, the doubting of the world. And he says it's about surviving, opening Michael's eyes. Then he talks about the second stage of awakening, understanding, which is the power to understand the broken world. So, when he looks at that thing, he sees everything moving like slime, and he finds it strange. Then that slime starts to take shape, coming out of there, and he questions what's happening, seeing the true horror that monster was, and he's even more surprised. Then, the monster tries to attack him, and the protagonist tells it to get out of there, saying he said he would help him. Then he questions what it is, and asks if it's the true essence of a five-horned beast, wondering if he was using his pathetic skills so casually on such a being, saying it can't be, and he must be dreaming, looking at the door, thinking he has to wake up, and says it has to be a dream, but the protagonist tries to call him, but simply gives up. Michael leaves, screaming for help. But as soon as he leaves, he sees everyone dead, in the true form that the people there have, and he starts to tremble, and everyone outside, who are actually his assistants, asks if the assistant manager. He's just finished refining it, so he's completely bewildered, staring at the horizon and seeing that black hole up there, and that thing speaks to him, calling him a fool, saying he doesn't yet have the right to see this place, and he almost freaks out from having that vision. Then he questions how such a world exists and how he ended up in this world, and that vision he had for a moment was the vision the protagonist has at all times, being in the chaos, and he's inside, jumps on top of that thing again to be able to refine its horn. Then he calmly subdues the beast, putting it down, climbing on top of it, and preparing to hit again, and the monster even tries to fight back. But the protagonist takes a breath and gives the monster a single blow. Then Mircal is still freaking out there beside him, wondering why him, screaming there, and after a while, after getting his head straight, he says that there are acts in this world that are futile, no matter how many times they are done, and a human like that, trying to achieve the talent of nightmares, or surpasses natural limits. He assumes that it seems he's gotten too old to handle Garnick's horn, and he should have sought him out sooner, and in fact, he said he didn't come there for him, but for the workshop manager, who is a nightmare, and it's been a while since. The manager left, and he apologizes for the only one left being such a pathetic human as himself, questioning how a human who has never even built a tower can be an apprentice. But then the protagonist says that his race doesn't matter, and it's alright, as long as he can make a sheath, telling him to go ahead, but Michael says no, saying he's tried enough. However, the protagonist says he can succeed if he tries 100 million times, and he cries, saying that he's young anyway, and he says he's sure that, to him, it seems like he's not trying, but he's already tried a lot, telling Haiwan that he tried while watching him, even though he's not sure if the boy will believe him, and the blacksmith in the past said, for the boy, who mastered all the skills related linked to the blacksmith, and now he can say with certainty that he can repair it with the weapons from the Nightmare Tower, with a 99% chance of certainty. But after reaching that success rate, he had a strange thought. Maybe he wasn't going towards the 99% chance, but in fact, he was running as fast as he could, away from the 1% chance of failure, and with that the user of whatever reached the maximum. Man, looking at this, it seems like a super cool thing, but my 5th grade screams, looking there, to letter users, author. Are you kidding me? The protagonist says he's someone who worked harder than anyone else, but he questions whether he understands the principle of the processing ability. Mikhail finds it strange that he's talking about this, since the nightmare processing ability is an original skill that has existed since the beginning, just like fire and water. He questions how a human can explain the origins of the world, and even if they can, what's the point of explaining one of these things? The protagonist says that what he's saying is that he's been using the ability without understanding what he's doing. Mikhail then thinks about this, discussing the principle, which he believes involves strengthening the hammer and chisel with spiritual power, and channeling that power to carve the horn. If it's such a simple principle, he questions why other artisans can't use processing. The protagonist says it's because they haven't yet learned the skill. But then Mikhail understands if the principle behind this ability is so simple, even if they haven't learned it yet, they should at least be able to do something similar. And the protagonist says that he doesn't know what this ability is, and yet he's using it, and everyone finds it strange. Mikhail says that he's talking as if there were a human who used the ability knowing its principle, and questions if he knows the principle behind the processing. The protagonist says no, but he found out about it before. Then Mikhail questions what he's talking about, and the protagonist takes his finger to that horn, and the horn dissolves from the tip of his finger, asking how he's using the processing. Then he tells everyone to look closely and say what they see, and they ask if it's the particles breaking apart. He says it won't be that easy, and it's because his golden work also solidified the walls of the world he holds as truth. Then he questions what the protagonist is talking about, and he he says there's nothing wrong with the golden work, but asks if he doesn't think he should have understood by now, saying that if he doesn't, he manages to do this even after so much hard work. It's not him who is wrong, but the world itself. And then he finds it strange that the boy is saying the world itself is wrong. And then he remembers the nightmare talking to him, questioning if he doesn't know why he keeps making mistakes, saying that this was good for someone like him, saying that this was originally a method of nightmares and not of humans. So he questions what a human method is, but the nightmare questions how he should know and why he would want to know. After all, he is a nightmare, telling him to blame the race he was born into, and being human, he cannot surpass the level of an apprentice. But after hearing this, Mako kept thinking about this human limit, denying it and telling himself that if they was sure that the hard work could turn into something like nightmares. And Mako currently asks the protagonist what he should do, asking how he wants to fight against the world or something like that. And he says that this is a fair world, where you see results equivalent to how much effort you put in, asking what the problem is in getting used to this place. And the protagonist questions whether it's fair, because the world he deceives leads him to believe he can't do something when in fact he can. Where would it be fair? Saying that he may be old, but he can still fight, telling him to take a closer look, asking him not to depend on the system, telling him to look with his own eyes. And with that, he uses once again the power that the protagonist had given him. Then he sees inside the horn that black eye again, once again looks at it, and wonders if he has always lived seeing the world this way. A human without abilities or interference. A fair world where there are no disappointments, thinking that someone could only live like that, unless they were the crazy guy, questioning how, or maybe he's just crazy. And he also hits that horn, using the same power Jawan used, and now he manages to do what he asked. And so he asks the protagonist if he's going to leave himself. He says that with the production it's finished, he needs to go, and besides, this guy seems to have liked it. He probably would have eaten it if he hadn't liked it. And so, the blacksmith asks if he has already chosen a name for the sword, and he even thinks about calling it Pig, but says he hasn't chosen yet. Then Michael says that if it's okay with him, he asks if he can give the sword a name, saying that he decided to base it on martial language, because it sounds cool, and uses the characters that mean a being of solitude. And the protagonist questions him about giving the name Lone Wolf, asking if it's like the one that protects the pack even though everyone fears him. And Michael says that's exactly it, saying that he doesn't think there's a better name than that for the sword, sending him away. Go safely. But before the protagonist actually leaves, Michael asks him to wait, asking the protagonist what he looks like in the world he sees. And the protagonist hesitates a little, saying that he is human, but Michael notices this, realizing and remembering the world the protagonist sees, noticing that he doesn't look back, and he wonders if there is anyone else who can understand this lonely world. Dude, the protagonist has been living the Walking Dead 24/7 ever since he arrived. It's a bunch of corpses walking around in front of him. Imagine how absurd that is. That's why he's acting so cold. I was freaking out. A bunch of crazy corpses, although he's super strong. So it's not that bad, but it's just corpses all the time. Everyone who talks to him, moves, and interacts with him is a bunch of dead people, and pretty decrepit ones at that, many falling apart. That girl we saw at the beginning, Mino, all cute and all. We thought she'd make a great couple with the protagonist, but he's seeing a corpse. It's like he's in a thriller music video 24/7. And after a while, the protagonist, he asks Mino why she keeps following him. She questions what's wrong, asking if he thinks she has some ulterior motive for doing this. Her questions if she's planning something new. Then she asks how he knew, saying she's thinking of a plan to kill him, speaking all sweetly like that. Then he questions what she'll do after killing him, and she says she'll live a good life with her spectral crystal, and he doesn't even remember. Seriously, she says she's serious, and he just dismisses her, and she says it's a very fake answer. But whatever, handing him something. He asks what it is, and she says it's her clothes, saying it's as an apology, and also because she feels he'll walk around as an indigo if she lets him, and he just understands that. And she says that anyway, he's never met a nightmare, questioning what he's going to do. And he says Michael taught him how to find them, and when he finds the nightmares, he'll ask them about the Mirage Tree and how to get to the abyss. And she questions why he's going to do that, and she asks if he's curious about her intentions, assuming that with some luck he manages to reach the abyss, saying that those who return from there are called the strong men of the abyss. But he says he won't return, and the girl is completely perplexed. When he says he's going somewhere else, because it's censored, she freaks out, questioning who he is, asking who the hell he is to do something like that, asking what qualifies him to do that, asking what kind of person he is to not think about how other people see him, to just do whatever he wants without thinking about others, and in a brutal way. More than anything, the fact that he doesn't think of the people there as human beings is what irritates her the most, because she and the people there are also human, and she may not be as strong or resilient as him, but she is still human. She says this almost crying to him, but the protagonist still looks at her with that same look of pity, remembering when she said that even if she dies, she will die in the present and will never return to the past. In the past, remembering Maikao as well, he begins to see the truth of what the girl is saying, realizing that someone is speaking telepathically to her, saying that it will be better for her if she doesn't keep thinking about such nonsense, saying that if she breaks her promise, the old woman's life will be confiscated, and she should lure him therewith. Her words questioning what she is doing, and he realizes that they want a hostage, noticing that they are the guys in the alley across the street, and wondering if he should get involved to save the hostage, thinking that he sees no reason to. After all, for him it doesn't matter how many people he saves. Reality will never change, because he only sees reddened corpses, because it's suspicious. It shows him the true nature of this world, a number where numbers and data govern everything, and there are people who sold their souls in pursuit of greater gains, and he has to try to get rid of her and search for the nightmare. But then, the girl calls him, pulling him out of that little world, saying that in that sense she can't see him as human at all, saying that they're going to part ways there, asking how he could travel with someone with such an objective. He doesn't understand anything, and the girl says they won't see each other again, and he questions why he's seeing this woman like a human again, and then the evil guy in the alley says that the witch extracted it from her, ordering the messenger falcon to be sent, since they brought all the nightmares there for nothing. But then the protagonist is surprised that there's a nightmare there, questioning what kind of nightmare it is with those guys, and thinks he'll have to change clothes. First, Walmino wonders how this happened, and she opens the bar door apologizing to her aunt, saying she thinks she arrived very late, but the guy who's threatening her says she knew this would happen, calling her a newbie, and the bar owner says she should have stopped her sooner, saying it seems like this time she's really going to die because of her, and they tell her to shut up. And just as one of them is on top of the woman and the elder of the Golden Sky sect, the oldest of the three Jania brothers notices that the witch of the massacre is going there alone, asking what happened to the agreement, and she says he's more stupid than he seems, wondering if he's ever seen a witch keep her promises, and she already pulls the swords, saying that the man cannot attend, especially since he is on his way to destroy that world, and she begins to attack them all, and Jania says that it seems she has gone mad, and they all rush at her, using the secret arts of shadows, and he says that they call her the witch of massacre in the hunting grounds, because she uses an ability that summons and brings beasts close to her, asking how it is, and they see if they can do the same there. Then the shadows begin to go after the girl, and she needs to dodge with everything to escape, but manages to kill them easily with her flying daggers. But as soon as she falls to the ground, Jania takes her sword and swings it towards the girl in an X shape, hitting her with everything, but she manages to defend herself and is only thrown backwards. Then Jania prepares to attack again, questioning her name being the Witch of Massacre, since apparently she is the one being massacred. Then she thinks that if only they were outside, everything would be different, and he says that they put up a barrier. That is proof against there's a lot of noise around that place, and no one from the outside can know what's happening inside. She's had enough trying to resist, so she should bring him there quickly, saying it's not too late yet. But she tells him the shadows will follow her, and he tells her to stop bluffing, because he already knows there's no branch of the shadows in Gorgon Castle. Then they grab the woman, almost tearing her neck off, and he says that when the Shadow Warriors find out what happened, he and that woman will already be obliterated. Then she prepares to use the 7 secret Grima's abilities of Acheron, Sub-Zero form, throwing her swords at them, but Jania manages to cut most of them with a single movement, saying it's a cute trick, saying she'll tear them to pieces with her own hands. But after using that attack, she doesn't have much strength left and almost faints there, saying she can't believe what she's thinking now. Remembering when the protagonist asked her if there was a way to go back to the past, would she go back? And she thinks she wants to go back to the past because if she had followed that man, she wonders if she would have seen the end of this world. But from outside, an attack comes towards Jania, over her shoulder, and he stops that attack with great difficulty, and everyone there doesn't understand anything. And then the protagonist enters the place, and she, in turn, says she hates this kind of development, asking what he's doing there and what he did about the destruction of this world, asking if he came to save her, but he only tells her that those clothes don't fit him, returning the package, and she questions if he came all the way there because the clothes didn't fit, questioning if he's serious, and one of them notices that he's the guy with the spectral crystal and says that this saves them the trouble of having to find it, and the protagonist comments on them having brought a nightmare there, asking if that's right, questioning where the nightmare is, or rather, he tells them to bring the nightmare to him. My friends, you better call a group to split up the walk between you, because it's going to be complicated for you two alone. And they all wonder if this guy is crazy, saying they heard he tried to go against the castle, and apparently, the rumors were true, and he's not quite right in the head. But Mino tells him to be careful, because they are staged for adapted, and anyone at stage 4 or higher is considered a high-level adapted, so it's not wise to underestimate them. The protagonist asks why, questioning if she thinks he'll lose, and she says no. And thinking about it, she thinks he really won't. At that point, Jane and the others call him shameless, going after the protagonist, saying they'll teach him a lesson. But the protagonist just uses a thrust against them, and Jane questions what's happening, pulling her neck away to avoid losing it. The protagonist is surprised that he dodged, and then he remembers someone saying he wasn't an adapted. Jane wonders if he's the strong man of the abyss, and the protagonist thinks that the only thing that managed to dodge that light attack so far was that 5-horned monster, which means that a 4th stage adapter, and that thing is more or less on the same level. But he thinks not, because that thing withstood the blow, and these guys must be weaker. But he thinks it doesn't matter. But then they hear someone in pain, and Mino starts calling Claire, and Jane says that if he tries to attack again, she won't be okay if he tries. But Claire tells him not to hesitate and just attack. And the other one hits the woman, telling her to shut up if she doesn't want to get beaten. Then Mino tells his aunt to wait, because they'll wear themselves out soon. And she asks the protagonist if he can do it. Then he questions why she's asking him that, because he went there to find a nightmare, and all he has to do is finish them off, whether they're hostages or enemies. But then the girl says that she's the human, asking him not to do it. He remembers everyone's smile, and also her lament, which is touched by something, and meanwhile, he looks at everyone there with his true vision, seeing a bunch of corpses. Claire, on the ground, asks why he's hesitating, ordering him to attack immediately. In his view, everyone is dead, but she starts to come back to life, while ordering him to attack now. He gets increasingly angry about this, attacking upwards and opening a huge hole in the middle of the building. Everyone outside wonders what's happening, and apparently Calvin already knows what it is. He orders everyone to hurry up, and from inside, their second-in-command says that this is terrible because the soundproof barrier has been broken. Jane realizes things are going to go wrong, so Kaltoni arrives and orders the area surrounded. Noticing Juan inside, questioning what's happening, the protagonist says he arrived just in time, explaining that these guys broke the laws he loves so much. He doesn't know the details, but they broke what appears to be Gorgon's Law, Article 276. Paragraph 4, and they seem to have planned to use this place as a starting point to destroy the world. However, the fool in the back says that he's the one who wants to destroy the world. Calton simply listens to them, stating that according to the law he just cited, paragraph 6, he will make an emergency arrest for illegally trespassing on private property within the castle and kidnapping a citizen. Nilsson sees the hand gesture Calton is making, and Jane orders everyone to retreat. Then Calton asks if they think they can escape him using the silver prison, which leads to chains that bind everyone. He also draws his axe, while Jane tells him not to make her laugh, attacking. He attacks again, and the two engage in a struggle of strength, while Calton stands still, and Jane trembles under the restraint Calton is creating around him until his sword begins to break. But he jumps to attack again. However, Calton uses the silver restraint once more, throwing those chains at him and bringing him to the ground, leaving him completely broken on the ground with that axe at his neck. He says he surrenders, and Calton says it was a wise choice to restrain him completely. However, Jane says he's right about him being innocent as he was now, grabbing a smoke bomb and throwing it behind them, the smoke bomb filling the entire area. After Jane escapes, he's surprised to think he would have to use the black cloud there, and one of them says that someone in the group seems to have inhaled some of the black cloud. The other says he's an idiot because they told him to always keep his mask ready, and they tell him to wait a bit because he can survive if he only inhaled a little. But another he arrives there, surprised that they used the dark cloud without the sect leader's permission, questioning if the massacre which is really that valuable. And that's the elder of the Golden Sky sect, the sex demon, Yuxulang. Wait a minute. A sex demon? No way, what? The male succubus. I don't remember the male succubus's name, but out of nowhere, a sex demon appeared. They didn't even go beyond lust to soften the blow. It's the demon of the two noobs. And he questions if they didn't say they would hand her over when they caught her, saying he doesn't like it when they're dead. And I think I know what he's trying to do with her. But I don't think it'll be good to say. I think Yuyub won't like it. But one of them says it wasn't because of the witch, and the silver prism was there. And they're surprised that that annoying guy with the chains is inside, and they confirm it. Then Ong says it's good if he inhaled the dark cloud, saying it'll be a great scene to see. But then he notices something, talking to Jania, asking who that bastard is dreaming in there without a mask. And the protagonist already prepares his sword to launch an attack, and throws a thrust in their direction. And everyone is wondering who he is, but Jania says that someone her wants to find out, asking how he's doing after inhaling the black cloud, saying they've never heard of a green Paris without an antenna, and not even a green Paris should be able to do something like that. While Mino is very ill, the protagonist thinks that this must be the rest of their squad, thinking they're too annoying, and prepares to attack seriously this time. And the protagonist, then, raising his sword, says that he didn't want to have to do this, because having to depend on something like items is too much. But he plunges the sword into the ground, using Garnick's dignity, and everyone there is surprised, noticing that what was there is the roar of the five-horned beast. Then that knocks out a large part of them there, and the protagonist goes after Jan, the demon of Janujner, who asks what monster that is, ordering him to take care of it, running away. And Jan doesn't like that at all, looking at Jamyang and Janang, both lying on the ground. They wonder why things had to end this way. The protagonist says there's a way he can serve the other, telling him to reveal the nightmare they've been hiding. He questions him about it, saying that if he tells him, he has no reason to survive there, because when he finds out, he'll only wish he had died sooner. And the protagonist notes that he spoke about him. Then he says that he's going to die one way or another. Then he takes the crystal and eats it. And the protagonist realizes it's the spectral crystal. He remembers when he spoke with Mino, and everyone there seems to be taking some kind of narcotic. And she says that's a misunderstanding, but those aren't narcotics. It's something that needs to be done to lessen the spiritual corruption, because nobody wants to be a ghoul, and apparently he's turning into a ghoul. Then Jen, who ate it, starts having a bunch of black threads coming out of his body, and those threads take over his entire form, and everyone around him is terrified, because now he's like a completely black gorilla, with a bunch of disgusting threads coming out of his mouth, and he's become gigantic. The protagonist says that it's a ghoul, and he starts attacking everyone around him, wanting to kill no matter who it is, and now he's seeing the same way. The way the protagonist sees things, realizing that this is the truth of this world, and now seeing the same tree and the eye he saw before. He wonders what good is any dignity in a world like this, and he even questions why he was so afraid when he could be free like this. But then the eyes fall on him, he dies of fear, and he turns around looking for the protagonist, wondering if he went there. But when he throws his vines at the protagonist, he can't reach him and sees that the protagonist has always been that way, and he realizes that in a world like that, how can a human exist? And the protagonist questions what his problem is, because even when he uses suspicion, he can't see his true essence. But anyway, he points the sword at him, thinking it doesn't matter. Then he gets very angry, and the protagonist uses his thrust once more, and that thrust goes straight to the ghoul's head, tearing it from his body and Wingenia's head. He falls to the ground. He begins to remember his past, thinking that it is raining again. And he remembers the past while looking at the protagonist in front of him. And with all those dead bodies lying around, things start to calm down, and the protagonist picks up his sword again, wondering what exactly this guy is, and hoping that one of the others knows the nightmare's whereabouts, and he leaves, leaving all that destruction behind. And then, they say it's best not to approach Minna, and that she's still sick. One of them arrives, calling for his boss, and the one who's even more broken is Cawthon himself. He tells them to hurry because they have to warn the inner castle. However, Minna begs the protagonist to please kill her while she's still herself. The protagonist starts to think this person is human, and he couldn't use his comprehension on her because his suspicion wavered whenever he tried. He questions why the dead would collapse. While emotions aren't necessary on the path he's following, and he shouldn't hesitate. But then, Claire takes the protagonist's hand, saying it might not be too late. Then, one of the men who came to save everyone says she needs to go to the hospital right away. But she begs the protagonist to wait a little longer. And so, they actually take Minna with them. They question whether this woman can still survive, and they say there's no chance of. The invasion continues to progress in this way, and the protagonist observes from afar, while several emergency warnings appear, Gorgon Class 4, and smaller units appear inside the castle, and everyone runs out, wondering what is happening. But they ask the citizens to evacuate immediately, and one of them asks where they have to go. But they ask the wrong person, because that guard is already turning the corner, and he charges at him, killing everyone in front of him, and several die. While troops arrive to save the others, and the guy who arrives doesn't seem to be a nobody. While the protagonist observes from inside the tent, Claire questions if he is the person Minna mentioned, the one capable of ignoring all the rules of this place, saying that he plays the world according to his own point of view, while remaining firm in his humanity, saying that she knows people like him well, saying that she has seen them before. People who don't fit into life, they're because they are stupid, and they do it because they have no other choice. However, the protagonist says what she actually meant was that they lack courage, and she questions why they would need courage, asking about a higher ideal, or more just will, betting that he is the type of person who seeks those things, and he's probably right. She doesn't know what he's thinking because she lacks courage, but there is one thing she knows, and she knows for sure that he is dangerous, and he thinks he didn't want her to leave. So Claire says that he needs to leave, while he recalls Claire saying it's because people have already gained hope by seeing him. Claire says that if he stays there, people will be even more hopeful, and people like him make her not give up on this world. He remembers when Mino asked him, please, not to give up on this world. Then, someone asked how much medicine is left, and the doctor says that because they used a lot to stabilize the castle, there wasn't much left, and everyone was downcast. So, James ordered them to bring all the medicine they had in reserve, while the protagonist watched them doing it. The protagonist questions whether the remedy is actually the horn of a beast, noting that this is how it's used, and they realize that not even the three-horned beast is enough to purify him. They ask the boss to hold on a little longer, but the protagonist asks if there's any way to bring someone back when they're transformed into a ghoul. James replies that if he knew a way, why would he be doing this? The protagonist tells him to wake up quickly because he has something to ask him. Grabbing Carlton and slapping him across the face. James questions how he used to do that to his boss, but he actually starts to come back to life and is surprised instead of making a mistake, saying he has a favor to ask him to kill him, as he's the only one capable of killing him. The protagonist asked if normally he shouldn't ask someone to save him in a situation like this. He mentions Gorgon's special law, Article 1, Paragraph 4, any man who starts corruption must play for Vasco da Gama. The protagonist thinks this is a very stupid loyalty, but he thinks that if he had some guys like him, he wouldn't have needed to be trapped in that damn tower for 40 years. The warnings continue, saying he's reached 94% spiritual corruption, and ghoulification will begin soon. Someone orders everyone to quickly move away, and here appears the extermination commander, Jahir, from the Great Ghoul Extermination Squad, adapted to the 5th stage. James, seeing him, becomes increasingly frightened. Jahir says that according to Article 1, Paragraph 4 of Gorgon's special law, he has to execute immediately, and silences a chief from the northern outpost and another individual. But then the protagonist stops his sword with his bare hand, preventing him from doing so. Jahir is startled, and the protagonist says he can't kill this guy, saying he still has something to ask him. Jahir is surprised that he blocked his sword with his bare hands, saying that they don't know who he is, but Calthon will soon turn into a ghoul, and the ghoulification of a 5th stage adapted being will cause a terrible disaster, and they are only trying to prevent it. However, the protagonist is unsure if he will turn into a ghoul, saying he thinks that something might stop the process. They notice it's Gnark's horn, suggesting they might have a chance with it. The protagonist simply grabs the horn and breaks it with his bare hands, horrified that he's holding such valuable material with such force. They then throw the medicine made from it into both Calthon and Mino's mouths, and say that fortunately, the measuring equipment indicates his value isn't increasing. But something goes wrong for Mino, and they say she's so weakened that the ghoulification isn't stopping, reaching 95%, and they say they can't stop it anymore, sending for Xianghe. Claire says she knows that old man is capable of performing the ghoul cut, and the protagonist listens attentively. She mentions hearing that the ghoul cut prevents corruption itself. Then one of them says the doctor is in the inner castle dealing with important matters, and they can't just call him for that. She questions why he said it's only for that, and the protagonist says they can't leave it like that, asking the protagonist to get out of the way, but he doesn't seem to want to, already wanting to draw his sword to resolve things through sheer ignorance. He says that he himself will kill that woman because she asked him to do it. Jerry remains silent, listening to the protagonist and accepting what he's saying. Then he uses suspicion, and Claire questions what he's doing, telling him to stop immediately. But then he sees that suspicion is leading him to a point right in the middle of her chest. So, very carefully, he begins to attack. But then something emerges from the ground and takes him to a completely white place. He wonders what's happening, and then an old man arrives, asking what happened to his girl, feeling sorry for the poor child and asking to help. But then he looks at the protagonist, questioning who he is and how he entered his world. Looking closer, he asks why such a noble soul is emitting such weak energy, as if he were a 5-year-old child. The protagonist thinks that suspicion isn't working and wonders if this old man is the source of the corruption, spiritually, thinking that by killing him, he might be able to save that woman. But then the old man simply returns his attack, stopping the protagonist's charge. He is surprised that he stopped his sword, but the old man also asks how he stopped his normal cut. He notices that besides stopping the normal cut, his entire sword is in tatters, and behind him are a lot of cracks. Gerald is surprised, noticing what the protagonist is doing, and the same old man, standing before him, questions how he dares to do this in his world, asking who the protagonist is. When he looks at his hand, he sees that his sword is completely broken, seeing that his precious sword, made from the horns of a 4-horned beast, ended up like that, cursing him because his beloved sword is totally broken. But the protagonist doesn't question whether he broke it himself. Then, the old man, who is Xiang Hero, the Doctor of Despair, begins to think a little, understanding the whole situation, and Gerald speaks to him, asking about the Castellan, questioning what he's doing there. And he asks why he would call the Castellan when there's a beautiful lady about to die. And Gerald questions what that means. But Gerald speaks of something even more important, talking to the protagonist, questioning what he will do now because he ruined his cuckle. And the cuckle can only be performed with a sword made from the horns of a beast that has at least 4 horns, however. Looking at the protagonist's sword, he wonders what kind of sword it is and going towards Jeruan, questioning where he got such a beauty, returning that sharp blade and also the sheath made from the horns of a 5-horned beast, asking how he got it. But the protagonist grabs the old man's hand, almost breaking it, asking if he can lend him his sword and if he can save that woman. He says of course he can, asking if the protagonist is doubting him. Then Jeruan hands his sword to the man with absurdities, and Xiang He is surprised that he handed his own sword to a stranger without hesitation. Unless one has complete conviction in one's own abilities, no one would do that. But in truth, he thinks that doesn't matter now, noticing that the sword has a very strange energy and is just like its owner. Then everyone watches him perform that cut. and the Lord imbues him with all his strength. Preparing the cut is made from the footstep to the tip of the blade, and he says it's time to show off those skills a little. The protagonist starts to wonder if it's the illusion from before, with that white tone taking over, but he thinks it's not that, and it's similar to how he sees things using suspicion. Then the doctor tells him to be patient, because this will end soon, and he goes on the attack. The protagonist thinks that's how that old man sees the world, but then the old man simply drops the sword on the ground and falls completely powerless. The protagonist calls out to him, and the old man says it's because he doesn't have enough spiritual energy, and if it weren't for that cursed castle, nothing would have to be like this. But the protagonist sees that everything is closing in, and the world is crumbling. Then a painting of Minna appears there, and the old man doesn't want his portrait to fall apart, saying he's sorry, saying it's very shameful, but the protagonist picks up the sword. Again, the old man says it's foolish, since he hasn't even managed to integrate into his world. And yet he's trying to imitate his cut, and he says he can't cut, but still, even if it's just a copy, he'll try. But the doctor tells him to stop, saying that the cut goal isn't something just anyone can do. But the protagonist says he's wrong, saying that what he's doing now isn't an act of bravery, but of responsibility. And he remembers when Claire said that people like him annoy her, and he tells everyone to shut up, because for the first time in his life, he picked up a sword to save someone, and he begins to enter the same world the old man lives in. Then he questions what the hell the boy is doing, and the protagonist questions what that girl looked like again, and tries to recreate her, painting her completely, remembering that she was a stubborn, playful girl, and despite being an assassin, she herself was vulnerable, and she is loyal, and he also feels that something is missing, but he thinks about it, making a mark under his eyes, saying that she believes in people, drawing a beautiful portrait of her on that canvas. And so he thanks the old man for remembering that she had a birthmark, and with that the girl really is dry, just laughing at him. Then her corruption level begins to fall, and the golification seems to have stopped, and Jerrier says he doesn't even believe it, while Claire runs to her asking if she's okay, but also questions why she's crying. And the doctor goes to the protagonist, saying that he seems less stupid now, despite his spiritual energy having gone from 5 to 10 years at most, asking anyway who the boy is, talking about the gold cut, or rather, gold thrust, questioning where he learned something like that. But then Jerrier talks to the doctor, asking if this man really used something similar to the gold cut, and he says he didn't want to admit it, but that was the case, saying that his gold cut isn't a skill, and because of that, no adapted being has managed to learn it. The doctor says that, like him, he is an awakened one, and awakened beings are ordinary people who manage to escape the rules of the system. They are a small minority of humans who manage to obtain miraculously powerful strength by rejecting adaptation, and they possess enough strength to completely change the power dynamics. In the chaos, and even across the entire vast earth, there are only a few people, known as the Awakened. Jerrier notes that because he is an Awakened like him, he was able to use the gold cut, thinking that in this case, things might improve. However, the doctor tells him to calm down, saying that he still doesn't know his identity. Jerrier remembers that he had said that if there were another person capable of using his gold cut, it would be possible to save the Castellan, and he tells the doctor that nothing is more important than the Castellan's life. Then, some people enter the place, saying they have permission in the inner castle, ordering them to get out of the way. Jerrier looks at those men in black, noticing that it is the captain of the Black Shadows, and that is the captain of the Black Shadows, the 5th stage adapted one. Jerrier questions why those wretches are there, since the Black Shadows squad should have nothing to do with the extermination of ghouls, not to mention that his squad has already taken care of all the ghouls. But then, they enter the place, kneeling in front of the protagonist, greeting the envoy of the Green Peers. Yes, they still believe that the protagonist, the one who killed everyone in that clan, is their envoy, and he questions whether the esteemed guest could go to the inner castle with him. But looking to the side, he asks why the extermination captain and the doctor are there, and they begin to question whether the protagonist is the envoy of the Green Peers, and later, already together with the Castellan. He thinks that they have finally met, speaking with Jerwan, saying that before they get to the main subject, he believes an introduction is necessary, saying that his name is Urin Shiver, and that he is the commander of Gorgon Castle, and he tells the protagonist that he will get straight to the point, asking if he is the envoy of the Green Peers, and the protagonist says no, and the Castellan reveals that he was already suspecting this, and the captain of the Black Shadows is shocked by this. And then the doctor says that he wants to ask him something, saying that the spectral crystal is famous by amplifying spiritual power, but they are usually the object that proves the identity of the members of the Green Peers clan. So if he is not a member of their clan, where did he get those crystals? Besides, he asks how he can use them without his spirit breaking, and the protagonist says that he just picked them up and he can only use them. Then he questions what happened to the original bearers of the crystals, and the protagonist says that they are dead. Jurier questions this, asking who would harm members of one of the 5 noble clans of the Great Land, and the protagonist says that he himself killed them. Jurier is shocked by this, and Yurin tells him not to be so shocked, saying that Herwan must have had his reasons. They are all perplexed by this, and he says that they attacked him first and wanted to take a horn he had, and that is why he confronted them. Yurin remembers that the Green Paris clan is a very greedy group when it comes to materials, so that's what happened. He talks to Herwan, asking if he can tell him more about what happened after he arrived in the chaos. After he tells everything, Yurin gets straight to the point, noting that he coincidentally ended up getting caught up in something that brought him to the chaos. He coincidentally got his hands on the tiny crystals of the Green Paris clan and entered the castle. So he coincidentally got into this mess and met the doctor and tried to perform the gold cut, which he had seen for the first time that day. And so he understands everything. Then the doctor asks if he believes, even with that guy, and Yurin says yes. Then the doctor asks if something happened to his head because the castle lord disappeared. But then Yurin tells the doctor that to gain someone's trust, you must first trust that person, and Yurin asks if he can ask him a few more questions, if it's alright with him, and the protagonist agrees. Then Yurin asks if his body is currently alive, and the protagonist is shocked by that question, because he apparently didn't expect it, and he remembers that he didn't enter the main game, and in fact, he forcibly left the Tower of Nightmares. And having been in a state of spiritual body, it's very likely that the Mirage Tree was mistaken, sees him as an envoy, and sent him to chaos. And so he says that as for his body, it's probably still on Earth, and it's Ruan who questions how Yurin knew he wasn't dead, and he talks about the protagonist having said that, coincidentally, he ended up being caught in something that brought him to chaos, saying that there's no one in the chaos who would describe their own death like that. And he asks if the protagonist is being threatened by someone, asking if that's the reason for not wanting to reveal his identity. The protagonist says he neither agrees nor disagrees, and so he notices that he's saying both yes and no. Truth be told, he needs to apologize for some things, because for the last 4 days his subordinates have been watching him, and he says he knows this, because the guy on the roof must have been one of them. Yurin realizes he was aware, saying that his abilities exceeded his expectations so much that watching him alone was difficult, but that doesn't mean they didn't achieve anything. A large part of what the protagonist did was described in some reports, and he says that his danger level was classified as SS, and the target's power level was inestimable, and the estimated financial damage caused was approximately 300 million ruruni. He asks if he knows what people like that are called, and the doctor, he hurries, saying that he's a crazy psychopath. Then Jahir says he doesn't know if he's a hero or a villain, and the doctor continues saying that the protagonist is simply a madman. Then Yurin says that some will call him a hero, and others will call him a madman, saying that he's sure people will call him by various names, while he calls people like him protagonist. Look at that beautiful fourth wall break. Deadpool would be very proud. And he says that there's a common trait among the protagonists, not that they're famous, but the protagonist who is called by chance. And this is a webtoon. I have to tell you something, protagonist. I have to tell you something. It's a webtoon, and you're being narrated by a Brazilian from Chique Bahia. However, Yurin says that what it seems he's not famous at all, which means that something is deliberately withholding information about him, and this faction doesn't seem friendly towards him, because if it were the cheaters behind everything, he wouldn't have had any problems with a simple identity certificate. He says he thinks he's a protagonist who, coincidentally, fled to the chaos to try to escape some larger faction, and the protagonist thinks about this faction and continues, saying he's not sure, but maybe he's the Black Monarch, one of the 12 monarchs of the Great Land, and he wonders how strong these monarchs are. Then Yurin says that she won't ask about his identity. They won't charge him for the damage he caused, and the castle, Gorgon, will protect him. But the protagonist asks if Gorgon Castle is strong enough to face the 12 monarchs of the Great Land. Yurin asks if he's after the 12 monarchs, but the protagonist says he might be one of them. Yurin says he has good news. The monarchs can't directly interfere in what happens within the chaos. The protagonist then asks what he wants in return, and he speaks to Johan, saying he only needs to do them a favor, asking him to please save his Castellan. 2 hours later, it's said that the head of the northern checkpoint and his wife are recovering in the infirmary. One of the guards asks if he really wants him taken to the training grounds instead of the guest hall, and the doctor says they need to decide what's stronger, his cut or his thrust. The protagonist says that apparently that's what he wants, but the doctor speaks to him, saying that he must be among those who completed the Master's Tower, and the protagonist is already interested in what the old man is saying, asking if he knows anything, and he says that he knows what he needs to know. And so they are taken to the training field, and the old man says that if he manages to beat him, he will answer all the questions, although he is sure that this will be impossible. But after a few minutes, the Protagonist simply slams the old man into the ground, and from inside the hole, he starts calling Druid to go again. But the protagonist says that he thinks the results have already been decided, and the training hall is like a house infested with mosquitoes. When you simply kill them by slapping the wall, my friend, if everything is the old man's fault. Look at this, you're in big trouble, man. And the old man starts saying that he hasn't used his final technique yet, because if the protagonist dared, he could die, and he was holding back because he was worried about him. But the protagonist was already furious because he had been saying the same thing repeatedly, and the old man kept calling him rude, asking how old he was. And the protagonist said he was probably 60 or something like that, and he started cursing the boy, saying he was 1,000 years old, and that he had only been stabbing for 60 years, saying there was no way he could defeat him, that he had been cutting for a whole 1,000 years. And the protagonist questioned if he had really been cutting for 1,000 years, and he said that's right, but the protagonist said that to him. It seemed like he had been doing it for, at most, about 10 years. However, when he said that, the old man left, very angry, jumping out, cursing the protagonist and preparing another attack. When will he see if he can still say that after taking that now? Summoning a huge dragon around his sword, the protagonist returns the attack with another thrust, and when the two powers collide, the protagonist is surprised and ends up being pushed back, along with the doctor. The doctor says he didn't do too badly, and when the protagonist is surprised that he was sent so far back even after using a normal thrust, the doctor says that his technique is very useful, asking what it's called. He says it's the normal thrust, and the protagonist realizes he's completely crazy with that name, asking how that could be normal, and that he was thinking there must be a stronger technique. The protagonist says that there is, preparing to launch it, pointing that rifle at the old man, saying that he has a stronger one. Yes, then he questions, what is that? And in the doctor's eyes, he literally sees the only king of chaos, while the protagonist is almost about to kill him. I'm feeling the same emotion I had when Gum pulled out the Seisho Agu, along with Morel, that day. Not even the smoke of what Morel smoked all the time could get past his ass, son. Then the old man questions how he could forget the fear of facing him, and he notices that the boy is making him think of the only king, asking if he can really cut something like that. He thinks that he may not be on the same level as the only king, but an attack so powerful will bring Gorgon's castle, or whatever it is, down with him. And the protagonist says he's going, but the old man asks him to wait, saying he accepts defeat. Meanwhile, in the Great Land, in the 5th region, in the Metal region, someone is asking to hear again what they were doing. Speaking, asking what that wretched monarch did, they say that, according to their investigation, the Black Monarch is currently in contact with chaos, and the Metal Monarch, the inflexible metal, Hyoyu, questions why chaos, since all the monarchs of the Great Land must be part of the pact that prevents them from interfering in chaos matters. His subordinate says it's a bit complicated, asking him to take a look at the screen. He sees everything the protagonist has done recently, and says that this is the video that has been circulating with the name Solid Conclusion of the 99th floor, or whatever it is. He questions what's wrong with it, asking if the video isn't fake, and the subordinate says that the product in the video is something the Black Monarch of the 9th region would have hired. He asks where that product is now, and the subordinate says that after refusing to complete the tutorial, he broke the tower's ceiling, and they say he fled to the chaos. But the monarch questions how this is possible, since the cultivator should have been watching the 101st floor. The subordinate says that the protagonist killed the cultivator, and the monarch becomes interested in this, asking about this joke. The subordinate says he couldn't believe it either, but the Black Monarch seems convinced of it. Thus, the Iron Monarch wonders if the wretches of the 9th region have a connection to the chaos. The subordinate says that this is something they discovered recently, but the Black Monarch has been interfering with the chaos for a long time, and some of the 10 sects of chaos have been having regular communication with the Black Monarch. Thus, the Iron Monarch questions what he is planning to do and orders a message to be sent so that he can travel to the chaos. But then, the subordinate questions whether his master is planning to interfere in the chaos, and he says that he will only keep an eye on things to understand what is happening, asking to be given orders. 10 elite warriors, rank 1 gold, and Hai Yang, stating that he has adapted to the 5th stage. Must serve. The subordinate agrees, saying thank God he isn't yelling at him today. The Iron Monarch continues contemplating the chaos, wondering how Hai Yang is doing, for he would have lived a long life if not for his fiery personality. Hopefully, he'll be staying out of trouble. There, but in reality, the old man is nearly dead, clinging to the protagonist's sword, saying that he can't let him do that, asking how it is that he doesn't manages to respect his elders. And the protagonist tells him to get down from there, saying that he understands and is thinking that he really looks like a fly stuck there. When the old man falls, he asks how that's possible, asking how he manages to do something like that after only a few thrusts in 40 years. He says he thinks it's because he's given about 10 billion thrusts. The old man tells him to stop lying, because that would mean he had to go without food, sleep, and everything else to be able to thrust at least 8 times per second. But the protagonist breaks him, saying he can thrust up to 100 times in a second. He questions the old man about what makes him think that it's only possible to thrust with a sword, and that his whole body is thrusting even at that moment. The old man is surprised that the energy is foreign, the one he felt the first time. Listen, it's not real energy, nor something like a fighting spirit. It's his hostility and the intention to refine the world. So, when he brings his finger close to the protagonist, he feels the stab on his skin, thinking that's stabbing, and says he doesn't believe it, realizing that the protagonist has become the stab itself. Man, honestly, I don't think I know any protagonist as psychopathic in training as that one. The guy is immersed in it, crazy to kill someone, to break through the ghetto, all the time. Imagine, you walking around next to a psychopath like that. Are you crazy? An obsessive spirit appeared on your neck, and the old man notices that he's been stabbing the world uninterruptedly, even at that exact moment. And Jowon says he already told him that he gave 10 billion stabs. But anyway, before dueling, so much so that the old man will grant a wish to the winner, and he reads what Zhang Hui wrote, saying that he, the doctor of despair, promises on his honor and all the beauties of the world that he will uphold that contract. Then, the old man says he understands, asking if the protagonist is planning to use him as a slave. He says that's not necessary, his request is simple, to answer his questions honestly. That's all. The old man says that's fine, but calls him back a little. He asks the old man what the master's tower is, but Zhang Hui asks if he knows that nightmares create the tower. He says that the towers created by nightmares range from rank F to S, but there are nightmares that have no interest in ranks. He says that masters are those who have already managed to transform a rank S into an apprentice, and become a master craftsman previously, but only because they were. Just because something is made by a master doesn't automatically mean it's a master's tower. Only special towers, created without any relation to cultivation, can be called a master's tower. The protagonist questions why these towers are created, and so Zhang Hui says that he doesn't know either, because there's no one who knows what the masters think. And he says that, from what they say, the masters are the ones searching for the truth of the world. But one thing is certain, from time to time, there are awakened ones among those who complete the master's tower. At that point, the protagonist asks if he, too, is from a master's tower, and the old man says that he came from the 4th master's tower, Mervelu, a tower known in the world as Mobtic. And a giant whale appeared on the 1st floor of the tower and constantly goes after people. And the difficulty, it might seem hilarious now, but in his era was like a calamity. And so many martial masters of the martial realm died that way. And it was a miracle that he managed to complete the tower. When he reached level 100, along with his friends, he saw a demon in the form of an octopus. And he assumes that the protagonist is also from a master's tower, asking him whose tower he completed. The protagonist says it was Malok, and he thinks that was the name. The old man looks back, surprised, and says that to think there would be an awakened one who completed Malok's tower is too much. The protagonist asks if he knows him, and he says that of course he does, because they used to go on journeys together. The protagonist is even more surprised to hear what the old man is saying, and the protagonist confirms if he really is Malak, and he says it's a rather long story, saying that they will walk while So, they go to a festival, and the old man goes to Claire, saying he wants a kebab made with horned beast, asking if she's now running an open-air bar. She says it's because a certain guy destroyed her shop, and that guy is sitting right there. So, she serves them to beers. But then the old man teases her because she's opening her shop right after what happened earlier, saying she likes it too. But Claire, noticing, tells him to drink his beer and shut up. The protagonist, while looking at the food, also sees the people around him, saying that he must have sensed something was strange. The protagonist finds this strange, and Zhang Hui says that the people don't seem alive. And yet there's food, and a world where you can't feel hunger. He says that chaos was originally a blessed world, and it was the place where souls went. Tired of war, in the great land, they came to rest. And all beings rediscovered their lives after being freed from their existence. Swordsmen and archers lowered their weapons, and bards sang for peace instead of war. But then, a fight breaks out nearby, drawing their attention, and Zhang Hui questions what it looks like to him. The protagonist asks if they aren't just ordinary drunks, but then he notices something, realizing that what's their taste like water. The old man says that's exactly it. They aren't drunk, they're just pretending. Because you can't get drunk, feel hunger, or even grow old in chaos. But even in this paradise cycle place, humans are flawed, especially in that they keep searching for their real lives, where death existed, and begin to imitate the actions they had in their past lives. A life where you die if you don't eat, and then you remain intoxicated when he goes out to go out. A life in which you have a body and a beating heart. And he says that it was then that people began to adopt new actions. And people came together to reclaim their real lives. An expedition squad, dreaming of the impossible. And that was the Abyss Expedition Squad. The old man is very excited about this, but the protagonist not so much. asks why they went straight to the abyss. He says it's to find the resurrection fruit, and he thinks he had a terrible reaction. Xiang, he says, is the fruit of the branch of the mirage tree that's at the bottom of the abyss. Then the protagonist questions this resurrection, asking if it's possible for a dead person to come back to life, and the old man says it's the resurrection fruit. The Abyss Expedition Squad was an alliance to find this fruit. And it was then he awoke that it was a time when he feared nothing, and was only 150 years old. The protagonist questioned whether he was saying that Malak was part of this expedition, and Xiang he confirmed that this was indeed the case, remembering what Malak was like, saying that he was the leader of the expedition squadron and that the man was quite a character. He recalled when Malak found him on the battlefield, saying that he was an awakened being. Interesting, saying that he even had an incomplete awakening, in which he didn't abandon his emotions, saying that Xiang he was following a very strange path of awakening, and he bet that it was difficult. But the old man, at first, just told him to go to hell. But Malak said that he seemed irritated by what happened during the cultivation. But the old man simply attacked him without further ado, questioning why a nightmare, while they spent all day stuck in their workshops. But Malak says he has nothing to say in response, and it won't do any good, even if he apologizes on behalf of all nightmares. He says he's never heard of this before. He says this is the karma he needs to carry for the rest of his life. Xiang he says he was a nightmare, that he regretted creating a tower. He may not believe him, but the reason he entered the mirage tree, and the reason he went to the abyss is because of that tower. He says it's to end all cultivation, and that was his objective behind his participation in the expedition. The protagonist is surprised by this motivation. He says he ended up falling in the middle, so he only reached the initial parts of the abyss. But it seems Malak managed to reach the top of the mirage tree, as fruits began to fall from the branches, and thanks to, so, everyone on the expedition managed to carry, if he managed to, a resurrection fruit. He questions why that old man is still there. Then, Claire says that he should tell the story correctly, saying that the expedition failed. And the old man knows this, but Shangrio questions how she could know, since she wasn't even there when it happened. She says that they succeeded up to the point of obtaining the fruit, and the old man says that's right. At the entrance that led back to the chaos, there were some men waiting for them, and those were the monarchs and lords of the great land, cowards who weren't brave enough to enter the abyss. But the castellans of the 4 castles and the leaders of the 10 sects were no match for them. It was a massive difference in power, and the spiritual level was on another level, and that's how their fruits were stolen from them, and they continued to return to life endlessly upon dying with those fruits, and they remained like that for 900 years. And it reached the point where there was a place called the Palace of Resurrection for those damn people, and whenever the monarch, one of the 5 noble clans, dies, they are immediately resurrected, and it was decided from the beginning who would be able to live a worthy life. And the protagonist notices that this is why this place is so devoid of life, realizing that they know they will never be able to achieve real life, or the fruit, and he asks about Malik, speaking to the old man, but he is asleep from being drunk. And he says it's no use, because that damned old man remains drunk, saying it could be the result of pretending for 1,000 years, and she says that anyway. From what she heard, nobody saw that nightmare after the expedition, and apparently he disappeared after leaving his final words behind, saying he failed, but at the same time didn't. James arrives to talk about it, thanking him for what he did earlier, saying that if it weren't for him, his boss would have died. The protagonist doesn't understand anything, and James asks if he's already forgotten him, and puts his cap back on, saying that from now on, he should always enter Gorgon from the north, saying that he knows his face and won't ask for a certificate, and of course, he should keep this a secret from his boss. Then he leaves, as if he'd done something great, but the protagonist just keeps thinking. Meanwhile, Hare arrives, calling for Johan and the doctor, and he's surprised to see the extermination captain there. He arrives looking very scared, saying they have a problem. And then, when they leave for the castle lord, as they approach the castle, he already feels that energy, understanding everything, realizing that this is the state the lord is in, and he notices that it's a ghoul, and this is at least dozens of times stronger than the spiritual pressure he felt from the ghouls before, and it seems to be coming from the castle's underground. Then he remembers Yaren talking to him, saying that they won't charge him for the damage he caused to the castle, and they will protect him. In turn, he only needs to do one thing, which is to save his lord. The protagonist realizes that the lord is undergoing ghoulification, and he says that's exactly it, and that he had a sudden attack that day. Normally, it only happens once a week, but this one happened earlier than expected. He doesn't want the protagonist to misunderstand. His lord is an incredible man, and before the ghoulification, he was a living legend, and he was one of the few people who participated in the Abyss expedition with the doctor, and the protagonist is quite surprised by this. But Jarir says that now that he's stopped to think think about it, he can also perform the ghoul cut. Seeing the doctor's state, he asks if the protagonist doesn't think he could replace him, but the protagonist says no, saying he can barely imitate him and isn't even close to the old man's level, saying that if he were taught, he could. But then they get close, and Jurier notices that he trembled, not believing that things went wrong. But everything starts to turn into a mess there, and they notice that the castle lord has already completely transformed. But when Jurier looks ahead, he notices that those there are the leader of the defensive horn and the captain of the twisted horn, and they say that they haven't been around for quite some time. Then they speak to Jurier telepathically, that he must be the guy who performed the ghoul cut. But Jurier tells them to get out of the way, saying they can't waste a single second. They should know that, but one of them says he knows he can't do that because of his orders. But Jurier questions whose orders those are, until he realizes they are using Defying the Heavens. Then one of them questions what he's talking about, because the only heaven for them is the golden heaven, and so that guy with the axe and the guy with the spear. They rush towards Jurier, and he questions when that's when they arrived there, and he asks Hiroan to dodge them, throwing the boy back, and the two of them lunge at Jurier, but he stops their attack, remaining in place. The protagonist then realizes he managed to resist well, and Jurier is surprised, because thinking that the Golden Sky cult managed to infiltrate even the innermost parts of the castle is too much. Jurier says that those from the outer castle have certainly become bold, asking if they've forgotten who he is, but that to say he shouldn't consider them the same as before. Jurier throws them back, telling them to think hard about it, because if they give up, the Castellan might still forgive them. But the two question which Castellan, asking if he's talking about that thing imprisoned in the basement, that thing that can't even control its powers, much less tell the difference between good and evil, saying that this isn't the heaven they used to serve, asking if the extermination captain, even in this situation, still wants to serve that thing. Jarius says he still believes he will return, and one of them says that's why it's impossible to talk to him. The one with the hammer almost lands a huge punch on his face, causing a massive explosion. The one with the hammer returns to the other side of the spear, saying that if he were a little smarter, they wouldn't have to fight. He asks if he isn't really the extermination captain, who was actually hit and thrown far away inside a house. He remembers that they are both adapted, only 4th stage adapted, and even they shouldn't be a match for a 5th stage adapted like him. He questions why he can't keep up with their speed or power level, noting that this isn't normal growth, but rather a kind of engorgement. He thinks something is wrong and dangerous, and tells the protagonist to run away. But the protagonist throws the old man at Jaria's face, saying that this is retribution for throwing him earlier. Jaria doesn't understand anything, and then the short guy. The protagonist says he couldn't hear his earlier answer, asking if he's the guy who can use the ghoul cut, and the protagonist questions what he'll do if he is. The short guy replies that just by looking at him, he seems like a misfit, saying he can tell if it was just rumors or not, questioning if he performed the ghoul cut using that sword, thinking that this guy is less than half his size, and bets that he can't even throw a proper punch. However, the protagonist questions if he's talking about punches, appearing right behind him and delivering a powerful punch to the short guy's face. The protagonist then calls for his defensive horn, but he doesn't have much time, as the protagonist doesn't give him an opening, feinting with one hand and then using the other to hit him, saying that his defense is to open. Ultimately, he's defending with a broom. You could say it's a broom. I think that's not the best form of defense, like a thin strip of wood. There's a ton of space to hit him, and the protagonist takes advantage of that space to deliver a powerful punch right in the middle of his chin, making him take a step back. He even tries to attack again, but the protagonist easily gets back. But in the middle of the attack, he changes the direction of his spear and tries to hit the protagonist while he's running away. But the boy manages to get back again, but Magrella goes after him again. Then the protagonist says they can sense a stronger energy than before, wondering what kind of energy it is, questioning if it's a thirst for revenge. But the protagonist sees that it's not that, because half of his mask is broken, and he's seeing the face of that madman, while Magrella asks if he thinks someone like him can save the castle lord just by getting to the castle. And the protagonist begins to notice that he's scared, becoming surprised that he committed treason with so little courage, finding it hilarious. And he says that he can't do things like save people, because that's the job of that old man over there. But then he stops the spear with just his feet, leaving Magrella very surprised, and Jahir too. And the protagonist jumps on him, ready to deliver a thrust, explaining to him that the story changes when they talk about killing people, while the protagonist is outside dealing with those two, down in the underground where the castle is located. Yurin is with some other high-ranking officials. They say it hasn't even been a day since the ghoul cut was performed, and they question how he's already like this. Yurin says he saw it with his own eyes, and the doctor passed by there in such a state of flurry of activity until the energy calmed down. So he questions why he's like this again, asking why this had to happen. Then a glimmer of hope hope appears that it might be curable, suggesting they could have cured him if the Castellao Stadium had lasted just one more month. But then, the doctor says that's no longer possible, stating that the protagonist's goal-cutting technique is simply an imitation. Unlike Mino's case, the corruption at Castellao is serious, and any normal person would have scored a goal a long time ago. He only lasted this long because he has a very strong will. But in a month, his goal-cutting might be something worth betting on. He says he's never tried it before, but it might be possible with 2 people. And of all the possible people, if it's him, it'll work. And Yuri doesn't like this at all, because one of them must know about Juo and Juan, and he already knew there was a traitor among them. Then, he said that people who can manipulate spiritual corruption have emerged, and he's surprised that this is the case, even though they aren't part of the Paris Verde clan, saying exactly that, and that's why he wants to see for himself. And Yuri is quite surprised by this, reminding him that matters related to spiritual corruption are very dangerous. Questioning why he didn't send a captain or a minister, he says he has very little faith in him, questioning if he's forgotten who he is, saying he survived a hell of a war, and he may have lost the war for the fruit, but he will continue to meddle in matters related to the lives of the people of Gorgon. But when Castellao returned, he couldn't believe he was in that state, because he went on an inspection and came back spiritually corrupted, and the people who saw this happen are in that room. He wonders if it was Marin, and he speaks to all the guards, saying that this is a serious situation, but Yuri says it's dangerous, saying they'll only go in when the doctor arrives. But Marin says that if they delay this any longer, it will be the end of Gorgon. However, Yuri says that they can't perform the go-cut if the doctor isn't there, asking if he's planning to kill Castellao. Marin says that he knows they can't defeat him, even if they all advance together. Then Yuri asks what he wants to do, and he says he's going to perform the Ghoul Seal. Yuri is quite surprised, saying no, that this is the last option, but he says it will be too late if they wait any longer, and they need to at least preserve the Castellan's spiritual energy through the Ghoul Seal. However, Yuri says they don't have a spectral crystal to seal Ghoul. But then, Marin calls the commander, saying that everyone already knows and he doesn't need to hide it anymore, saying that he arrived, and that the guy is carrying something in a box. And that's the captain of the Black Shadows. Yuri doesn't believe it, because the captain of the Black Shadows is a member of the commander's faction, and also a traitor, and that box is the one holding the spectral crystal that Jiohun had with him. Marin says that this involves Gorgon's future, asking why he was hiding such an important item, because he, more than anyone, should know what will happen if the Castellan becomes a real Ghoul, actually incriminating him, saying that he must want to transform the Castellan into a mega Ghoul, asking if he wasn't already. Marin says he saw with his own eyes how much of a threat just a medium Ghoul could cause to Gorgon, and mega ghouls are a calamity that command countless ghouls and bring ruin wherever they go. Those who pass by are asked if he really wants this to happen, so Yuri is left with no choice, seeing that Castellao's fury and the doctor's absence make his opinion valid. However, Castellao says that this isn't something anyone can do just by possessing a spectral crystal, and that he sealed it with a secret technique of the Paris Verde clan. Main questions how he plans to bring one of their clan members there now, but Yuri tells him not to worry. Castellao then says he's already called people who have learned this technique, but Yuri sees that these people aren't from the Paris Verde clan. Mayan says no, but that they are capable of performing the seal. However, Yuri thinks things are very wrong there, and if the seal is performed like that, Castellao's spiritual energy will be placed inside the crystal, since energy isn't hereditary in chaos. If someone possesses the spectral crystal with Castellao's spiritual energy inside, that person could inherit Castellao's spiritual energy and become the master of Gorgon, and if Gorgon falls into the wrong hands, everything will fall apart, and he notices this, realizing that there is someone else who can hold the spectral crystal besides a green Paris, and someone like Drua who could be an irregular. And seeing this, he immediately remembers when Castellao told him that people who can manipulate spiritual corruption would emerge, and he is shocked, connecting all the dots and realizing that from Castellao's spiritual corruption, which happened half a year ago, to his fury today, all of this was part of the Outer Commander's plans. And he tells the men to stop the Outer Commander, but none of them want to do it, because they're already completely bought off, and so Yurin falls to the ground desolate, because they're all involved in this, and so he thinks there's nothing he can do, apologizing to the Castellan. But while they launch that technique, Yurin thinks that because of his complacency, he was unable to protect Gorgon while crying. He says he's very sorry, but then the entire ceiling starts crumbling into pieces of stone, falling down below, and a hole opens in the middle of the ceiling. They question what on earth happened, and when Yurin looks up, they all notice that the protagonist is arriving there, along with Jahir. Another question arises: who on earth is the protagonist and how dare he go there? Jahir tells him to stop pretending by throwing a man down there, saying that his blasphemy has already been revealed to the whole world, and these guys have already confessed everything. everything. Marin gets angry, while the shattered staff on the ground apologizes, but ends up exploding in front of everyone. Jahir asks what the outer commander is doing, and he says that now that their betrayal has been revealed, it seems like he's ejecting himself to another world. He asks if he should really be blaming himself for his inability to prevent a criminal self-ejection to another world. Then Jahir asks what the hell this is, ordering them to prepare yourselves, for that is blasphemy, saying that if the Gorgon seal continues to progress, things will go exactly as the outer commander planned. But everyone in that room points their swords at his neck, and he questions what they are all doing. They apologize to the extermination captain, ordering him not to defy the will of the outer commander, or rather, the Golden Sky sect, telling him he needs to stand still until the seal on the Castellan is complete. He shouts to everyone, calling them traitors, and the protagonist tells Johan that he made a false promise, saying that Gorgon cannot guarantee his safety. Johan questions what he's talking about, and the protagonist says they will change the terms of their promise. Johan asks what he's talking about, and the protagonist says he will save the Castellan and kill those traitors for him. In exchange, he must give him that old man, and he will bring back the exploration squadron, Abyss, and by doing so, they can help him. And all three are surprised by what the boy is proposing. And Marin says that he's great at talking nonsense, saying that he's heard rumors about the man who managed to kill Regiania, who turned into a ghoul with a single stab, and he thought it was a lie, but apparently it was true. And in that case, they will need to give everything they have to, and they all charge forward, while the protagonist wields his sword while they are still in the air. He unleashes a barrage of thrust in all directions, killing each one of them, and that captain loses an arm. Then they look to the side, they see that things have gone wrong, and the protagonist continues hitting everything that moves, and he says that they continue coming towards him, but then, even broken, they still try to hit the protagonist, and he sees that there's no way out, using a normal frontal thrust, taking down a large part of them. Marin even tries to stop the attack, but thinks it won't work, and it's impossible to block. So he tries to deflect it by throwing it to another corner, and the Castellan is almost hit. Yurim, looking back, is afraid, realizing that if he had tried to block, he would have died. And Yurim is terrified by that incredible destructive power. They speak with the Elder Chief, asking what they should do, as continuing with the plan is still complicated. And if they can't maintain the ghoul seal, they won't have it. The only option left is to resort to Plan B, which involves immediately releasing the Dark Cloud. And even here, Senkel and all life on Gorgon are gone. But the protagonist is listening to everything they're saying, and he speaks to Marin, whom he already knows is the outer commander of Gorgon Castle, as well as the elder chief of the Golden Sect. He says he doesn't know what Marin is trying to do, nor why he's infecting the spirits. But one thing he does know, he likes people like him. The protagonist is preparing for an absurd attack, and Marin sees it coming. He says it doesn't matter what it is, ordering them to get rid of it. Meanwhile, the protagonist says he's truly grateful for people like him existing, because he doesn't need to feel guilty for eradicating this world. Unleashing the strongest blast he's ever given to that planet. The blast rises to the sky, turning into fireworks, and they are all amazed by it. And Yurin, he can't even move, and this is while Jahir tells him he needs to pull himself together. But he just stands there staring at that overwhelming hope. And he remembers the Castellan's words to Yurin, that the people there need hope, a hope that will not waver before anything, an overwhelming hope. And he says that feeling the overwhelming hope the Castellan spoke of, coming from a man who speaks of the destruction of that world, is something he didn't expect. And after that attack, Marin is split into. Actually, he was split into more pieces, but it's impossible to count. And he says that the boy is truly monstrous, but it's too late, because Gorgon, the Castellan, is already gone. But the protagonist goes there to finish what he started, plunging his sword into his face. And then Jahir calls the protagonist, and he asks if the old man is still sleeping, and he says that no matter how much they shake him, he doesn't wake up. But the protagonist throws the old man against the wall with everything, and they question what he's doing. And the old man thinks it's that familiar feeling the terrible pain in his pelvis. And Drua says that he should have woken up on his own, calling him right away, because the Castellan is on his last legs. But then he starts to move, because the target's spiritual corruption rate has exceeded 99%, and the ghoulification is imminent, and the system starts to calculate the target's danger level, but reaches a consensus that it's impossible to calculate, and the system's verdict is that it's a mega ghoul, and they initiate an automatic Gorgon alarm system, and everyone runs out, trying to evacuate, and the guard says that everyone must be evacuated, without exception, and they need to avoid further incidents. And at that moment, James questions what the hell is going on, and what's happening in the castle. Then the old man tells the extermination captain that he and the internal commander need to be evacuated, and tells the protagonist to give him a hand there. He says his thrust is still too sharp to save people, but the protagonist questions when he changed swords, and the old man gets angry with him because he was the one who broke the other one. Then he says enough of this nonsense, entering the world of paintings again to save the castle lord. But when he starts creating that work of art involving the castle lord to bring him back, As it was before, he begins to revisit the memories, and tells the protagonist that the cut goal awakens forgotten memories, like the one where he mentions that he also tried during the incident with Mino, and once he's full of memories, the most urgent problem will have been solved. But then someone disagrees with him, startling the old man, and he immediately remembers something he's seen before, asking about the Castellan in that voice. Then that voice looks at him, and those eyes make him certain that it's not the Castellan. Then the Castellan actually opens his eyes, and everyone finds it absurd. The protagonist calls the old man, who says something is wrong, saying that this is something else, and it's not the Castellan. Then he simply tears off all those chains, stands up, and becomes enormous in front of them. With that, he opens those hideous eyes, looking at everyone and emanating that dark aura. And with that, he completes his transformation, floating in the air. And so the old man is certain that it's not the Castellan, and that's something he had already said before. And when the thing steps on the ground, they feel the pressure, and that thing says it's surprising, because to think that it would arrive there, through that body, is too much. And that thing is pure hatred, and says that in the end, this man also became a ghoul, and he's seeing a familiar face there. And he starts smiling at the doctor, calling him an incomplete awakened one, asking why he's still in the chaos, asking if 900 years ago, he didn't get what he wanted in the abyss. And the old man says that he is the owner of the Ghoul Palace, located in the center of the chaos, and the only being capable of opening a portal to the abyss, the only king, the catastrophe. And the protagonist thinks that even if he uses suspicion, he doesn't know what this thing is, and starts to get unhappy with the situation. Then the only king likes the situation, amused by their fear, and the protagonist realizes that it looks like a ghoul, but it isn't, and questions what the hell it is, and that the thing just waves its hand, asking why he didn't leave the chaos, spreading its influence everywhere, and undoing the old man's world. He doesn't even consider that the old man didn't leave to save that world, but the doctor is surprised that with just a movement of his hand, he completely erased the world he himself built. And so the only king continues smiling in that situation, noticing that the protagonist is an interesting human, saying that even though he has fully awakened, he still has a human heart. The old man thinks that the power of the only king, descending from the ghoul, must have taken possession of the Castellan's body using this. So what they're seeing now is a meager shadow of the only king, but he is already trembling all over, thinking that if a presence that is just a shadow is so overwhelming, imagine the real thing. He sees the monster hundreds of times larger than it actually is because of that pressure. But the protagonist calls the old man, asking if he failed, and now he says he's simply going to kill that thing. And so the king questions him about killing it, wondering if he's talking about killing the great, one and only king. And then he starts stretching his neck, and his head detaches from the body, turning into an L shape and laughing at the protagonist, saying he's a funny guy, my friend. This is terrifying, and I'm not going to the bathroom or looking in the mirror at dawn. Son, are you crazy? Turn on the light, keep the light on. The doctor tells the protagonist that he can't, because this isn't something that can be killed or stopped. And not even Malik could do anything against it, and this might just be a shadow, but it's still very strong. However, the protagonist tells him not to be afraid, because he can win. And then the old man questions how he can remain so calm in the face of such an absurdly powerful being. But then the king starts laughing loudly, completely ignoring what the protagonist is saying. Then he simply returns his neck to its place and looks at the boy. But this time he acts like Orochimaru, spitting his sword from his mouth, saying that he can come if he wants, taking it with both hands and drawing that great sword, calling him a foolish awakened being with a human heart, preparing to really go head to head with the protagonist, and the guy is itching to fight him. Will we see the use of a serious thrust? Will we a thrust? Wow, man, things are going to get good, huh? And then the old man recognizes that weapon, a sword of the void, a terrifying weapon that instantly transformed half the expedition squad into creatures at the entrance to the abyss. He could see that weapon once more, but he certainly didn't want to. Then the king of the abyss lunges at the protagonist, but he manages to dodge the attack, narrowly avoiding being hit. He says he's seen that expression before, and that he's heading for the abyss. The old man is desperate, as he didn't know this, and he says he knew that Brat was strange, but he never imagined he would have these intentions. The king is surprised that there are still people who want to reach the end of that world. However, that's not enough. Then he grabs the protagonist's head, saying that he's still weaker than that nightmare from 900 years ago. The protagonist barely manages to break free, but he jumps, dodging the Castellan's sword at the last moment, getting out of the way, and manages to stab the thing in the arm, tearing it off. And so he thinks it was good, because he ripped off one of his arms. And now they're going slowly. But then that arm he ripped off comes back at the protagonist in the same way. And he doesn't understand anything, only having a chance to dodge those attacks by a hair's breadth, and almost takes one to the chin, and gives another thrust to the middle of that goalkeeper's body. But he continues attacking as if nothing had happened, and so he manages to grab part of the protagonist's cloak. And he says that corruption is a disease of time, and so the protagonist is wounded in the arm now. And the king said that a single glance at the Sword of the Void would cause hundreds of years, or rather, thousands of years to pass, and the soul cannot withstand that time, aging and becoming corrupted, and thus it will become a goal. But the protagonist says that this will not work, because he himself gives a thrust in that piece of meat, tearing it completely off, saying that he only needs to rip. His king is surprised that he ripped a part of the aged soul from his body, a man with a sound mind, saying that he has an astonishing willpower. However, he says that this is the end. Then he pulls more swords from his body, and the protagonist is horrified by the sheer number of swords around. The king prepares to control these swords, manipulating them telepathically to throw them at the protagonist. What a beautiful scene. This world is very well designed. And then he actually throws those great swords at the protagonist, and the old man ducks down, knowing there's not much he can do. Then the king says that now that he's stopped to analyze, that sword in his sheath is a replica of the Tower of Nightmares, and says it's an excellent toy, created for a nightmare. The protagonist tries everything to avoid being affected by those weapons, and the old man becomes worried about him. But the protagonist only says that he already knows what to expect. He was planting his sword in the ground, preparing for the king's next attack. And the king did indeed come, but the protagonist stopped his sword while he was still in the air, and the old man ended up being thrown backward, and just as the king whispered in front of him, saying that if he continued resisting like that, his soul would not last. And the protagonist thought that he was right, he couldn't win like that, saying that he couldn't, and to a weak point of his, no matter how many times he used suspicion, the strange particles made it difficult to concentrate in that place. But the protagonist remembered when the doctor told him that his unique world is called the world, marked in white, a world created by his ideal of keeping alive the memories of all those who disappeared, and each awakened one has their own world. And the form of this world is determined by the key word they obtained upon awakening with an emotion or a desire. The more powerful the awakened one, the more existences they can take to their own unique world. And the protagonist then thought that being so, he was at the moment of turning the tables, throwing the king's sword back. He himself launches into that world, fully activating his world, and it's the world of oblivion. And in that, the entire world truly changes, and that tree and the eye appear there, and the king begins to see it. Then the doctor thinks that this is hell, and it is indeed hell, realizing that he has been living in a world like this all this time. A hellish scenario where only hatred and anger against the world exist. And then the king asks if this is his ideal, finding it interesting. But the protagonist plunges the sword right into the middle of his mouth, without giving him a chance to even resist, and says that at least he's not seeing those irritating particles anymore. And with that, several of the king's teeth fall out of his mouth, and he begins to laugh even while receiving that attack. Then several vines come out of his body, heading towards the protagonist, and he gets up again, looking the boy face to face with that broken mouth, saying that he continues to challenge him like a fool, without knowing how to finish him off. Then he raises his hand, throwing the protagonist down this time, and plunging the boy into the ground. And the protagonist feels a terrible pain, while the king keeps plunging him deeper and deeper into the ground, opening a hole there. And at that point, the doctor is scared shitless. While the water flows out of that hole, the king begins to stomp on the protagonist's chest, saying that he who hadn't let go of his hatred had been an interesting existence, one he hadn't seen in a long time. He draws his sword once more, ready to plunge it into the protagonist and kill him, saying it was fun, which is a shame. But before he could kill the protagonist, he opens his eyes in the most protagonist da Silvestre style possible. But then, before he could do anything, the protagonist simply launches an attack from below, hitting him in the middle. The king is quite surprised, and the protagonist says it was fun, but he's only just getting started. The creature returns for a second round, and the king says this is hilarious, as it can't even inflict a single wound. It starts to reform, even after falling, and reassembles itself, becoming even uglier. The protagonist questions what the hell this is now, as it looks like a boss from Outer Ring. Then the monster tries to attack him again, but the protagonist gets out of the way, but the monster throws its hand. The king lunges at the protagonist, who defends himself, but the king strikes him with a racket, throwing the high one, which is embedded in a wall. The boy starts bleeding, and the king lunges at him again. The protagonist dodges and appears behind him, preparing another thrust, but the monster turns to face the protagonist's attack, looking at him just in time and deflecting the thrust. The king says that for the last hundreds of thousands of years, he has witnessed the beings that established the world, all of whom climb this tree carrying different questions. He looks deeply into the protagonist's eyes, asking what kind of answers he seeks up there, carrying a world like this, and what his question is. He attacks the boy again, but the protagonist manages to withstand the king's attack, who says he understands, explaining that this world itself is his question. Then he asks what this world is to him: destruction, annihilation, or eradication. And he begins. noting that for the protagonist this world is an apocalypse, and that's the only name that fits that world, saying it's a very arrogant world, since a mere human is questioning the value of the very existence of the Mirage Tree, and he asks if the boy is questioning that. Following the patterns of his world, he attacks again, and the protagonist starts to run away, but also asks him what the hell he's talking about, and the king doesn't understand anything, but begins to realize that it wasn't a question, and so the protagonist resumes his pose to launch an even greater attack. And he says that in this situation, he has already experienced it somewhere before, fighting against that demon, and he remembers it, realizing that this guy in front of him is the shadow that descended on the castle, which means that he can still do something, preparing a thrust, and the king becomes alert to that. But the protagonist throws his attack too quickly for him to do anything, and after that, the king is almost falling apart, calling the protagonist an arrogant man, asking if he doesn't understand that he's not capable of killing him. But with each attack from the protagonist, he gets uglier and uglier, saying that it's too much insolence, and that it's getting boring. He's going to finish off the protagonist once and for all, and he charges at the boy, literally wanting to devour Johua. But then he makes a move, preparing the next as he jumps. He begins to see those same lines, showing the weak point, and he says he knew it, that it was connected to his body. With that, he attacks right where the connection is, and the king thinks it's impossible as it's a fictional ability. Then he plunges his sword in as hard as he can, and the king calls him, calling him an existence, living through the apocalypse, saying he'll be waiting for him at the entrance to the abyss. With that, he finally emerges, and the protagonist is all broken, missing huge chunks of his arms. He endured the ordeal just because of a shadow of what the king is. He starts to think that he needs to get stronger, that he needs more than just thrust. He specifically remembers the heavy thrust, a good ability to face an army. But against a powerful individual, the area of effect is too wide to be effective. This time, he only managed to use it as a distraction to buy time, and you will need a new, specialized skill to face a single individual. And after that, the doctor is lying on the ground, and Jerry arrives along with Yaren. But then, the Castellan calls the protagonist, and he sees that it is him. Noticing that the Castellan is still alive, he asks the protagonist if he can come over, and tells the protagonist that he has become a ghoul, but has still been watching over him, because he is very grateful that he has faced the only king. Then he grabs the protagonist's arm, but the protagonist doesn't like it at all. However, the Castellan says that perhaps now is the time for Gorgon to change, asking him to accept it, and he begins to place his power on the protagonist's arm. Then a branch appears there, and he says that it gives him a familiar aura, reminding him of Yaren, Jerry, the old man, and also of Mayan, and all the others who live in the city, saying that he can feel comforting memories, asking him, please not to forget. From his human heart, after a while, Jaime arrives, asking if everyone is alright, that the old man can only complain about his back, but when they look to the side, they see the protagonist driving, and they also notice that symbol on his arm, a symbol that goes from his shoulder to his wrist. And with that, they all kneel before the protagonist, and Yaren is surprised, inking the Castellan, finally understanding, thinking that if this is his wish, so be it, saying that he and Urantivia leave the new Castellan of Gorgon, and they all revere the protagonist. And so, 2 days later, Yaren goes to the protagonist, who doesn't want to do anything, and he says that he is not the Castellan, and already said that he won't keep doing this. But Yaren says that he seems to have forgotten the details of his promise, saying that he will remind him, and the protagonist's promise was to save the Castellan and kill the traitors. And Yaren's promise, the goal was to help organize the expedition, squad to the abyss, and the protagonist asks if he's in charge because the Castellan is dead. He says it's something like that, and the protagonist explains that the Castellan is dead, but since he's the new Castellan who's alive, there are no problems. Yaren then says that's certainly the case, and that he will have to keep his promise in the future, since Mr. Jirawan is now the Castellan, and the protagonist doesn't like that at all, questioning how things came to be this way, saying he has no time to waste in that castle, and he needs to move on, and needs to go to the abyss. He asks Yaren if he can pass the position of Castellan to someone else, but he immediately denies it, saying it's impossible since Gorgon won't recognize him. The protagonist is surprised and asks if by Gorgon he's referring to that symbol, noting that he was chosen by that thing. Yaren explains that's why the position isn't something that can be passed on to someone else at will, because the only time Gorgon's Castellan changes is when the previous holder of the title dies. Besides, those documents need to be resolved today, and since he just became the Castellan, he also included records and other information there. The protagonist picks them up to read, noticing a rather peculiar law. The first one states that insulting the Castellan in the street is a public lynching, the second time will result in the abscission of the soul, and the third time will result in the complete liquidation of the soul. And the protagonist begins to realize that this is why everyone is saying good things about the Castellan, Yurin tells him to feel free to use the objects on the table, and he goes to organize the books, asking him to call if he needs anything. However, the protagonist pulls open a drawer and sees a ball of paper there, noticing that it's from the 17th Castellan, congratulating the boy, even though he doesn't even know who he was when he wrote that letter. If he found it, it must mean that he is the new Castellan. Even the paper doll acts against him, and he says that he must be thinking a lot about how to govern Gorgon Castle. The protagonist questions what it is and if it's magic paper, noticing that it's not. It's a doll made with psychic power. Then the Castellan tells him to relax, because the Castellan only has one job, which is to seek pleasure, and a good Castellan is one who. It's very entertaining. He should leave public security for the administrative division, and leave internal matters to the internal commander, and external matters to the external commander. They took great care of that. Well, everything is fine, and he's not the first to give this advice. It's wisdom passed down through 3 generations of Castellans. The protagonist realizes that all the previous Castellans were lazy, and the Castellan explains that, according to Huang's statistics, half of the Castellans were overworked, which accelerated their spiritual corruption, resulting in their deaths. The protagonist understands that this advice isn't just for him, but also for Gorgon's sake, hoping he won't be greedy. He tells him not to try to change anything or overexert himself, because everyone there knows that this world cannot change. That's why change isn't necessary in this world, but rather a prolongation of life. Therefore, he shouldn't do anything for the good of many, instead of seeking change for the good of a few. And please, he asks the boy not to be greedy, all while G emanated that aura. And he says that only a good Castellan in chaos. He's a Castellan who does nothing. And the protagonist says he's beginning to understand the kind of existence the Castellan of this place has, an existence that loses hope for the sake of remaining alive, an existence that prevents change from happening for the sake of many lives. But then, Yurin goes to him, asking what's worrying him so much. And the protagonist tells him he's going to eliminate the Gorgon Castellan. Yurin questions what that means, and the protagonist says he has to start there, asking Yurin what a castle is. Yurin says that's a strange question, explaining that a castle is a fortress, and a fortress is a military structure that protects allies against enemies. The protagonist then asked what happens if the enemies no longer exist, wondering what will happen if no one ever invades the castle. Yurin is surprised, thinking that the castle will no longer have a reason to exist, and in that case, the Castellan will no longer be necessary. However, he says, a castle without enemies is impossible, but the protagonist says it is possible because he will unify the chaos.
And after that statement from the protagonist argues that funerals don't exist in chaos. In reality, what exists are ceremonies of the floating soul, to bid farewell to people who have disappeared forever. And if a funeral is performed to remember those who have died, the floating soul is performed to erase them. And during the ceremony, the story of the soul that disappeared forever is told repeatedly, so that it will never be mentioned again after the ceremony ends. And this is the last gift that chaos can give to those who have departed. And Yurin says that they knew Emil Groshek, but they cannot bury him. He no longer exists anywhere in the world without a body or soul, and the only thing that remains are the memories, while he becomes food for the mirage tree. And that is why they forget Emil Groshek. And during the week-long ceremony of the floating soul, they spoke of him for his sake one last time. They spoke so much that there was nothing left to say, and the protagonist thinks he has finally learned about Emil Groshek, the name of that damned old man who gave him the position of Castellan. But then he reads the thoughts of some people nearby, and they are surprised that the protagonist is wearing the Castellan's clothes. So they question and say that such a young soul has become a Castellan, since they said he hasn't even lived 100 years yet, questioning if they are sure Yurin isn't planning something new. And then, someone comes to talk to him, because he seems like someone she would love to confront, and he looks at that woman and is surprised. And then, another man goes there asking if the protagonist is the new Castellan. So the doctor says that apparently, she took too long, and she's the vice leader of the Sacred Servant Guild, saying that, apparently, that old man from the School Forest Guild was faster, and she finds that interesting, asking the doctor who he's betting on. But the doctor says that a bet is something you make when you have something to bet on, and then that man asks the protagonist how old he is, because he heard he was quite young, and the protagonist says he's about 60 years old. Then, that man is surprised, asking if, by any chance, Corgan has started to have a hereditary system, seeing if he's the Castellan's son, and everyone finds that ridiculous, calling him his son, because that damned old man is very rude, saying that no matter how young the boy is, he certainly knows how people get into chaos. And then, he says that, in any case, he hopes they can get along, extending his hand to the protagonist, saying that he is the vice leader of the School Forest Guild, Zhang Guohan. And he thinks to himself, after all, the rumors said that the new Castellan was a misfit, and he thinks that finally, he can make Corgan pay for the humiliation he suffered 10 years ago. And at the time, his leader told him to obtain permission to establish a branch in Corgan, no matter what. And he says that, while bribing the outpost guard in the north, he was caught caught by that conceited chief, and at the time, Kaltun said he was imprisoned for bribing the guards. And after that episode, Amel questioned how he could allow a branch to someone who tried to bribe and caused problems with his guards, and he was shocked at the time. And he says that then, he was directly refused by the Castellan, who was just as conceited as the outpost chief. But now the Castellan is dead, and the unfortunate commander of the northern outpost is hospitalized, and the new Castellan is just some rookie. And this is an opportunity from heaven. He grabs the protagonist's hand, full of malice, using the highest level battle formation skill, and in doing so, that energy surges towards the protagonist, who is surprised to see the 8 gates of hell. As soon as one of the gates opens, a gigantic dragon emerges from within. On his back, the dragon begins to open its mouth to spit fire at the protagonist, and so they question whether the Castellan isn't acting strangely, since that wretch used the 8 gates of hell on the Castellan. They question how someone could do something so cruel, as this is too much for a 60-year-old child. Zhang, seeing this, questions what he thinks of his stronger battle formation, saying that he must be experiencing a hallucination of Tiamat's hellfire. The red dragon will soon be crying and screaming, and you'll have to grant his request. However, the protagonist says that Chaos has a unique way of greeting people, so he starts trembling as the protagonist tightens his grip on his hand. He then says that now is his time to return the favor, as the dragon Tiamat is already dead at the gates of hell. The protagonist returns the favor using the lost enchantment, looking at him with that absurd eye he has, and he starts screaming, feeling like he's seeing hell. Everyone there wonders what's gotten into him, not believing that the protagonist was able to escape the 8 gates of hell. Zhang Huan says that since he insulted the castle lord, he should sentence him to public lynching, but he'll go easy on him, only telling him to be more careful in the future. Meanwhile, the doctor wonders what this is all about, as it was too annoying, since he thought he was going to be hit multiple times. The woman wonders who the hell this boy is. Then, continuing the ceremony, the moment for the Castellan's inaugural speech arrived, and the protagonist ascended the podium. The doctor was surprised that the boy was going to give an inaugural speech, but he began to think he had a bad feeling. The protagonist introduced himself, saying his name was Zhang Huan, the new Castellan of Gorgon, but said he didn't know him. Oh my god, what did he do? What kind of life did he lead? What kind of Castellan was he? He knew nothing of that, and honestly, he didn't care. He already knew that everyone was unhappy with him, and must be thinking that a young man with mediocre spiritual pressure became a Castellan by pure luck. He said that to a certain extent that's true, and to be honest, he wasn't even paying attention, and yet he became the Castellan. They were unhappy with him there, and he didn't want the position. So, how could he bring the best results for everyone? After considering for about 30 seconds, he found a solution. The solution, stating that whoever manages to defeat him in a direct duel will become the new Castellan, and the first to defeat him will assume the position. Then they all start laughing, and one of them says that the Castellan is intrepid, saying that he chose an incredible man, and he is the leader of the South Sea Guild, Kaiman, and they question if that's all, if there are any other conditions. And the protagonist says, of course yes. And the time limit is 1 month, and whoever challenges them and ends up losing will become a member of the Abyss Expedition Squad, which will depart in 2 months. Hearing this, nobody can believe it, because this madman is planning another Abyss expedition, and Urin starts to wonder who believed him, because the moment he saved Gorgon from the Celestial Clan, he already recognized him as Castellan, and even though he makes stupid statements about wanting to get rid of the Castellan title or unify the chaos, and even when he went on stage, he gave off an evil vibe, he still decided to see what he would do, and everyone is surprised, questioning how a foreigner could be the master. And some even wonder if he's from the Palace of Reincarnation, wondering what will happen to the chaos. And Urin says that no matter how strange he may be, Gu Huan is still his master, and everyone goes crazy with that situation. And he says that he believes he wouldn't do something that threatens Gorgon's future, but someone comes to talk to him, and Jair apologizes for disturbing him so early in the morning, but he thinks things got out of control, so he gets ready and runs to the protagonist's room, and when he opens the door, several papers come running out, startling the two. Then Urin asks, how much work? He accumulated it, and inside it's all full of stuff, so he says he can't be pretending to work in that chaotic environment. But the one inside isn't the protagonist, it's Kaltun who's doing everything, and he questions what he's doing there, since he should be at the hospital, and he says the master asked him to stay there, and Urin questions where the master is, while he's far away destroying several statues, and each of those statues is Kaltun. Then the doctor says that from zombies with tentacles to Kalton, to angels falling from Kalton, and even Kalton in agony. I don't know if he knows how much money they could have made with all that, but the protagonist says that the most important thing is that he created a new technique, and the old man questions what he's talking about, and the protagonist takes his sword and gets into an attack stance. And the old man notices that the preparation stance is certainly smoother than normal, and seeing how he moved the sword, he believes it was inspired by his cut, so he thinks that the technique's name is Xiangyo's thrust, but the protagonist asks if he wants to receive a thrust, as the name suggests. Then he questions what the boy is talking about, because to think he went to all the trouble of thinking up that name for him, and he just became more arrogant, even though he was being nice, saying he would defeat him. However, when the protagonist attacks, the old man moves out of the way to avoid being hit by that curved attack, and the old man asks if he attacked him for real, questioning whether he has no respect for his elders, questioning where his common sense is. But when he looks back, he sees that someone was there and was hit, and that is the leader of the Thunder Clan, and he is surprised to see him lying on the ground. And that is Aniang, leader of the Thunder God Clan, and he wonders what happened to him. And a few minutes before they were talking to Aniang, asking if he is sure that the Castellan is in the training field, and he says yes. Then when he looks through a crack, he manages to see the protagonist, and he begins to activate his Thunder God power, saying that he will become the Castellan today, and says that he doesn't care what people say about acting cowardly, because for him, murder is a true and it's a one-on-one fight. But he notices something coming from that direction, and it's the protagonist's attack. When he wakes up all messed up, he gets a huge fright, and the doctor is surprised that he woke up. He starts yelling again, asking what the doctor is doing there, and he says that he's always been a fan of those dirty tricks, saying he knew this day would come. But then he questions who the hell he is, and the doctor says he's the Castellan of Gorgon. He says he's never heard of anyone like him in Chaos, or even on the Great Earth. The doctor says he's never heard of him either, and Aniang says that's why he's asking if it makes sense. The doctor says it doesn't really make much sense. Nothing about him makes any sense, remembering everything the boy was capable of doing. Then Aniang notices he's serious, and says that in any case it doesn't make a difference, ordering the protagonist to face him again, because this time he will win. He questions how the Castellan can attack by surprise, even before he could appear, and the doctor notices that he has absolutely no shame, since he was the one who came to assassinate him. The protagonist agrees, saying he can come again if he accepts the challenge. The boy gets angry, feeling he's being underestimated, and lunges at him. The protagonist dodges the first two attacks, and Aniang says he's faster than he looks, trying to hit him with his daggers from above, asking why he doesn't try to dodge. But when he launches the attack, he almost turns like Sonic, rushing towards the protagonist. When he stops, he realizes he couldn't hit him, and gets even angrier, saying he didn't intend to use that now. But then he starts using the power of the God of Thunder, creating a Rasengan above his head, saying that this time he'll end the fight in one move using the power of the God of Thunder. But when he thinks about launching it at the protagonist, the God of Thunder himself appears behind him, and he says that this ability takes too long to activate. Ready, landing another thrust. And after a while, he reopens the door there, saying that the Castellan defeated the leader of the Thunder Clan in detail, saying that he has already spread the news and returned there. And the doctor says that he did a good job, saying that he thinks many strong people will start challenging the protagonist now. And Aniang says that he was exactly 100 years off to get there. One of the 5 main families of the Great Land, the Yong family, and he Yong was a member of that family, or rather, more specifically, he was a slave who was beaten by his masters, that the companions with whom he completed the tower also became members of the family, and thus they spent the rest of their lives together. But they were sold and sent to one of the battlefields, one by one, or ended up dying as slaves. Thus, he worked for almost 100 years, and most of his fellow slaves died. However, somehow, he survived, and with the trust accumulated over the past 100 years, he managed to obtain the status of official servant. However, on the day he became an official servant, he defied his destiny for the first time, for he could not continue living like this for the rest of his life, and betraying the 100 years of trust he had accumulated, he stole the Yong family's secret technique vault, along with the highest ranking skill he had obtained, which was the technique of the God of Thunder, and in the moment he succeeded, the cells in his body were rejuvenated, and he was able to freely use the power of the Thunder God. This was the Yong family's secret technique, and of course, as a result, he was hunted by the Yong family for 20 years and ended up beheaded. But after being focused on chaos, he managed to assume the 9th seat of the 10 sects in 100 years, thanks to the Thunder God technique. And yet, that man who didn't even live for 100 years is the Castellan of Chaos. Furthermore, he remembers when he spoke to to the doctor about how it made sense for that man to be a castellan. He says he was right because nothing about him makes sense. And the doctor, who despite knowing despair better than anyone after his experience with the Abyss Expedition Squad, was smiling. Seeing this, he remains quite bewildered, but the doctor tells him to consider himself lucky because he was able to see this guy before learning about despair. The truth is, he seems to be wondering what kind of potential this guy has, and a week before he arrived, Gorgon had been almost completely dominated by the Golden Sky sect, and he's surprised to hear that. The doctor says he doesn't know what techniques they used to get Gorgon's men to their side, but it was as if they had been preparing to take control of Gorgon for a long time. However, the one who saved Gorgon from the brink of collapse and defeated the only king who descended into the body of the castellan was him, his current castellan. He's surprised by this, saying he should have told him that before, but the doctor questions who tried to assassinate him before he could say anything, telling him not to blame others for his mistakes. Then another person arrives, surprising them both, and says he's come to request a duel with the castellan of Gorgon, saying he came with the leader of the Sea of the Sun sect, but asks if he can face him first. He is the leader of the King of Flames sect, Gang Huang, but then the protagonist tells him that this won't be necessary, telling them both to go at once, as he's honing his technique and doesn't have much free time. The two question what he's talking about, and the doctor says that it looks like many people will get hurt today, and they agree, saying it will make him regret having this. Gang charges at the protagonist, using his fire power, imbuing his sword and trying to hit him, but at the last second the protagonist dodges, escaping the attack which shatters the entire wall behind him. The doctor says he's going to burn down the entire training field, while Won-Yong says he probably can't hear anything. In this hesitant state, he continues attacking, and the protagonist, stopping his sword, begins to fight back. Gang questions if he's afraid of his flames, but the protagonist says no, that he's not scared at all, and simply walks around punching his sword, his whole hand covered in flames, and Gang is forced to change the position of the sword in his hand, and the protagonist says he'll let him know later if he was scared or not by his thrust. And when he attacks, Gang simply disappears from the room, being thrown out of that wall, and the protagonist thinks that it's still difficult to adjust his power, and the doctor wonders how he's going to explain this to Yorin. And even Won-Yong himself doesn't believe it. While then, the crazy guy from the King of the Sea starts bringing water to the whole area, extinguishing the fire, and pulling his sword out of the water. He says Gang Huang will be alright, and the protagonist says he told them both to go together. But he says he just hates the heat, pulling out his sword and asking the protagonist to please be his opponent. The two stand face to face, and the protagonist, seeing that guy summoning so much water, notices that one used electricity, the other fire, and now water. He says they even look like those Pokemon, because their attacks are totally overwhelming, and he thinks that in any case, he seems stronger than the previous guys. So he goes on the attack, but Kaiman stops it and quickly counters, trying a side slash. The protagonist notices that this guy is somehow different. He can't feel despair in him, unlike what he felt with the previous opponents. It's as if he's holding back, and so he tries to attack again, but the protagonist gets out of the way, and Kaiman is surprised. When he looks up, the protagonist returns with a downward thrust, trying to hit him, but he manages to get out of the way, protecting himself. When he sees this, he is surprised, because he would have finished off Gango Huang if he had continued blocking, and so he says he lost. But the protagonist says that he is hiding his abilities. However, Kaiman says that there are some things that are possible to perceive, even without going to the end of the fight, and says that since he lost, they will talk about the Abyss Expedition Squad. But sometime later, when Gango Huang wakes up, he starts cursing the leader of the Thunder God sect, surprised that he lost by such a small margin. The doctor asks if he wants to blame someone else, saying that it was he who lost, and he gets even more angry. Then Eun-Young says that in any case, he questions what the two sect leaders will do now, because since they lost, they have no choice but to joining the Abyss Expedition Squad, and from the beginning, he has lived there with the intention of joining the squad. But he asks about the leader of the Sun Sea sect, asks the CCR, and Kaiman says yes, and Gango Huang thinks about Kaiman, saying that he has always been that kind of person, a great friend of Amel, the previous castellan of Gorgon, but he couldn't join the squad before due to a lack of skill. And at that time, the expedition squad had all its fruits and hopes stolen at the same time, and he witnessed the end of the squad with his own eyes, and 900 years have passed, and he continued sharpening his blade, with a strong desire for revenge. Then Kaiman says that he was planning to go to the abyss soon, and the doctor is surprised surprised, saying that he is fine, asking what the King of Flames will do, and he says he has no choice, since he lost the duel. So he also asks about the God of Thunder, and he says he's made up his mind, simply by leaving, and they question where he's going, and the doctor doesn't even believe it, asking if he's going to try to face them again, questioning if he didn't notice the difference between the two of them. But then, he kneels at the protagonist's feet, and everyone there doesn't understand anything, and he says that he Yong, leader of the cult of the God of Thunder, from that moment on, swears loyalty to him and the Castellan of Gorgon, and the protagonist, seeing that, tells him that he doesn't need to swear loyalty. But he says it's true, saying that he will, to follow with absolute loyalty, even after death. But the protagonist says that he is already dead, and he is shocked. Then he says that in any case, he asks him to please accept him as part of his family, because any position will do, even if it's something like captain. Then the doctor asks which family he's talking about, and he says that he won't try to steal things like secret techniques, asking him to accept him. At that point, the leader of the Thunder God cult used to be a member of the Lion family, and fled after stealing the techniques. And that's why he wants to do the same. The doctor asks if he wants to do this, even if he's the leader of the Thunder God cult, trying to see if he thought about the cult's future when he said that. Then he talks about it, saying that the Thunder God cult no longer exists in chaos, and the doctor questions how so, because it doesn't exist, and he says that there are only 7 survivors, including himself, and he says that a week ago, the Thunder God cult, the Thunder God's cult was annihilated. So the doctor questions if he's saying the cult of the Thunder God is over, and he says yes. Then the doctor asks when this happened, and he says it was a week ago. The doctor summarizes everything, saying that the cult of the Thunder God was abolished, and coincidentally, Gorgon Castle announced that the new Castellan would be decided by duels. So he went there, aiming for the position of Castellan, telling himself that this was the chance of a lifetime. However, when he actually tried to face him, he was crushed, and his cult was annihilated. He couldn't become the Castellan, so he's asking him to accept him as a follower because he has nowhere else to go. He says that's exactly it, with a really idiotic look on his face, and the doctor realizes he has no shame at all, but says that in any case, the cult of the Thunder God was annihilated a week ago. The doctor asks why the rumors haven't spread yet, and Simao says that even considering the distance between Bansiker and Gorgon, a week is a long time. But then Yoniong speaks to the doctor, saying that the Castellan saved Gorgon, and he says he already mentioned that, saying that that brat saved the Castellan of the Golden Sky sect. He realizes everything, and Kangloff questions whether it was the Golden Sky sect. Simao thinks that this can't be true, because that chaos in the inner castle a week ago was because of that sect. The doctor then realizes that they themselves annihilated their sect, and Yoniong says that's exactly what happened. The sect of the Thunder God wasn't the only one annihilated. The third in the Shadow rank, and even the first in the Sky Dragon rank, were also annihilated, and none of them managed to defend themselves against the Golden Sky sect. They are all surprised, so the doctor asks what happened to Manticore Castle, and he says that the castle has been completely taken over. The Golden Sky sect captured the Manticore a week ago, and the doctor thinks this makes sense, as hiding this kind of information for an entire week would be impossible unless the castle itself was behind it. They put up a barrier around it, and he thinks this means that the Golden Sky sect, which captured the Manticore, is controlling the skill system and blocking message abilities. Kong then asks him to wait, as he doesn't quite understand, asking if he's saying that 3 of the 10 Chaos sects were defeated at once, and that the opponent of them all was the same. The Golden Sky sect is in 10th place, and he confirms it. Kaima says he heard rumors that the Golden Sky sect was improving its power levels, but how did they manage to become so powerful as to take complete control of Manticore in just a few years? Then the protagonist asks if a lower rank number means more strength, and everyone looks at him surprised. However, Wonyoung mocks the protagonist, asking if even he, being a Castellan, only realized this now. He gets furious, almost preparing to kill everyone, and some of them are scared. The protagonist, looking at him with that murderous aura, makes him stop joking, apologizing, saying he'll explain everything, begging for mercy. The protagonist stops immediately, surprised that he's still alive, and the doctor notices that he managed to escape death. He says that the protagonist should already know that there are 4 great castles and 10 sects ruling the chaos, as they are normally. These are called the 10 Chaos sects, and the 10 Chaos sects aren't exactly the same, as there's a ranking from 1 to 10, with the first ranked sect being the most powerful. There's a significant difference between all of them up to the 10th, and those in the top 3 are very strong. Even so, the Thunderfinger sect, 9th, the Shadow sect, 3rd, and the Sky Dragon sect, 1st, were defeated by the sect that was 10th. Even Manticore Castle was captured, and he's not sure what kind of support they've been receiving, but he knows someone is sponsoring them. The protagonist says that at first he thought they were normal people with nightmares, but they were trying to capture Gorgon, and they've already captured Manticore. They're subjugating the castles one by one, and their objective is the same as his. The question is whether the nightmares, and the one that guy mentioned, is in Manticore, and he starts to get angry. Meanwhile, on the other side, a certain someone loses their mind. They say that in the end, they didn't get the Guardian's horn, but one of them says that there's no choice, and this could decapitate a lot of people in that hall. That person is the leader of the Golden Sky sect, Lin Jinhong, and it needs to be said that he has a really crazy face. Then his subordinates say that the leader of the Heaven Dragon sect was imprisoned and had all his limbs cut off, and the leader of the Dark Forest sect is still fighting them, but it seems it won't last long. Then Jinhong grabs a kunai and throws one of those heads there, saying that this is great, asking if they captured the leader of the Thunder God sect, but they say that as for that, not yet. However, the guy who speaks receives a kunai is placed right on his shoulder, and he apologizes, while Jinhong says that everything is alright. He tells them to let it go, and he questions where he fled to, and the other says that he probably went to Gorgon. Jinhong is surprised, because he thought that the sect leader would unite forces as soon as Manticore fell. He thinks about Gorgon, because he heard that some bastard is gambling his own position with the Abyss, saying that he can't believe that there is still someone in the chaos who thinks like that. And even though they had less strength compared to Manticore, the first elder, Mihan, had to work very hard to gather the stones from the foundation, and he thinks he's too embarrassed. Pato meet with the Monarch of Darkness. He asks to open the screen, noticing that Jae Hwan is the name of the new Castellan, and they confirm that this is correct. Now, as he stops to think, he realizes he seems quite familiar. But then, he receives a message and realizes it's from the Monarch of Darkness. Jae Hwan questions whether this is the message asking him to find the fugitive product. He notices they're asking him to find something they haven't even been able to use, asking him to tell them they received the message first. He becomes impatient and questions the man in front of him, who is trembling with fear, saying that the more he thinks about it, the less sense it makes. He explains that some random product managed to kill a cultivator during a tutorial and caused chaos after destroying the tower. The man there is trembling all over, while his friend feels sorry for him, and Jae Hwan continues laughing. So he ends up killing that guy with a kunai, right in the middle of his head, and he questions whether they think something like that makes sense, and the other one there says it doesn't. And he says that's right, that's crazy, because there's no way something like that could be possible, questioning what they should do about the leader of the Thunder God sect who fled to Gorgon, and Jae Hwan tells them to leave him alone. He doesn't quite understand, and he says that he said the leaders of the 10 sects went to Gorgon after hearing that Castelao's position was at stake, saying that it's up to them, that they should be careful for the sake of their plan to unify chaos, and that this is actually better for them, and since Gorgon will soon be destroyed by the dead, and he thinks that the extreme, evil energy of the dead that was emitted from inside the Gorgon fortress a week ago, that was definitely the only king, and the catastrophe, and the energy of catastrophe quickly disappeared, but the frightening thing is not its dissension, for the dead can summon other dead, and those wretches are about to discover why catastrophe is known as a disaster. And even with Pertels, he begins to suppose that someone is supporting the Golden Sky sect, and they say that it is probably one of the 12 monarchs of the Great Earth. But the doctor says that it is impossible, because the monarchs decided not to get involved in the affairs of chaos, but Yongyang asks who besides the monarchs could offer forces capable of rivaling the 10 sects, and Yang says that he heard that the Great Earth is going through wars, and it is possible that someone is using this to try to get involved in the affairs of chaos. So how about they try to contact the Palace of Resurrection? And Kaima is surprised that he is supposing this, and the Palace of Resurrection is the place where monarchs and the 5 great clans are revived, and it is also the group of people who takes care of all the chaos fruits, and he says that in any case, if one of the 12 monarchs is involved in this, it would mean they broke the treaty. Then the doctor says that yes, in exchange for the Resurrection Palace stealing all the fruits, the monarchs of the Great Land and the 5 great clans made a treaty and promised not to interfere in chaos affairs. But Yang says that they have to question them about this matter. However, Kaima says that this is just a guess, and besides, he doesn't like the idea of asking them for help, and besides, what would they do if they were all in this together? Yang doesn't even know what to do. Then the doctor looks at the protagonist, saying that things seem to have spiraled out of control, as Manticore Castle has fallen, and 3 of the 10 sects have already succumbed. If they proceed with his plan, there will likely be a war, but the protagonist says it doesn't matter. They are enemies they will have to face sooner or later. Then the doctor remembers when Yurin said that the Castellan is trying to unify the chaos, eliminate all enemies, and give up his position as Castellan, because a Castellan is unnecessary without a castle. But the doctor says that this can't be the case, asking if he's he's trying to unify the chaos, because unifying chaos is on a completely different level compared to making the 4 castles and the 10 sects submit to him. The Palace of Resurrection is stronger than all 4 castles and 10 sects combined, and it's impossible for him to win at his current level. He says that no matter how strong he is, there are things he cannot do. Doing it alone, and then the sun begins to shine inside, and the protagonist says that it doesn't matter, and that's why he's there with him. Okay, I was already thinking the protagonist was an idiot, but he's really treating the old man like an ally. He looks at the old man, who is completely surprised, and says that, as they said, he lacks experience and hasn't lived long, but since he's there, it doesn't matter. The old man questions when he said he'd go with him, and the protagonist asks if he won't go. The old man becomes awkward, wondering why a mere 60-year-old brat is making him feel this way. Then the protagonist speaks to the others there, saying that, as they heard, he's not recruiting, only the Abyss Expedition Squad, and he's going to unify the chaos and destroy the Resurrection Palace, which took the fruits 900 years ago. The Abyss Expedition Squad will only leave after that, and what he needs are true allies who will do anything with him. He says that if they think they're not ready for this role, they can leave now, but Cayman asks what he'll do if none of them agree to help. He says he'll have to do everything alone, but Cayman questions whether he said it was impossible to do everything alone. Then the protagonist says he got this far alone, surprising them all, and they start laughing, especially Cayman himself. He says he's right, saying he'll go with Castelao, whether it's to the Abyss or the Palace of Resurrection, he'll go anywhere. Yong says he'll go too, saying their bodies are already one, but the protagonist says there's no need for something like that, and also asks about the King of Flames. Gang says he hasn't decided yet, but then everyone there gets a little downcast, and he says that's a plausible reaction, asking what they know about him to accept this offer, that it's not that easy, and he says that honestly, he's not sure if the Castellan has the qualifications to lead the Abyss Expedition Squadron, and the enemies the Castellan wants to face are too powerful, which is why he wants him to prove it. Currently, there are 6 sect leaders in Gorgon, and if he can gain recognition from the other 3 leaders, they will recognize him as well. The protagonist says he's fine, that he'll do it, and he's surprised that it was so easy. However, he says there's also a condition, which they find strange, and he says that if he needs to gain their recognition, and they will also need to get theirs, but they question it. Onum, what kind of recognition is he talking about? He says it's a tournament, and he's going to hold a tournament with the position of Castellan at stake. He needs to be in the top 8 of the tournament, and that's his condition for being recognized. He'll then have to pass their test. Gang questions what he's talking about, and Cayman agrees with him, saying that them being leaders of the sects isn't proof that they're the strongest in chaos. Then he asks when this tournament will start, but while they're talking, a completely terrifying aura comes through the corridors and bursts through the door. It's Urine, calling the protagonist, and he shows a paper. The protagonist says that apparently, it's already started, and that paper says that all those who want the position of Castellan must participate, and they're going to hold the first Gorgon tournament. The preliminaries start today at 6 o'clock. A while later, Urine can't take it anymore, and Jahir says that he must have a plan. Then he questions, what kind of plan does he hope he has? But the situation is even worse than last time, because the powerful people, and all the chaos, and those who want to watch, they are gathering, and the outer area of Gorgon is already crowded, and all the posts are having problems with identification. And Kaltun says that the internal commander doesn't seem to have liked the Castellan's decision, and he says that it's not a matter of personal taste, it's about principles. And Kaltun says that if the majority of the horned captains agree in cases of emergency, laws can be passed without calling a conference, and he says that the Castellan obtained the approval of the majority, and he says that it's true, saying that among the 5 horned captains from the cabinets, the majority who agreed with him are 3, appointed as new horned captains, and all 3 there are in favor of it. And he says that during the Golden Sky sect incident, 4 of the 5 horned captains, they died, and the last one was weakened, resulting in a lack of personnel in the cabinets, and it was then that he chose close associates as new horn captains, and Clervio as captain of the finance horn, and Jair as captain of the defense horn, and Kaltun as captain of the law horn, and that is why all the laws are being passed. And furthermore, how should she take care of the finance horns, being a bar attendant and a second stage graduate? And she notices that he seems dissatisfied with the Castellan's choices, but questions whether he is aware of the money that this will generate, and apparently he didn't know that, and she says exactly, the money, and she hopes that he is not underestimating her just because she is a bar owner. And he says no, but she says that his expression says it all, saying that money accumulates where people are gathered, and Gorgon currently has the highest concentration of people people in history. Because of the tournament, she asks if he knows where it will be held, and he says he doesn't yet. She then says it will be on the street of the vendors, north of the outer area, and he is surprised. She explains that it's the street that was completely destroyed during the Golden Sky sect incident a few days ago. The residents, who lost their jobs, are working as tournament assistants while they repair the street. He thinks for a moment, saying he knew the tournament was going to happen, but he didn't imagine he would get labor in such a place. She says that the total damage to the castle, due to the Golden Sky sect incident, amounts to approximately 12 billion and 878 million horns. Then she asks him to guess which that was the profit they made in the last 2 days because of the tournament, and he says they're still investigating, but she slams her fist on the table, saying it's 13 billion and 280 million horns, and that's the net profit, and if they add the potential gains, who knows how big that number could get. When he's speechless, she questions why he's so shocked, since counting money has always been his routine, both in life and there, and says she's not sure what the Castellan intends to do, whether he'll form an expedition squadron from the abyss, or declare war against all of chaos. But there's one thing she certainly understood. From now on, chaos will change, and a little far from where they are, in the south of chaos, and a vast ocean. In the southern castle located in that region, Dryad, a natural fortress made of branches and secretions from the Guardian's horn, a plant-like structure. Dryad, created to absorb water from the vast castle. Then the Castellan of Dryad finds Lincrop, speaks with Dryad, saying that she thinks something bad is about to happen. Then she uses the supreme ability, clairvoyance, and begins to see further and further, seeing something that begins to frighten her, questioning why there are ghouls heading towards Gorgon, and that one is Margaret, reversed Tindarilho, one of the 3 great ghouls, and as soon as he notices he is being observed, he also looks back at her, and she feels the pain of that look, surprised, and so she realizes she needs to inform the Castellan of Gorgon, sending a raven, or whatever it was, to the protagonist, and in that Colosseum, where the presses were set up, everyone is going crazy, and a man says that they are already in round 16, after only 3 days, and this is progressing too fast. And that's the leader of the sect from the primordial universe, Shin Mujiwoki, and the doctor arrives there, saying that this is all because of Gang Huang, and he went on a rampage during the preliminary round, breathing fire and trying to kill everyone, and Mujiwoki is surprised to see him there, saying that he hasn't seen him in a long time, and the doctor says that certainly he has, and then the two begin to stare at each other in a very threatening way, and the doctor says that he seems to have gotten stronger, and Mujiwoki says the same to the old man, but the doctor says that in any case, this is quite unexpected, since he didn't participate in the tournament he loves to fight in, and he says that he likes fair fights and has no interest in low-level fights, and the doctor says that Gang Huang will start breathing fire again if he hears him talking like that, and he even tries to fight back against the protagonist, throwing all his strength into it. Fire, aimed at him, but he realizes it didn't catch anything, and when he approaches, his opponent is there, and from up there, he descends in a totally absurd attack, throwing Gang Huang to the ground, completely dominating him, and everyone is surprised, and Mujiwoki notices that her movements seem familiar to him, wondering if it's skill, and the doctor says that his skill is the steps of the blue cloud, of the metal monarch, Hyo-Yeo, and Mujiwoki wonders why even Hyo-Yeo's subordinate is there, so the doctor asks the same, because what he knows is that some monarchs are planning something with this tournament, and Jahir then says that this concludes Round 16, and then the quarterfinal, which everyone is eagerly awaiting, is approaching, and Mujiwoki is surprised that they're already going with. The quarterfinals begin with some questioning whether it's happening too quickly. The doctor explains that this is due to the castle leader's impatient personality. Some in the audience are happy that it's finally the turn of the leader of the school sect in the forest. He's about to witness the skills of the best strategist of chaos, Zuj Myung, who arrives on the battlefield full of grace. The doctor, looking down, notices something. Zuj is laughing at him. He gets annoyed because Zuj winked at him, implying he'll need to beat him up later. Mujiwoki tells him to relax, as he's not even 400 years old yet. Then the protagonist begins to enter the area, and the doctor says the boy saw him beat him up in his place. When they come face to face, Zuj says he's heard a lot about the plan. The doctor, who is the new Castellan, says that this is impossible, and Mujiwoki is surprised that this man is the new Castellan. The doctor confirms this, and while looking at him, he wonders if he can defeat Zuj Myung. He says it's strange because his energy is similar to the doctor's, asking if he, by any chance, is also the new castellan. He finds this strange, while the protagonist just swings his sword, and everyone there is speechless, even Mujiwoki, who can't utter another word because Zuj is simply pinned to the wall in a single attack. The doctor, questioning Mujiwoki, even thought he could be his apprentice, a monster like that. Zuj, after freeing himself from the wall, says that the opponent's position for the quarterfinals was vacant, and then he realizes that this position belonged to the castellan. He thinks it's a relief because the reason he decided to participate in that cursed tournament was to give advice to that arrogant castellan. There were people like that in the past, folks, who gave hope to others, giving purpose to the lives of people who had already lost it. However, hope that isn't fulfilled transforms into even greater despair, and that's why he went there, to end that hope before it turns into despair, just as it has done for the last 400 years. That's why he can't admit his defeat there, or rather, he won't admit it. So he asks the protagonist if he thought he had defeated him, and he says that admitting defeat would invalidate those last 400 years. But Ruan just stares at him, not understanding what he means, and Zug says that he only defined this duel as a 1 versus 1 duel, but didn't make the tournament rules clear, as he only said he would give the position of Castelao, for whom he defeats him, and the protagonist questions what he means, and he says that he wants to have a battle of wits against Castelao, asking, otherwise, it would only be fair to fight in the way he wants. And everyone starts saying that the leader of the forest school cult is a scoundrel, telling him to admit it as soon as he lost. And the doctor says that he knew he was going to do that. And Mogwilk says that it's difficult to define the winner in a battle of wits, and the doctor says that he must be proposing that game, which strategists love so much, then pay attention, and the protagonist says that everything is fine, asking what he means by battle of wits, and he says that he will assume that he accepted the offer, and then everything starts to change, and that place has become a miniature model, and so they go to the world of strategic formation, and the protagonist questions what this is. Then the system says that because he is a novice, he can see the rules and controls in the manual, and Zerg says that he talks about formation, but basically, it's just a game, and they say that it was Marx's nightmare who created it, inspired by a frontier game, and even the strategist of the Great Land frequently plays it, and he thinks to himself that he is the best in this game, in the whole abyss, asking if he has free time, because being a novice, he can read everything, but the protagonist says no, saying that it is much simpler than he thought, thinking to himself that he said, it's a game inspired by a frontier, and the main scenario involves 3 races and war between them. The game is about devising strategies to destroy all enemy structures, collecting resources, and training troops in real time. He knows a game with a system exactly like this one, and the frontier game that inspired this game must be that game called Earth, and there's no one there who doesn't know it. He's also played it at least 1,000,000 times. He questions what the problem is with those nightmares, since it's practically plagiarism. Then Zug asks if this terrain is good for him, and the system says that Zug Myung has selected the Lost Garden as the battlefield for strategic formation. The protagonist tells him to do as he pleases, and in doing so, he chooses the human race, while Zug Myung picks the nightmare race. He notices that he chose the weakest of the 3 human races, and even being arrogant, this guy is still just a rookie, and the nightmare race he chose gets stronger over time, but it can also create winning situations early in the game. First, he'll use his minions to prepare the ground, then he'll use his massive number of troops to win. However, the protagonist starts cutting down those demons calmly, using his humans to completely overwhelm Zug, who can't believe what's happening. Zug asks what he thinks he's doing, and why he's already attacking, since he's even using his farmers to attack. But then he notices something, realizing that Zug is building towers, even in his base, and an archer approaches the nightmares, killing him. Zug realizes that Zug is hiding behind the towers to attack, and questions what this is, since the farmers, with a lot of HP, block the path when he tries to destroy the towers. He can't stop, even though he's trying to defend himself. It seems useless that he can't even gather resources or build more buildings, and he questions what kind of strategy that is. The protagonist says it's a very common strategy in Korea, and the way to deal with it is well known. Pro players are often insulted when they use it, and everyone likes it because he's winning by a landslide. So, Zug thinks that a newbie couldn't possibly know this strategy, and he says that the boy can't play like that because it's good manners not to attack each other in the first 10 minutes of the game. But the protagonist questions what he's talking about, and Zug says that normally, he only gathers resources and builds in the first 10 minutes. but the protagonist asks if he has anything to go on about that in the rules, and he sees that the boy is actually right. So Jahoon says that if he doesn't have it, then it doesn't matter, and at that, Zug ends up kneeling, questioning who the hell this guy is, because he doesn't have a shred of education, and he deviates from all the standards he knows, and because of that, there's no way he can predict his limit, and he simply can't defeat him, and perhaps, during those 400 years, he was just waiting for that moment, so he formally admits to the protagonist that he lost, and now this battle, and the protagonist is waiting there beside him. Then the doctor goes to him, asking when he learned about strategic formations, and he arrives there along with Mujiwoki, and the doctor says he thought he only knew how to do thrusts, or rather, since his new technique, the spiral cut, was influenced by his cut. He thinks he's only interested in thrusts, and commenting on this, he says that the technique the boy used to attack Zugming was the new technique, the spiral cut. He questions this, and the boy says that it actually has to be called that, and remembers when he was trying to name the protagonist's cut that, but he says he only uses thrusts. Then the doctor says that this is a cut influenced by his cut, so that has to be the name. But Kamen says that since thrust cuts have the same purpose, which is to kill the enemy, he can add execution, and name it that. So the protagonist says it's spiral execution, and he's already told him the name of the technique. But the old man asks if he's really going to choose that name, asking about the spiral cut. However, the protagonist says that spiral execution is better, and more importantly, he looks at Mujiwoki, saying that he seems very strong, questioning if he wants to try to fight, but he notices that this is a very aggressive salvation, and the doctor. Remember, he had said that he attacks the veterans instead of respecting them, but the protagonist says that none of the veterans there are old and weak, they are all old and strong, and there's no reason to have consideration for them. The doctor asks if Mujiwoki saw that, saying that he never loses an argument, but Mujiwoki, thinking to himself, says that this is the first time since the Abyss Expedition Squad was disbanded 900 years ago that he has seen the doctor have so much fun talking. He remembers Moloch, and how, as the leader of the expedition squad 900 years ago, he gave hope and dreams to the Abyss. However, he ended up becoming a symbol of despair. He wonders how the protagonist compares to Moloch, questioning if he is a worthy replacement. Judging by the fight, he has considerable strength, and his potential alone could surpass Moloch's. However, what about his personality? He can't seem to find justice in the world. Boy, he's the opposite, the complete Moloch, who possesses a mature and benevolent personality, and furthermore, he questions what murderous intent he is feeling, finding it very strange. But the more he looks at the protagonist, he begins to be consumed by that gigantic eye entering his mind, and he senses that there is something there. He even looks back and asks the doctor if he is also awakened. He says that it took him a long time to discover he is fully awakened. And in that they say that the next clash of the the final quarters are about to begin, and the protagonist is already getting interested, heading to the battlefield. But the doctor asks where he's going, since it's not his turn, and Mogwillock is quite surprised by his complete awakening. However, the protagonist tells them that he thought it would be a waste of time to wait, and Mogwillock concludes that this means he has surpassed the third wall of awakening. The protagonist climbs into the arena once more, and the doctor begins to wonder. When he arrives, he says that among them, except for Kamen and Yong, those three seem relatively strong, especially that woman with a chained side. There's something about her that can't be interpreted with suspicion, and he questions her true identity. He then asks why the protagonist is there, since this isn't his battle. Everyone is surprised when Castellan climbs onto the stage, asking what he's going to say. The protagonist grabs the microphone, telling them to listen, saying he's seen enough of the participants' skills, understands their levels, and that being a spectator is becoming boring. He's thinking of changing the format, how things will be. But then someone arrives and asks the protagonist to wait a moment, questioning what he thinks he's doing. It's the leader of the sect, the sacred servant, Yago Cryong. She asks what right he has to do something like that, and how he plans to change the rules now. The protagonist says he'll remove the 1 versus 1 rule, and she asks if he's saying he wants a group battle. He says that's exactly it, and she says that would be problematic because of how they divided the teams and how the winner would be decided. But the protagonist says that she didn't quite understand, saying he's not talking about a team tournament. There will only be one team, and the 6 of them will unite against it. Everyone there is surprised, and not. She believes him, and the protagonist confirms that's exactly it, saying he will fight them all personally, and promises to give the position of Castellan to the first person among them to defeat him. No one in the arena believes him, and they think this is an opportunity to discover the Castellan's power, asking him to show what he's capable of. Then one of them starts laughing, saying he was just imagining his intentions, but she's quite surprised. She says she had a feeling something interesting was about to happen, and after that pronouncement, announcement, the protagonist realizes that what he needs now is people's trust. Trust is born from people connecting with each other, and this connection is built over time. However, he doesn't have enough time now, and the alternative way to gain their trust is, in a situation like this, she's showing overwhelming skills. But then a girl approaches the protagonist, looking him straight in the eye, getting too close, and she strangely resembles him remarkably. Everyone watching is surprised, some even finding it romantic. She says she likes him, adding that it would be a shame if he killed now, and that's why she's stopping there for the day, leaving. Then, she questions what happened, because even with an overwhelming numerical advantage, one of the participants, she suddenly gave up, and she says that's annoying, and soon it will appear, and the protagonist becomes curious about this and that, and Niang says he's also leaving, saying he doesn't think it's possible to defeat Castelao with his current abilities, and the protagonist notices that that crazy leader, the Thunderfinger sect, will be his subordinate, but he still wants to maintain his dignity. And Kaiman also mentions Miguel, saying he's also going to give up, admitting that his abilities don't even come close to Castelao's, and the protagonist notices that the leader of the Sea of the Sun is considering something as trivial as the justice of the battles, and he's no different from the other, and there's no way these guys will change, and at this rate, everyone will leave, and even if he defeats the others, it won't be an impactful scene, and Gagurian tells the protagonist that it's a shame, because things aren't going as he wanted, and the protagonist says it's a shame indeed, and since he has no choice, the three of them can attack him, and she gets angry with he says that her arrogance and recklessness can't get any worse, and even though they must have fled to spare her, she will still attack. The Black Veil Mass speaks to the other, saying that they will use this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Gagurian says that no matter how powerful he is, he can't resist their combined attack. But Gagurian tells the vice leader to calm down, saying that they didn't come there to confront the Castellan. She says that's true, but still wants to attack. However, the protagonist pays attention to what they are talking about, and he, who was in the room where they didn't see the fight, asks what Captain Ryong will do. He says he will wait and see. He thinks the Metal Monarch is Gil because someone is behind the leader of the Golden Sky sect. Then Gagurian says he can't tell him that, saying he only needs to complete what he was asked. After they agree, she asks what she needs. The protagonist is surprised when she notices that they want to know more about Castellan's personality, and Gagurian is right. She then speaks to Castellan, saying that they have no intention of fighting him. The protagonist asks if they are surrendering, and she says that this expression isn't exactly correct, and that not intending to fight and surrendering are different things. The protagonist asks if they don't want to fight, and she says that they are saying they will join the Abyss Expedition squad of their own free will. Everyone is confused, just observing the protagonist, and the protagonist questions what they are planning. Gagurian asks what he is saying, and she says that they don't need to plan anything, and are just embarking on the journey that will bring back the lives of the residents of Chaos. And the crowd in the stands questions what she's talking about, wondering what they're going to do instead of drawing their swords. And Gagurian says that since they've come so far, he should be honest, and he also didn't intend to give up the position of Castellan, asking if she's wrong. After all, from the beginning, the purpose of that tournament wasn't to appoint a new Castellan, but rather to recruit people for the Abyss Expedition squad, saying that she's truly impressed with his methods, because since the squad failed 900 years ago, no one else has tried to create such a grand project, and that's why she's proud to be there with him, and she's sure all the spectators feel the same, and the position of Castellan isn't the only thing that's making them curious. Then she throws her veil up. Using her eye power on the protagonist, she summons a swarm of butterflies, turning everything pink, and says she wants to hear everyone's honest opinions. Then, with a gaze that sees through people's thoughts, she makes them reflect on their deepest truths. She asks if the reason they came there was to witness the fight before their eyes, or for the sake of life and the future of chaos. This is her supreme level ability, the Eyes of Justice, and she says she wants to believe that chaos hasn't completely forgotten romance. At this point, everyone starts to think the leader of the Sacred Servant sect is right, beginning to consider what they truly wanted to see. The protagonist questions whether this is even an ability, as everyone is in a trance, and he wonders if he should force everyone to regain consciousness with thrusts. However, someone raises their hand, agreeing with the leader of the sacred sect, saying they didn't come all the way from the north to see simple fights, and that here he is the honorable sword. They are quite surprised that this person is. There, Gokiryong looks directly at him and the protagonist, surprised by what's happening there. After all, they're all in this together. Meanwhile, in another corner, Carlton is walking through the castle and sees something ahead. When he opens the door, he sees the Raven of Castellandred, and he's surprised to see a messenger there, saying he left the office empty for a long time, wondering when he arrived. When he sees the message, he's surprised because a horde of ghouls, including a mega ghoul, is approaching Gorgon Castle. When he notices looking out the window, he sees it's too late, as they are too close. Meanwhile, the protagonist also notices the change in time, and Gokiryong says that's exactly right, saying that what they need now is not internal conflict, but harmony, and that's why they must stop this tournament. They have already achieved their goal. Countless souls have gathered there, willing to risk their lives to join the Abyss Expedition Squad, and now, she thinks things are going her way, and she's going to put an end to it. She asks them to listen, saying there's still an important issue. Who will be the squad leader? The doctor realizes she's about to call the shots, and Mujiwoki also sees through her game. He says she's using her ultimate conversational skills along with the eyes of justice, and now she's stopped using those abilities. He questions what the leader of the Holy Surf cult is trying to do. She says she wants the Gorgon Castellan to be the squad leader because he has superior strength to the 10 cult leaders and a better intellect than the leader of the Forest Academy cult. She adds that the current Gorgon Castellan is probably the most talented person in the history of chaos, so they think that this is actually expected of the sect leader, saying that she has a great personality for praising others instead of herself. But then the sword says that it will have to be against that, saying that the position of leader of the Abyss Expedition Squad is not something that can be taken only with strength and intellect. So she questions, according to him, what other qualities are necessary for the position, and tells him that the ability to control countless squad members and the individual's personality are important, and therefore he thinks they need to go through some processes to verify the personality of the Castellan, and believe it turns out that she, the leader of the sect, is perfect for carrying out these verification processes, so she starts questioning how she would do it, and he suggests performing a Justice Inquisition. With the Gorgon Castellan and her shitty little plan going very well, she likes it, and they begin to understand, saying that they can judge his personality like a Justice Inquisition, ordering them to start immediately, and Jared speaks to the leader, saying that she requested that Justice Inquisition, and everyone except the Castellan must leave, and she says she thinks she has no choice, and if that's what everyone wants, she will do it, and begins to use another of her abilities, and she questions the Castellan, asking if he will accept the position of squad leader after going through the Justice Inquisition. Then the doctor notices that if they are going to perform a Justice Inquisition, they really got him, and Mujiok notes that most people know about the sect leader's Justice Inquisition, and has heard that some high-level adapted individuals, they even ask her for an Inquisition to increase the number of enlightenments and move on to the next stage as adapted beings, and the doctor thinks that if he had blown everyone up as usual, the Abyss Expedition Squad would be history for another time, and nobody would want to follow a leader who stockpiles his own group members to death. But his personality will be tested if he does nothing, and having such a problematic personality, testing it with the Inquisition of Justice would be the end of him. He wonders what the kid will do now, and the protagonist simply agrees. Then she questions if this means he is accepting the Inquisition of Justice, and the protagonist says yes, so she is happy. But the man wonders why those two have been standing around doing nothing for a while, wondering when the Inquisition of Justice will begin. But he starts to notice something when he sees the ship, and the protagonist is on that ship. She says that the setting for the Inquisition of Justice this time is the vast ocean, saying that most vast oceans are complicated. Thus, the protagonist is inside that boat. Everything starts to go into the water because of the tidal wave, and she says that's why ships sink so frequently like that. A man asks the others who fell to hold on, trying to pull them up. Then she says that fortunately a rescue ship has arrived, and the man on the rescue ship says they need to rescue one more person, but the boat can only hold 10 people, and it will sink if they take anyone else. One of them says they have to abandon ship because they should save those who can be saved. However, someone pulls the protagonist's hand, calling him captain, surprising him. Then he asks when he appeared on that rescue ship, and that's how the test question appears for the protagonist. The protagonist is being told to save those who can be saved, and to give up on one person, or to not give up on anyone, rescuing everyone even if the ship sinks as a result. The protagonist looks at her as she tells him to choose his decision, and he begins to understand this Inquisition of Justice. She questions what his decision will be, and the protagonist realizes that some people would call him heartless if he chose option 1. And some would doubt his judgment if he chose option 2, and no matter which option the protagonist takes, he will put his qualities to the test that he's the leader of the expedition squad in the game. But then he simply says he chooses option number 3, scaring her, and she questions what he's talking about, since there are only 2 options available. He says he chooses number 3, he will save everyone, and he won't let the ship sink, but she thinks that can't be true, questioning if he managed to find the secret choice, the one that only appears when you find your own answer. Option number 3 says he won't give up on anyone, anyone. He'll save the people who are drowning, and then he'll go into the water until rescue arrives. He says that the only option capable of maintaining his judgment is saving everyone while keeping his own humanity intact. She was planning to criticize his abilities by showing him this answer as soon as he chose the first or second option, but her plan backfired. So she wants to see what he has in mind, asking what this third option he just mentioned is. He says the reason they are dying is because the ocean exists. She says she thinks so. Then, the protagonist says he only needs to stab the ocean. This guy is jumping over the asylum wall with the door open. Man, he's crazy, and she wonders what this madman is talking about, questioning if he's confused and lost his mind. And the protagonist actually starts preparing an attack pointing at the water, and she asks him to wait, questioning what he's trying to do. And the doctor notices his posture and tells everyone to run away quickly. They don't even know what's happening, but they get out of the way, and the protagonist unleashes such an absurd attack that nobody believes it, not even her who is doing that approval, and everyone who is watching. Then a system error occurs, and he breaks everything, and the sea really disappears. They return to land, and everyone says it's a miracle. They are alive, running towards the protagonist, but he orders those NPCs to release him, however, before disappearing. They thank him for saving him, thanking him, which surprises him with the level of immersion, and thus the Inquisition of Justice ends, with him leaving victorious. But Gokiryon questions what on earth he thinks he's doing, asking how he could do that. However, the protagonist says he'll skip the compliments, totally pissed at her, and she gets scared. But then Gorgon starts sending an alert, saying that a Gorgon 1 has been issued throughout the Gorgon region. She questions what's happening, and the protagonist runs off. It's announced that all events have been cancelled, the castle walls will be closed, and all residents must evacuate quickly to North Street. One of the boys there asks what all this is about, and the man tells him to hurry because the ghouls are coming. Everyone follows the protagonist to the wall. Yong questions whether all those black things are ghouls, and he thinks his sect was wiped out in Mantiquora, and now he's encountering the ghoul army in Gorgon, thinking he might actually die there today. Gang questions if he'll only die against those guys, so he planned to join the squad anyway. But Yong sees that the Flame King's legs are trembling even more than green sticks, and he tells the boy to shut up. Seeing this, the doctor. Note that the newcomers who weren't even born 900 years ago, Ras, now they are leading the chaos and the primordial universe, the southern sea, the school forest, and the sacred servant, along with the Flame King and the Thunder God, and he sees each of them there, seeing that 6 of the 10 sects of chaos are gathered there, and he didn't think he would see this scene again before dying, and he questions Mugio if this reminds him of what happened 900 years ago. He questions if he is talking about when they went to the Ghoul Palace. He says yes. He says that they were indeed similar scenarios, although he is not sure what that thing is doing there, and the ghouls summoned other ghouls, and if a medium ghoul appears, smaller ghouls will follow, and if a large ghoul appears, medium ghouls will follow, and in Gorgon, the Catastrophe Ghoul King appeared, and the reason why castles need to build walls, the one responsible for instilling fear throughout. The abyss is approaching, the mega ghoul heading towards them, the reverse walker maggot, begins to scream, heading towards the castle, and everyone starts to be attacked and consumed by those ghouls. People beg them to leave, but the monsters show no mercy, killing everyone in their path. The girl thinks this is the end, believing it's all over with so many monsters invading the place. But even so, while no one has any hope left, the monsters enter everything, as Paduan Ross is the first to go inside. She thinks it's a relief, asking him to help her quickly, but he passes right by her and simply runs. He says he's sorry, because fighting a ghoul that size is too much for him, and the girl is completely disbelieving, thinking he's defending himself, extremely defensively. As he tries to escape, he is also hit, and Gokiryon thinks that this is a world where any choice made. It ends up having no result whatsoever, and she wonders what kind of justice can be achieved in such a world, and they are all dying in droves, and she sees that this world has no choice or hope whatsoever. However, in the midst of all that chaos, a monster is ripped apart right in front of her, and Yong arrives, dismembering the monster and ordering the leader of the Sacred Servant sect to recover. Cayman and gang also arrive, killing the monsters along with everyone else to change the situation, and she questions why, because even if they fight back, they are only buying time, and it is impossible to win. She wonders if Yong is so fearless because he is an idiot, but looking closer, she realizes that he is trembling and very scared. Then she questions what hope compels them to act, but he remains firm, thinking that this is not easy. But one of them tells him to stop talking like a weakling, because there are even more powerful enemies up there, and the protagonist arrives to face that enormous monster. And they say that the person who can face them alone is there. While the monsters advance towards the protagonist, he grabs one of them and rips its head off with his bare hands, without even having to use his sword, while the others attack. He just looks at all those stones coming towards him, and he says that they shouldn't destroy other people's constructions like that, and the stones even try to hit him. But the protagonist gets out of the way beautifully, and when Anhee steps back, preparing to attack, while that gigantic monster comes at him, he manages to dodge another attack, thinking that this is a very annoying ability. But the monster doesn't stop advancing at all. The protagonist notices that it uses the ability to levitate objects when it gets too close, and if he gains distance, it starts attacking with that purple beam. He needs to get out of the way of that thing to avoid being hit, and that attack destroys everything right behind him. The monster starts preparing another attack right after that, and the protagonist gets increasingly angry. With that, he faces that attack head-on, and the old man down below continues killing the monsters, but begins to weaken, remembering the past. Just like in the old days, there's nothing humans can do in the midst of all that. Faced with such colossal despair, they can do nothing. But then he sees a glimmer of light, and remembers the words of the old castellan, saying that the people who live there need hope, an overwhelming hope, and that hope arrives with the protagonist, plunging his sword into that mega goal, remembers Castellao talking about that hope that won't be lost to anything, and the protagonist slams it into the ground with a thrust. The shockwave he unleashes in that attack scares everyone, and they are almost swept away. The doctor, seeing this, is surprised, and the protagonist, atop that monster, thinks he really should have done that sooner. The doctor asks what he did, but the protagonist looks back, and several other ghouls come at him. Cayman even tries to protect him, and the doctor is left helpless, seeing himself completely surrounded by those things. Then, when one is trapped there, the protagonist, thinking this is annoying, flees, killing some, and going to the side. When he sees that many monsters coming at him, he prepares another thrust, and with it sweeps away all those coming in his direction. The doctor can't believe his eyes, and he remembers when the protagonist said he would only use thrusts, and he really did, sweeping them away. Part of the wall and all the ghouls in front of him, he really clears the whole area. Everything starts to become calmer after what he did, and nobody can believe it, much less Mogio, who thinks it's audacious. And the doctor says that he's always like that, but he decided to protect that audacity, and so he understands, saying that then they will stay with him. And then Cayman also goes after the remaining little ones, and Young doesn't stay behind, going after another, and he even teases the King of Flames, and he asks what's wrong, because he's busy, telling him not to talk to him, and Young says he's ashamed to say. But anyway, he feels he needs to tell someone, so he questions what the boy is stalling on, and he continues killing ghouls. But questioning this, he doesn't think he's too cool, but nobody cares, and he asks someone to say something and not leave him hanging, and the monsters keep advancing. And Gang says that the exhaustion of his body is making him heavier, and at this rate everything will end. But before the monster could do anything, it flies towards him, and a little girl nearby throws that rock on the monster, which gets very angry and charges at her with everything it has. So she orders someone to attack, and the one who attacks is Cawthon, throwing his chains on top of the monster, saying they came to help, and Gang says that's how it had to be, and they start to turn the tables little by little, and even Mujiwoki enters the scene, and the protagonist continues to see that everything is going well, now planting his sword in the ground, and making a thrust across the entire city. And then 10 days later at Gorgon Castle, all this time has passed since Margreach, of the three great ghouls, was annihilated, and everything is chaotic with the news, and a reporter asks the blacksmith what his opinion is of the best change in Gorgon since that incident, and he thinks for a moment, saying that this place has become a better place to live. But he questions how, and he says it's because now 6 of the 10 sects from the chaos, they migrated to Gorgon, and this drastically increased their supply of materials, including beast horns. Thanks to this, they are experiencing an unprecedented economic boom. But the reporter, seeing him say that the place is very good to live in, senses that something is wrong, as everything is destroyed, and says that the situation seems quite serious. But for some reason, the atmosphere there is radiant, and the blacksmith says that it's natural for a journalist to say that, since he didn't witness the wave path. The wave path is an incident where a wave of darkness full of ghouls was split in two by a single blade of light, and everyone who witnessed it somehow felt bewitched, embarking on the wave path, facing the ghouls, and many people lost their lives. This makes everyone question what they witnessed that day to say that they live in this chaos, and the blacksmith says that the only thing an idiot like him can say is that Gorgon has become a better place to live, and that journalist writes exactly that. But then he feels a tremor and asks what's happening, and the blacksmith tells him to relax, as this has been happening a lot lately. But he soon thinks that such an explosion can only occur from a fight between high-stage spiritual and adapted powers, and now that he's stopped to think, 6 of the 10 sects have their bases in Gorgon, and he starts to think that the sects have gone to war. But the blacksmith says that one could say so, and everything continues to explode, and several people go flying out of that coliseum, and in fact they are the leaders of the sects, and the blacksmith says that there are 5 of them today, while that reporter is stunned, and the protagonist is the one who sent everyone flying, and he's furious. Inside that arena, saying that they still have a long way to go, and when Jinghong finds out what happened in Gorgon, he can't believe it, throwing his cup in his subordinate's face, asking what the hell is this, telling him to speak again, and he actually speaks, saying that the one responsible for the attack is Gorgon is the Megagull. Margaret died, and he thinks this is impossible, since the Megagull is as strong as a 9th stage adapted being from Great Earth, and you need to be at least at the level of a lieutenant general to face it, and even in Chaos, there are only 3 Megagulls, so how did they do this? He orders them to investigate this properly and immediately. They leave right away, and Jinghong thinks it's impossible, and there must be some mistake. Then, for days later, news of the annihilation of the northern branch of the Golden Heaven sect spread throughout near Gorgon, and speaking of which, the protagonist is humiliating all those cult leaders, calling them weak, asking what they've been doing for centuries, and everyone is on their knees before him, receiving a huge scolding. Yong questions how he's supposed to win against that, and the protagonist calls him over, and he's filled with fear, saying that the only thing he has is his fast feet, and he can't even answer. He tells Gang Huang, who says his power is good, but he's very slow. Jesus Myong says he thinks too much before acting, and Gukryong says she has good agility and intelligence, but her stamina is terrible. Finally, Kaiman says he's the best of the group, has a very good foundation, and isn't particularly weak in any aspect. However, this also means he's not particularly good at anything, saying they all share the same problem. They've already achieved something without much effort. The doctor then says that, of course, the protagonist says that the brat knows how to hit the nail on the head, but the old man also says that the old man is very weak, considering he has lived for a millennium, and the old man is annoyed with him, but thinks he's right, because 900 years ago, the leaders of the 10 sects were all at the 7th stage adapted level, and the leader of the Sky Dragon sect, the strongest of them, was a 9th stage adapted, but even so, Moloch was stronger than him, and even though they were such powerful people, the expedition was still difficult, and this only shows how complicated the abyss is, and the protagonist says that during the recent subjugation of the northern branch of the Golden Sky sect, half of them were at least seriously injured, or at most almost died, and they weren't even attacking Manticore, their headquarters, and he says that if they were in that state, after facing a sect, how can they expect to go on an expedition, and says that's why they will undergo special training for a week starting now, and they're surprised, and Zong himself thinks he's going to get super strong, and he talks to the protagonist, saying that each of the sect leaders there are adapted, and the 15 levels of adapted stages, which measure their strength, are not something that can be overcome in such a short time, and normally, it takes 10 years for a 9th adapted to reach the first stage. Then the second takes another 20, the third 40 years, and another 80 years to reach the 4th stage, and most people end up dying before that. And that's why adapted above the 4th stage are called high stage adapted, and the protagonist questions what he's trying to say. And he questions if Jerwan is perhaps trying to turn them into awakened ones, and everyone is surprised by this. Zong says he heard that awakened beings don't accumulate strength continuously, but use a sudden burst of light to move to the next stage, and he agrees, saying he's planning to turn them into awakened beings if they can completely abandon their own worlds. None of them quite understand, and Yong questions what he's talking about. The doctor says that for a perfect awakening, one must go through 3 stages, and the first stage is destroying the world of adaptation that they have lived until now, and those who reach this stage gain eyes capable of dissecting the world and looking directly at its essence. He questions whether he's talking about doubt, since the protagonist didn't quite understand this, but Yong doesn't grasp this talk of destroying the world of adaptation. Goki Yong explains that it means they have to give up all the benefits of the system, like skills and status, and he's surprised that's the case. She speaks with Delta Thunder, saying she's surprised he managed to become the leader of one of the 10 sects with that level of understanding. He says that despite his brain, he's still a hyper-adapted individual, and hyper-adapted individuals are commonly said to be blessed by the system, possessing an excessive affinity with the system and the skill interface, resulting in a growth rate 10 or 100 times faster than ordinary awakened beings. This is the case for most powerful beings, including the 12 monarchs. But Gang calls him an idiot, saying there's no one there who isn't a hyper-adapted individual, thinking that no one could give up such a talent overnight. That day, Kaiman reveals that he is not a hyper-adapted individual, and says that if he can become stronger, he will give up everything, whether it's a skill or a world, everything except his hatred for the monarchs. Then they ask their leader from the South Sea sect, who understands what he's saying, explaining that this means they will have to give up everything they have achieved so far, and not just their achievements. He questions whether he has already forgotten about the Great Disappearance, and the protagonist doesn't quite know what that is. Gokiryeong explains that it all began with the appearance of the Fisher, which suddenly appeared in the Great Land 700 years ago, declaring that they would fight against cultivation. The terrorist group called the Fisher declared this to Surge, and they brutally murdered the monarchs of the 4 regions who opposed their declarations. They announced that if they wished to become awakened, they must go to the Forgotten Lands and deny the world. She mentions the number of people who gathered in the Forgotten Lands. At that time, there were tens of thousands of them. However, almost nothing is known about what happened afterward because they literally disappeared. Young is surprised that it was all of them, and she says that very few returned, and her companion was one of them, as she said she became an awakened being, although only a first-stage awakened one. The protagonist questions what happened to them, and she says that they all vanished, all suffered from severe schizophrenia, some went insane, and others lost their memories, and many different symptoms arose, but they had one thing in common. They said they didn't know who they were. The protagonist thinks about this and talks to Go Kryong, saying that for now it's worth mentioning 2 things. First of all, he's not from the Rift, and even though he understands why she's doubting him, since he's an awakened, and secondly, awakening can be dangerous, as she said, and that's why he'll be taking volunteers to awaken. But she asks what he'll do with those who refuse to awaken, and he says he'll also make them stronger. And she asks how, and he says they just need to advance to a higher stage of adaptation, and she doesn't understand what he's saying. Asking if he didn't hear when the leader of the forest school teacher spoke, saying it's impossible to increase the adaptation stage by a week, and they don't have enough time, but the protagonist says he can solve this problem, calling them all to go with him. Outside, they go to a purple castle, and the blacksmith looks at the protagonist and welcomes him. The protagonist asks if they can start immediately, and the blacksmith says yes. Young is surprised that it's a building made of beast horns, and he says they'll show them. As soon as he touches it, the castle changes color, and the protagonist says he'll show them. Then, they all receive a notification asking if they accept to invoke Carpe Diem in the Tower of Nightmares, and even the doctor is surprised, questioning why there's a Tower of Nightmares there. Yes, the creature simply built the tutorial. Man, this guy is completely absurd, and they end up at the Carpe Diem Tower of Nightmares. When they get there, none of them can believe it, and the doctor says that humans actually produced the Tower of Nightmares with their own powers, and Cayman says that even though there are only 2 floors, it's incredible, and Zug says he's thrilled to be back in this place, to break the cultivation, instead of being cultivated, and Yong says that too, saying that's what he wanted, and the protagonist says that from that moment on, all training will be done there, and time is 100 times slower. Inside that tower, and 1 day outside is equivalent to 100 days there, which means that 1 week becomes 700 days, and so they gain about 2 years of training. And he says that with everything, spiritual corruption will be accelerated inversely proportional to how much time has been slowed down, and souls will become heavier because of the increased density of time. In preparation for this tower has a function. It automatically throws things out when their spiritual corruption reaches 80%, and there will always be beast horns outside the tower, so they don't need to worry about corruption. Yong says he thought the Castellan was a heartless bastard, but he's nice. However, the protagonist asks what he's talking about, and he says he's decided to spend his whole life following. The protagonist says that now, he will separate those who want to apply themselves for awakening from those who don't. Those who want to be awakened should go to the right, and those who only want to increase their adaptation stage should stay on the left. After a while, Gryong is attacking, asking how he dares underestimate the abilities of the Sacred Serpent sect, and Yong says that no matter how fast it's impossible to keep up with the Thunder God's speed, but then a burst of fire comes towards him, almost hitting him, the blast passing very close. Kong says that speed doesn't matter, destructive power is what's important, and the Flame King is the best when it comes to destructive power. But Zug arrives, saying that this is deplorable, that this is why they haven't made progress. However, they all look at him and start attacking, chasing after that loudmouth. Meanwhile, Mujiho, watching from afar, remembers when the protagonist spoke to him, and on that occasion, he realizes that Kaiman is the only one who wants to awaken. But then, Gokiryeong questions how he plans to increase the stage. Adaptation of the others, and the text discusses how it's not easy for high-level adapted individuals like them to become stronger. They need to either reach a certain level of enlightenment or use a new top-class skill to increase their proficiency. The protagonist argues that this problem can be easily solved, but she mentions that the top-class skill book isn't readily available. She asks if he's implying he stole the safe from one of the 5 families or something similar, and the thief is unintentionally teased. He replies that it doesn't necessarily have to be a skill book. Learning from a teacher master is enough. She questions if he's saying he'll teach them the skill, but the protagonist denies it. She asks who will, realizing his intention, and he agrees, stating that from now on, they will teach each other. Muju comments that the idea of having them learn from each other is revolutionary, something the leaders of the secret societies, with their enormous power, couldn't even imagine. However, things aren't going well. They all say that they are the strongest, and Zug ends up in the crossfire, leaving the innocent girl and Muju, who says he's not sure if this will happen according to the Castellan's plans, wondering how Kaiman is getting to the second floor. He's with the protagonist, learning more and more about his swordsmanship, and he questions how many times he's repeated this, 100,000 times, or maybe 1,000,000 times, or at least tells him to increase his speed. Kaiman continues attacking relentlessly, and he questions if he can really get stronger like that, but the protagonist asks if he's still insisting on it, saying that he should already be able to feel it. Little by little, he continues training without hesitation, and the protagonist asks if he's still nervous about not being able to defeat the other adapted beings. He says he knows better than anyone who lacks talent, or rather, the consistency and simplicity that allowed him to become a powerful person through pure effort, unlike the other leaders of Sidas, who were blessed as hyper-adapted beings, and the mentality to avoid getting lost even while having doubts. It's the power that leads to awakening that isn't simply talent, but rather willpower. So he asks the Castellan if he truly believes he can succeed, and the protagonist says yes, stating that's why he should believe in himself too. With that, he sheds all his doubts and begins to attack ever more forcefully. After a while, the same girl who confronted the protagonist is now atop a tower, finding it delightful, and notices the Tower of Nightmares, built by humans, called Carpe Diem, right in front of her. She finds it amusing that they still believe they can change anything after living for hundreds of years, calling them idiots, asking if the person next to him doesn't agree, and it's the very doctor she calls master, and he appears there looking at her, talking to her, asking what she's plotting, but she finds it strange that he's talking about it, because it's a sad thing to say now that they're reuniting after so long, calling him to come back, saying that everyone is waiting for him, but he says that he already said he won't go back there, saying that he won't join those who abandon their humanity, but she says that they fight for humans. And they are the only ones who truly fight for humans, only them, the rift. But he says no, saying that they only use humans, and the rift ended after the great disappearance. They lost their purpose, and now they only have a name. But the girl starts laughing, and ends up apologizing to him, because she couldn't control herself, but laughing was an expected reaction after he heard something like that, because he was also one of the people who planned that damned great disappearance. But he says that's not what happened, and she says that of course, the results must have been different from what he wanted. However, he didn't stop the great disappearance, and all he did was watch while it happened. But she says she's grateful to him, because her current self wouldn't exist if it weren't for her master, and she talks to him, asking if he knew that some of the children of the rift today are trying to awaken using the method he taught them, children who have no talents or connections. And she says that they brandish swords against each other hundreds and thousands of times, and they just stay doing this to kill each other repeatedly, and an extremely small number of them manage to survive, reaching the billions, and they lose the sense of life and death, and begin to see the world from an inhuman perspective. And it is then that he finally obtains the first keyword of awakening, which is deconstruction. However, he pulls out his sword, saying that this was the wrong keyword, but she sees that he is talking about it again, asking if he could know if he has at least fully awakened, and so he thinks of his world marked in white, and she says that her unique world is the same as before, saying that he was too afraid to use his humanity, and was unable to draw anything in the world he created with difficulty. And she says that however she was different, she became the leader of the second squad of the rift, pulling out her weapon and throwing it at the doctor, and he begins to see her weapon taking over the entire place and her changing that world, and he is quite surprised seeing that, saying that he had heard that she had become a squad leader, asking if she could reach the third stage if she awakens, but questions him about it, asking if he thought she would only be in the third stage. Then she alters everything, and he begins to see the corpses within the blood she summons. She asks what he thinks, questioning if he recognizes them, saying it's the scene of the great disappearance. The doctor is shocked to see this, and she questions what he thinks after witnessing the masterpiece he himself created, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Then she speaks to her master, saying that the living shouldn't imitate the dead, and that he should know that nothing can be changed in chaos, saying that the world doesn't change, and that's why they will return to the rift. But the doctor says he can change, and she doesn't quite understand, and the doctor repeats once more, saying that he can change, and this time chaos can really change, and so she notices that he can still make that expression, asking if he was the one who changed her, and him. The doctor doesn't even answer, but she says that he will fail, saying that just as he failed 900 years ago in chaos, and 700 years ago on the Great Earth, and just as he fled, abandoning them, telling him to try as much as he wants, because meanwhile, the protagonist and Cayman are in the first stage of awakening, which is doubting the world, and the second stage of awakening is understanding the world that has been called into question, and the third stage of awakening is forgetting the self defined by the world. So he's in that extreme meditation, and the protagonist tells Cayman to regain his senses, and in doing so, he attacks Cayman, throwing him far away. Cayman is surprised, and the protagonist tells him to stop being pathetic, going after him and ordering him to fight as if his life depended on it, actually attacking him. Cayman ends up taking an attack and loses part of his face. He says he can't even imagine his victory and is attacked again and again, also losing other parts of his body. He says he can't even begin to comprehend the power of the castle. No, to begin with. He questions whether he's really getting stronger, and he closes his eyes in despair, wondering what he's been doing. But the protagonist tells him to overcome the limits that the world has defined for him, attacking him again, and Cayman opens his determined eye, using the third stage of awakening. He recognizes a wave being created near him and uses it to attack the protagonist, who likes the result. He remembers that the third stage is about forgetting the self defined by the world, attacking the boy with his obvious attack. After attacking, he is on his knees, and the protagonist congratulates him for finally reaching the third stage of awakening. The protagonist questions if he has become stronger, and Cayman says that he has become significantly stronger. However, Cayman thinks that the Castellan must also be in the third stage of awakening, seeing how he managed to resist. And yet, no matter how many times he surpasses his limits, he can't even imagine reaching him. Sometime later, in a meeting inside Gorgon's castle, he says that the current expedition system is too unstable, and one of them questions if he is saying that he doesn't recognize the Castellan as the leader of the expedition squad, and says that Gorgon's arbitrary decision to form an expedition squad goes against the Treaty of the Four Castles. But one of them reminds him that the Treaty of the Four Castles was dissolved long ago, and there's no reason to talk about it now. This is a meeting of the three castles inside the conference room in Gorgon's inner fortress. But Nessian says he didn't say anything until the squad was formed, asking why Zug is speaking now. Zug replies that he's had enough of this insolence, telling the Thunder God to shut up. However, Iren says the reason they're meeting there is the Golden Sky cult incident, asking them to calm down and get back to the subject. But one of them says no, stating they'll discuss it now. Saying that he believes the leader of the Abyss Expedition Squad should be re-elected through a fair process, and that this is the Castellan of Gerudo, the cold-blooded golden monarch Galhuedong, adapted from the 8th stage, and the Castellan of Dryad Asha Linkrop says that she cannot say that his request makes no sense, and questions where the Castellan is now, as she believes he must have been informed of that meeting, and Iren says yes, a warning. He suggested the meeting of the three Castellans as soon as the Castellan left, and before he could refuse, and the messenger arrived, informing them that he was sending him. Garuda's leader had already left, and all the members of the adapted team had returned, but the Castellan of the awakened team had not yet, which is why Gorgon is being sidelined, and the decision-maker is absent. Then Galhuedong says that to begin with, it's ridiculous to trust a rookie who hasn't even lived 50 years to form an expedition squad from the Abyss, and besides, he must be crazy to entrust the leadership position to him, and says that perhaps he's trying to deliver chaos to this rookie whose origins they don't know. But then Young arrives in front of him, placing his dagger to his throat, and telling him to say that again. And he gets scared, asking what he's trying to do, questioning it. He's trying to speak skillfully, and all his guards prepare to fight. But Gang is also almost attacking, and Young says that if he wants to change the squad leader, he'll have to go through them first, because they have no intention of changing their leader. The last thing I expected was that he would be so loyal, and it's surprising me a lot. Already in the arena, he asks if Young will continue interfering, and questions what was meant by asking if Guy Huidong isn't confident. He says he'll let that attack go first, but Young says he was already planning to do that, appearing behind him and releasing his attack. Guy Huidong moves out of the way, just moving, and he's surprised. Then the attack returns, and he manages to get behind Guy, but he remains calm, saying that he's really fast. He continues to follow the boy's every move with his eyes, and when he jumps high, he's surprised. Young ends up making him draw his blade, because he's afraid of that attack. He says it's surprising what Dertu Treveo did, saying he can't believe that he, who was at the initial levels of being a 7th stage adapted warrior, reached that level, and admits that he became stronger stronger than he thought. However, he won't be able to overcome the difference in adaptation stage, no matter how much he try, and he summons a bunch of golden discs upon them, and he says that Talia warned him that he can't defeat him, an adapted 8th stage warrior, using the golden wheel of the meteorite, launching it at Young, saying that the game is over, and the boy is hit several times, and Gang is afraid of what is happening to Dertu Treveo, and he says that the boy fought very well, shouting that everyone must have witnessed Dertu Treveo's defeat with their own eyes, and since he is the winner, the leader of the expedition squad will be himself. But then Young asks why he is trying to end the fight like this, since he himself is still in perfect condition, and Guy is surprised, and Young says that he will show him something interesting, since he must be getting bored of talking so much nonsense. He gets into an attack stance, and Guy says that he doesn't know when to give up, and says that he's too direct, and speed is the only thing he has. But Young comes forward, but this time he changes his element, using the 18 blades of the Flame King, Kong Huang's technique, Young style, and he starts burning all that gold, and he's surprised to be using the Flame King's technique. And the boy takes the opportunity to use the 8 formations. The stealthy techniques, Zuj Myong's Young style, are evident, and he notices that he's even using the techniques of the forest school sect leader, wondering how sect leaders taught their techniques to others like that, asking if they abandoned their pride. But then Young says that pride doesn't make him stronger, attacking and passing right by Guy, but he only manages to make a scratch. Guy says he understands, saying that's how he wants it. When Young turns his back, Guy says he'll fight him more seriously, this time with that X on his chest, summoning all his golden powers. Young is afraid of what's coming, and he summons a gigantic frisbee disc on his head. Everyone starts trying to run away, telling them to go as far as they can, and they all try to get out of there quickly. Guy throws that golden wheel of the 10,000 Cs at the boy, licking everything in its path, and even Aisha is left with. Fear gripped Young as the attack headed towards him. Young asked where the Thunder God had gone, urging him to resist. However, Young was surprised when Young passed through the disc and went directly to him, declaring the game over. He said the Garoda Castellan had fought well, using the Azuri Celestial Blade, the Shin Mujiwoki technique, Yan and Young style, attacking him directly and simply touching Guy's forehead, causing, I won't even say what it was, because the blood they're using in this work is kind of weird. Mujiwoki himself went to stop the Thunder God, telling him he could stop right there, and that the Garoda Castellan had lost the duel. Mujiwoki said he hoped he wasn't thinking of using the Guardian Garoda's horn. After all, that's the weapon of great goals. He realized he really had to resort to that level to defeat the Thunder God, saying he had lost. He said he did a good job, and the two walked away. Mujiwoki then said that Guy Ruedong lost to the Thunder God, asking who was next and who would try to face him. He questioned whether Aisha Lincrop wanted to be his opponent, saying that if anyone still wanted to fight, they should feel free to come down there. But then Gu Giryong went near Guy, and Mujiwoki asked what she was trying to do. She said that, as you can see, she was changing sides. He questioned what she was planning, and Kong himself asked what she was trying to do. She said that she believed that side had the best chance of winning. Then, someone arrived, telling Mujiwoki that he would be his opponent, saying that he hadn't seen him in a long time. He was the Grace Monarch, Bang Xiongyu, adapted from the 9th stage. Yurin questioned why there was a monarch there, and he couldn't believe it, because there really was a monarch behind the Three Castles conference. But Mujiwoki doesn't believe that Bang Yosel dares to return to chaos, even though he is the arch enemy of chaos who massacred countless souls and took the devil fruit 900 years ago. Bang tells him not to be so foolish, inviting Mujiwoki to go with him, because the Iron Monarch misses him terribly. But Mujiwoki doesn't even believe it, and now he serves the Steel Monarch, and he says he does serve, saying that his sovereign has good terms for martial artists, saying that the 5th region is almost a small morum, and he thinks Hoyu is almost finished, and to think that he would accept someone like him, asking if he still harbors resentment for what happened in the past, saying that Hoyu forgave him easily. But he thinks that Mujiwoki is not like him, telling him not to be so cold with another martial artist, because they have already been through a lot together, and Mujiwoki gets even more irritated, asking how he dares to say that when it was he who betrayed Morim. However, Bang stops his attack with just his hand, while he attacks with his sword, saying that he is being too sweet, and this is their first reunion after 900 years, and at that he gets more and more pissed off, because Audria of Garuda, and even the Sursano Taisa clan, asking since when they have been dancing in the palm of his hand, but he says he doesn't know about what. Mujiwoki is speaking, saying they were only given a warning so they could make the wisest decision. He mentions that firstly, he, the master of the Gorgon fortress, and some others are only praising each other, which is regrettable. But then Mujiwoki tells him to shut up while continuing to attack. From above, Adria just observes, but another person tells Adria not to fall for his games, saying she's making the right decision. However, she doesn't seem very convinced, remembering when she was talking to that guy, the Steel Monarch's emissary, Haiyong, who said that the master of the Gorgon Fortress is more dangerous than the leader of the Forgotten Sky clan, and that he's trying to use the Abysmo Expedition Squad to unite the chaos. The monarch considers him an omen, and an omen is the title given to beings who try to change the chaos. Whenever omens appear, it means that hope will appear in the chaos, hope that will eventually turn into despair. And if they don't get rid of him, a bloodbath will occur there. And he says that since she has lived for 970 years, she must know very well what happened 900 years ago, and she thinks she can't let the tragedy repeat itself, and he tells her to work with them. And a week later, the leadership of the three fortresses will be besieged in Gorgon, and at that moment, she questions whether this is really the right decision. Then Bang asks Mujiwoki if they should stop this, saying that he can't defeat him, asking if he hasn't already realized that. But Mujiwoki continues attacking, even using the celestial sword, and Bang is surprised by that attack. Then the explosion is gigantic, but he still manages to stop it, only with the back of his hand, saying that there is already a big difference between each stage of adaptation, but the difference between the 8th and 9th stage is an endless abyss, and Mujiwoki has great difficulty defeating him. Then Bang takes his hand, telling him to reach the 9th stage before challenging him again, touching his chest and attacking him, saying that someone like him, who doesn't even possess the class of a monarch, can't even scratch him, and he ends any and all of Mujiwoki's hopes with just that attack. And Gokiryong is surprised that this is the strength of a monarch, saying that he was defeated with a single blow, and the monarch of the Golden Jade Mask, who commands the 12th region, isn't even a great monarch, and right behind the great monarch is the lieutenant general, and then the major general, but he didn't hit neither of the two, and he's the lowest rank of the three, brigadier general, and she can't believe they're planning an expedition to the abyss to fight these monarchs, saying there's no way they can win. So Bang tells them to give up on their dream, saying they can't win, asking if they haven't already achieved high positions in the chaos, telling them not to try to conquer what they can't obtain. With that, Mujiwoki ends up kneeling at her feet, but still his eyes aren't those of someone who has lost hope. Then Bang says that if they don't want to, let their existences be erased for eternity. However, before he finishes the sentence, Mujiwoki attacks him again, this time cutting off part of his hair. He questions what he did, not believing that he wants to continue fighting in this state, and Mujiwoki says that 900 years ago, he was defeated by the place of resurrection and stole their fruits, and they also lost precious friends, and he never forgot the misfortune they suffered. They experienced that day, talking to Bang, saying that things are different now, and Bang is surprised, but says that he is annoying, while Mujiwoki raises his sword to attack, and he questions if Mujiwoki ultimately chose death. However, before being hit, Mujiwoki uses the celestial sword riddle, startling Bang, who seeing that blow is paralyzed. Mujiwoki then uses the heaven-destroying form on him with all his might, but even so, Bang extends his hand, telling Mujiwoki that he is very pathetic, using the bottomless pit to suppress that attack. Mujiwoki, seeing this, is speechless, and Bang says that in the end he also failed to reach the sky this time, not 900 years ago, and not now. Then Bang grabs his face, saying that he can't change anything, and everyone tries to do something to save Mujiwoki. Bang tells him to blame the master of the Gorgon Tower for making him dream of this madness, but before he can do anything, Cayman arrives, making it rain. Bang is surprised and apologizes to Mujiwoki for being late. Bang is incredulous and says that the Tower Master will be late because he's busy, but he will still be the monarch's opponent. Yuri finds it strange that he wonders what could be more important to the Castellan than being there, where the Abyss Expedition Squad is stuck and about to end before it even begins. Cayman tells him to calm down, saying that since he's there, it's alright. He asks if Mujiwoki is okay, and is surprised to see Cayman telling him to give up immediately, as he's not someone he can face. Cayman says everything is fine, that he can relax, and that those two should leave with the citizens as far away as possible. Zugi questions what he's talking about, saying that even if Mujiwoki couldn't be a match for him, even if they fought together, there's still no guarantee they'll win, but Cayman speaks to him, asking to be allowed to face him alone. He's surprised, and Cayman says it's been a long time since he's seen that monarch. Bang asks if he knows him, and he says yes, that he's seen his face before, and questions if he was that newcomer. The guy who couldn't join the squad, the boy, Cayman, dismissed the expedition from the abyss because he wasn't skilled enough, but he admitted he was. Bang replied that he must have improved considerably to be considering trying to stop him. Cayman then asked if he wanted to see for himself, and Bang said he wanted to see how strong the boy had become by attacking him. However, Cayman managed to get out of the way, and as his hand came towards him, he retaliated with his sword. Bang was surprised, being pushed back, and thought it wasn't bad at all. He questioned what kind of skill this was, and Cayman said it was weaker than the strong thrust, but much stronger than the normal thrust, and that this was a superior thrust. He told him to do his best, otherwise he would die by his hands. Bang didn't like what he was saying at all, asking if he really thought he could kill him, summoning golden hands on his back, saying that even though he was a mere weakling, he still dared to try to defeat him. He attacked Cayman with everything he had, and Cayman kept going backward until he takes his space and attacks one of those hands again. And when he attacks, the hand is undone, and so he says that Bang will die there. But Bang likes this, saying that even at the end of his life he couldn't recognize his place. But then he looks at the incoming attack and remembers when the protagonist congratulated him, saying that he finally reached the third stage, so Cayman thanks him, but asks if he really got stronger in just 2 years. But the protagonist questions this, saying that the second floor where they are now has a different time dilation than the first floor, where the other cult leaders are training, asking if he really thought he could deliver 10 billion thrusts in just 10 years. And with that, he unleashes his vast ocean world and floods the entire place with his water. And Bang is surprised that he is awakened, saying that he heard that the castle lord was the awakened one, but is surprised that there was another one. Then he starts attacking, and Bang says that such a useless trick won't work. But Cayman continues attacking, going in with a strong thrust, and with that gigantic attack goes towards Bang, and he can't react. And after a while, Cayman leaves his sword on the ground, after having attacked and left him on his last legs, all battered, twisting so much that he can't even stand. And Cayman prepares to attack once more, but Gukryong steps in front, attacking him. And Cayman is surprised by what she is doing, dodging the girls' attack, and she says that the Castellan had indeed spoken about this, saying that it was time for her to extract it. And then she asks the leader of the South Sea Seed to retreat please, saying that no matter how strong he has become, he cannot face a monarch after training for only 2 years, questioning if he at least considered what would happen afterward. However, Cayman questions him about having trained for only 10 years, telling her that he had been storing up for 200 years. Using the spiral execution, he takes down everything and everyone in his path. Everyone there is terrified by the power of that attack, and he opens a crater in the path ahead. Mujiwaki wonders if he won, thinking that the castle lord predicted this would happen, and sent Cayman. He was aware of the fact that chaos needed to stand on its own 2 feet, instead of always depending on him, and the news spreads everywhere. And after a while, Cayman goes to talk to Aisha, saying that in the end she was the only person who changed her mind among the envoys, so she is surprised to see him there, saying that he will only stay there because he persuaded her, because they more than anyone know how terrifying their monarchs are. So she asks Cayman, asking if he really intends to face the monarchs, and he says that is his intention. However, she says that the Golden Sky sect is insignificant compared to the Resurrection Palace he is trying to face, and even though he certainly managed to defeat the Monarch of Grace, he is a lieutenant general, the lowest rank among the 3 generals, which means that he may have to face much more powerful monarchs in the future. And he says that he knows this, but says that they already escaped once 900 years ago, and that is why they cannot escape again. And so she remains surprised, because this man always had an inferiority complex, just for not being hyper-adapted. And even though he despaired in facing the wall he couldn't overcome alone, he changed a lot. And she wonders if he's the same Cayman she knew, and says that if he really believes that, she'll try to believe him too. But she hears a commotion outside, so she looks there, and she's surprised that it's the Tower of Nightmares, and Cayman says yes, saying that the Castellan and the Artisan of Dawn managed to create it. And she asks if he's been cultivating there all this time, and he talks about cultivating, saying that it may seem like it, but it's not cultivation, and nobody becomes a product inside the tower. And that's because the cultivator doesn't exist in the tower, and she's surprised that a tower where a cultivator doesn't exist is there, and no way Cayman got so strong through it. Then he talks to Aisha, saying that she should see with her own eyes, because chaos can now defend itself with its own strength. And she realizes that even the citizens want to enter the tower, and they are so afraid. So why do they want to do this? She says it's because they always wanted to decide for themselves, and the freedom they lost 900 years ago is insignificant unless they regain their own strength. Then she notes that they have decided to believe in themselves once again, asking where Gorgon's castellan is. Meanwhile, the protagonist is with the doctor, and he says that the conference of the 3 castles must be over, and the protagonist says yes. Then the doctor asks if everything will be alright even if he doesn't participate, since they must have brought powerful people from their side as well. But the protagonist says that Cayman must have taken care of everything, since Cayman must already be stronger than him now. But the doctor vehemently denies this, saying that he still has 100 years to go before he can defeat him. However, the protagonist says that he also reset from the beginning this time, and he confirms that this is true, but there's something else. The protagonist says that the third awakening should have been right before his eyes, so why didn't he succeed? He says it's because his method was wrong, and he says he thinks the direction changes a lot, and if they started awakening with a different keyword, that's another matter. However, the doctor asks if he knew this, and he says he knew they saw the world from a different perspective. The forms are quite different, so the doctor thinks about it, saying that those awakened from the rift, including himself, awakened with the same keyword, which is the first awakening of deconstruction. And after passing through the second step, understanding, the last step is oblivion, which is achieved. The awakening he experienced wasn't something so profound. He had just killed countless enemies on the battlefield, and he didn't question anything about deconstruction, and he didn't ponder understanding. That's how he achieved awakening without questioning or empowering anything. However, the guy in front of him is different. His doubt was questioning the very reason for his existence, and his understanding was pondering the reason for his existence in this world. That's why he constantly questioned and pondered everything, even after obtaining that unique world. This was a path where he had to constantly contemplate the legitimacy of the world, a thorny path. And then, he asks the protagonist how old he is now, and he notices that the old man is talking about age again, and he says that the 3rd floor of the tower was completed a few days ago, and according to Michael, the density of time on the 3rd floor was at least 100 times greater than on the 2nd floor, and he was away from the 2nd floor for 2 days during the time of chaos, and he must have been on the 3rd floor during that time. Asking how many years he trained, the protagonist says 2,000 years, and the old man doesn't understand, asking if he's crazy, questioning if he really wants him to believe that. The protagonist replies that if it's true, he will treat him with respect, and the old man says he must be joking, asking how long he stayed. He says he couldn't stay as long as he thought he would, and so he calls the old man over. The doctor says that whether he has lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years, he's still a brat to him, and he says that he never changes, even having lived for more than 200 years. Then the doctor asks if he is really going to go to the Palace of Resurrection now, and the protagonist says yes, but the doctor says that the Palace of Resurrection is not an easy opponent, and it wouldn't be too late to attack them after they gain more awakened Gorgon. However, the protagonist asks if he thinks the monarchs will wait for him, because they will wait for them. They should make their move after gathering more awakened ones, which is why they have to catch them off guard and attack. He's not going to try to take on everyone inside the Resurrection Palace. He'll only remove the most important things there. The doctor already realizes he must be planning to steal the fruit, and also one more thing, the nightmare treasure, which can transform the living into the dead. The narrow gate. He heard you can enter chaos in a living state using the narrow gate. Says that if he gets all the fruit and destroys the gate, the monarchs should be unable to enter chaos. Of course, they can still go there after dying, but there shouldn't be many of them willing to go that far. Anyway, they have to get past that place first, Mantioka Castle, which is on the way to the Resurrection Palace. Then the doctor says that the sect of Golden Sky is currently occupying Mate protagonist, Jehoen, is not going to stand here and let them pass, so he asks what the protagonist is planning to do. Jehoen immediately draws his sword, saying that it will all be done through sheer force, delivering a thrust and destroying everything, saying that he will do it the same way as always. The doctor then asks if he knows that they have to face an entire fortress alone, questioning if there isn't a possibility of them sneaking in unseen. However, he says he will do as he always does, and the doctor says that even though this is his method of dealing with things, they need to preserve their strength as much as possible, telling him not to forget that the Mantiakra is just a portal they are passing through to reach the Palace of Resurrection. The protagonist says he knows this too, preparing to attack and using the light thrust on everyone in front of him. Meanwhile, Jehoen is inside watching everything, saying that it's the first time he thinks the rumors weren't exaggerated, and from the destruction of the northern branch of the Golden Sky sect to the Wave route, everything was done by himself. He's surprised to think that he was the one the Dark Monarch asked him to find, because if he had seen this scene a little earlier, everything would have been simplified. Then someone says that Jehoen seems lost in thought, saying that just looking at him makes her all excited, saying that it's no surprise that the Dark Monarch is a joker. That girl looks like a Sapobos. Then she starts talking sweetly to Jehoen, and he talks to Serum, saying that this is chaos, telling her to leave those vulgar clothes for home. But she tells him to look at the shacks he's wearing before talking about his clothes, saying that martial artists always think that the place they conquered is also Morum. And so, when she looks at him, she's surprised, questioning what. The type of technique shown on screen, where everything flew away with just one blow, is incredible, but he asks Serum if she came all the way there just to bother him. She says of course not, that she only came to tell him something interesting that happened, and he asks what it is. She says that the Monarch of Grace appeared in the chaos, and he says he already knows. She says that all the forces sent to Garoda, before taking control, are dead, and after further analysis, they realized it was the work of the Monarch of Grace. It seems he took Garoda and Dryad in exchange for helping both castles, and the treaty in which the Supreme Monarch said he wouldn't interfere in the chaos, or whatever it is, should still be in effect, but it seems like it really is. First the Monarch of Darkness, and now even the subordinates of the Monarch of Steel are starting to get involved in the chaos. And this is basically a war of minions out of the monarchs of the Great Land. She gives a happy little smile, saying that she heard the Monarch of Grace was beaten to death, and he is surprised, questioning if he is dead, asking who killed him, and she says it was one of the 10 clan leaders. But he refuses to believe it, as it shouldn't have been possible for them to win. Even if they attacked all at once, then she asks if he knows that guy from the Gorgon Castle expedition team, saying that one of them, the leader of the South Sea sect, was the one who killed him, and he thinks that's impossible, as it should be impossible with the power of the South Sea sect leader, or rather, even if he hid his powers. So far, there's no way he could do something that stupid. And the Monarch of Graces is one of the monarchs under the Monarch of Steel, one of the 12 supreme monarchs who rule the Great Earth, and any monarch at or above the level of the Monarch of Graces is an important person, since the Great War is a war of powers, and the leader of the South Sea sect should know what it means to mess with the Monarch of Graces. But while he thinks, remembering the matter, wondering what he will do about it, saying that not only has the product he was supposed to find become a castle due to his negligence, but the Monarch of Darkness will be angry if he finds out that his product is causing so much trouble. But he says that it's actually better this way, since what he was looking for came to him on its own. And he says that he also saw the dead demon warriors with the monsters she made that can use the power of the dead. And he thinks that with this they will have no problem, and outside, the dish ends with everyone, but the doctor thinks that something is strange, because there is no way the sect. The protagonist claims that the Golden Sky faced all the chaos with troops of that caliber alone, and the doctor questions how so. Then, some other men appear, and the protagonist wonders who they are. The doctor wonders how they possess such malevolent energy, as it seems he is looking at his own death. At that moment, someone arrives, asking the protagonist if he is the famous trailblazer who recently became famous, and says it's an honor to think he would meet the protagonist of the rumors. They fall in front of the protagonist, and he says that even the divine doctor is there. The doctor asks who he is, and why he speaks as if he knows him. Then that person asks if he has already forgotten him, saying that he gathered the horns for the clinic and transported the patient as well. The doctor finally remembers, noticing that it is Heinz, the righteous warrior, and he says it's a relief that he still remembers him. But the doctor asks what a Gorgon guard like him is doing in the Golden Sky sect, saying that it is not worthy of him. Heinz, having asked him what he was doing with people like him, then speaks to the doctor, questioning if he was saying this even knowing everything he went through in Gorgon. The doctor is surprised by what he's saying, and remembers 100 years earlier, questioning what's happening in that situation. He says that Gorgon was at war with a sect known as the Crimson Martial Sect, which no longer exists. Heinz, on the battlefield, says that the Crimson Martial Sect came in his absence, and that a total of 50 guards, including the captain of the southern outpost, had ceased to exist forever because of the Crimson Martial Sect's ambush. Only one person survived, Heinz. After a while, he goes to the Divine Doctor, begging him, please. He wants to help him become stronger, since he came from Morum and must have a way to do so. However, he questions the boy, saying that he perfectly understands the sadness and despair felt by the weak, but he slaps the boy's hand, saying that he has seen countless people like that in the 1,000 years he has lived in chaos, and he cannot fulfill everyone's wishes, saying that he is sorry. Heinz then says that he remembers what he told him back then, telling him to work hard. If you want to get strong, but he asks the doctor, knowing something, says that hard work is a luxury for those who can afford it, and he removes his eye patch, startling the doctor, and says that most people in the chaos couldn't even work hard, and he worked to protect the justice he had protected his whole life, and worked hard to break that belief, and he shows his face, which has become part ego, so the doctor is surprised, asking why his appearance is like that, and Heinz says that the weak warrior of justice, who was a second-stage adapter, died 100 years ago, and now he is Heinz, the vice leader of the Golden Sky sect. Then Hines starts talking to the protagonist, talking about the rumors that he only attacks using thrusts, inviting him to play, and uses the 8 fangs of the volcano, a supreme technique that ruptures arteries, using that disgusting mouth to attack him along with his weapon. But the protagonist charges head-on and thrusts into the middle of it all, striking his sword against the tip of Hines's weapon, who is surprised by that strength. Asking how he can do that, the other man tells the vice leader that they have to attack together, and they all rush towards the protagonist, while he stands there watching. Meanwhile, Shinrog questions what on earth is happening, wondering how he's killing the demonic ghouls so easily. He thinks that since he just achieved the monarch rank, it should be possible to defeat him by combining his attack with the rest of the ghouls. However, he can't even imagine how many ghouls will die if they attack head-on, saying that the plan will be lost if they all die. Then he talks to Siren, and she asks what's wrong, telling him to stop bothering her, saying that she's already done everything he asked, and also finished researching the spectral crystal, created the dark cloud, and even produced the ghouls. He looks at her surprised, but she says that in that case, they'll make a trade, holding his cheese and bringing it close to her. Meanwhile, they think about Gorgon's Castellan, the Legend of the Wave Route, and Hines remembers the Impossible Explorer, and says that these are the titles he earned in a month, saying that he doesn't like any of them, because he's just a confidant, even having lived for 200 years, and yet he became a Castellan in a month, saying that he can't accept that, and he starts yelling at the protagonist while preparing to attack, and a bunch of disgusting filaments start coming out of his mouth. Then he lunges at the protagonist, saying that he will show him the result of all his effort, trying to hit him with that spear. However, the protagonist gets out of the way and isn't hit by any of those debris, but he creates a huge opening, and Hines takes his spear and points it at the protagonist once more, saying that this is the power he obtained upon abandoning all his beliefs, the power gained through hard work, and whatever that is. But the protagonist gets fed up with this talk, saying that's enough, and attacks him with everything he's got, with just one more of his thrusts, and he ends up receiving absurd damage, and is swept back, and sticks his spear in the ground to stop, and he's already almost completely transformed into a ghoul, and the protagonist wonders, why is everyone in chaos so similar? And another one of those demons over there is surprised that, and he annihilated half of the vice leader's body, even though he was almost a 9th level adapted warrior, so they prioritized Castelao, saying to buy time until the vice leader healed, and they all tried to surround the protagonist, and the doctor yelled at Jay and wanted to be careful, but he said that everyone was talking about the Gold's work and his efforts, so he swept everyone away with a single thrust, killing them all in one fell swoop, and Hines, seeing that power, even dropped his weapon, wondering what it was, and seeing the world tree that the protagonist has in his subconscious, looking into the eyes of that eye, and he wondered what he was witnessing, wondering if this was a unique world of an awakened one, like he had heard in the rumors, becoming surprised, and wondering if this is how someone sees the world, if they don't surrender, because the eye that controls, regulates, and governs everything in the world is there, wondering if he was trying to confront it, finding it incredible, because the protagonist is completely insane, he dares to defy whatever, and if he had continued as a guest of justice, instead of giving up, he wonders if he would have been able to follow the same path in pursuit of his dream, and the protagonist ends it all there, so everyone thinks he's a monster, because he broke thousands of years of history of the Mantico Castle in an instant, and the doctor says that now, he should call that attack a world thrust, instead of a heavy thrust, but he tells the doctor to stop talking nonsense, because they will move forward on the path he created. However, the doctor says that some of them are still standing, but they no longer seem capable of hindering them, asking how he did that, because everything in the world that was touched by his thrust has transformed into his unique world, and he has never seen anything like it before, and the protagonist says that he only thrust with force, and the doctor doesn't even understand what he's saying, wondering if he's approaching the post-oblivion stage. Then he says that thanks to him it will be easy, even though he can't feel the presence of no lieutenant general, and it seems that the attack just now was enough to cause a lot of damage to the leader of the Golden Sky cult. But then he appears there questioning if he hasn't arrived too late. The two look up seeing that screen, and he asks what he did. Then the doctor realizes it's spatial interference, not believing that that is the transcendent ability of locomotion or teleportation, and Siren arrives there questioning how the ghouls got scared, and the doctor thinks that there is only one race capable of using that, and the protagonist asks who this strange girl is, and she already senses that she is not very welcome there, asking if he doesn't know her, asking if he doesn't watch the hottest young man of the week or the best of the best, and helping out if he doesn't have a holographic panel at home, and the protagonist just says no, and the doctor then tells the protagonist that this woman is a nightmare, and he is surprised by this, and he says that all the men in chaos know her, and Siren says that the old man has good taste, but says that he doesn't seem to be aware of the fact that it's taboo to call succubi nightmares, saying that all nightmares are of different races, and at his age, he should have common sense, saying that her name name is Siren Arnold's, and she's not just a nightmare, and Gawan thinks that she must be the nightmare that the Golden Sky sect had. And he has many questions to ask, but he's short on time, saying that now that she's just introduced herself, it would be good if she left his path is interrupted. But she says she's sorry, but she can't do it because she received a request to stop him, since he's gone too far. The protagonist then says he has no choice, and the girl is frightened, asking him to wait while he prepares to attack, asking why he's so impatient, asking him to wait a little, asking how about he become her product. And in fact, the one he asked to stop him is on the verge of death because of his attack, and now that the promise has lost its meaning, she wants him to be her product. But seeing his attack in front of her, she thinks she almost died from this, wondering if he can stop being a little devil, saying that he must have realized the situation he's gotten himself into. And the protagonist thinks that there really is an extraordinary spiritual presence approaching the outside of the castle, and it might be a monarch of the general class, of whom he has only heard. And she says that the monarch of darkness is looking for him, asking if he knows what that means, but she says she can hide it from him, and in case he is, she assures him that no one in the 12 regions can lay a finger on him. But the protagonist says he doesn't want to, and she says she knew, then says she won't give him some screens, and says she'll have to force him to be hers. Then Dronzer tells him to be careful, because this is an authority of Sakobo's magic, and she manipulates the entire surrounding area, focusing on various things, and she tells him to feel free, to let her know if he changes his mind, since she doesn't want to cross the line without reason. Those things then attack the two of them, so while they are being attacked, the protagonist uses the thrust to kill several of those monsters. Then Siri questions what he's doing, ordering her snakes to attack him, controlling him, and ordering them to surround the boy. Dronzer says that this way it will never end, ordering him to aim at Sakobo's, but he plants his sword in the ground and raises a huge tide in all directions, and the monsters don't know what's happening, and so she thinks it was a clever move, asking if he's trying to hide in the sand, but the protagonist runs away, stepping everywhere, and jumping closer to where she is. However, Siri says she can see everything he's doing on the screen, attacking him with part of her magic, summoning one of those snakes to catch him in midair. She tells him he's simpler than she imagined, telling him to relax and think a little, because that offer actually puts him at a disadvantage, since she is Siri in arms, the captivating flame that always comes in first place in the popularity poll of the Little Brother program. But from inside, the protagonist continues attacking and destroys all that sand, reappearing. Then, she realizes that he materialized his own mental image, and that guy is definitely a monster. And the protagonist goes to her, grabbing her neck and pinning her to the sand, completely dominating her, asking if she's still going to continue. Then he notices that this nightmare isn't hostile, and if he spares her and takes her with him, she might be useful when he goes to the abyss. Besides, there are several things he wants to ask. For example, the original nightmare that should be at the top of the Mirage tree, and says that if she goes to Gorgon obediently, he'll spare her. But she questions him and doesn't make him laugh, pointing upwards, and the protagonist begins to see that she's still in the game, stirring up a pile of sand there, and she says that not even in her wildest dreams would she surrender, using magic to make him release her, falling on top of another of her screens, and she taunts him because he finally managed to catch her, asking if it's not a shame, and the protagonist is surprised that she escaped, but she appears right behind him, asking if she surprised him, appearing out of nowhere, but the protagonist can't even react. And once again, he's caught in a mental attack, and it's the 8 gates of hell. He's lifted by a gigantic door, and she notices that he wasn't surprised, wondering if he already knew about the 8 gates of hell, and he says that he's faced this ability before. And she asks if that's true, but says that this one will be different from the fake 8 gates of hell in his memory, since the 8 gates of hell were originally an ability made by succubi appear, and the protagonist begins to be affected by the wind there. The first portal is the tempestuous path to hell, and a multitude of hurricanes come towards him. The fourth portal is the entangled darkness hell, and several chains come towards the boy. He simply watches, breaking them with his thrust, and continues attacking everything that comes his way. The sixth portal is the freezing hell, and he kills once again that ice dragon he had already killed. Siren is frightened, questioning if he is even human, as she is speechless. The protagonist asks if he still has something else to show her, and she says she has to admit he is incredible, but this will be difficult. Then, another portal appears, a portal full of arms in front of him, and those hands begin to open the gate. A purple liquid begins to flow out, flooding the entire area. Seeing the water, the protagonist is surprised, as the water brings forth numerous corpses. He becomes increasingly astonished, and Siren says that, no matter how good he is, this one is going to give him trouble, because since the creation of the 8 gates of hell ability, no one has passed through the 7th gate, and in that, many different versions of Jehoan himself ask who he is, and the protagonist, seeing this, becomes increasingly frightened, and that is the 7th gate, the hell of identity. So So, when the other versions ask about the protagonist, he wonders what's going on, and even though they're from completely different timelines, they're all him. He acts interestingly, preparing to attack, but the others do the same, preparing to stab. He's surprised because, besides their appearance, their techniques are also identical, and it seems they've decided to act similarly to him. Now they're apparently trying to figure out how strong he is before attacking him, and he'll have to make the first attack and defeat them with pure skill. While the protagonist is doing this, the other versions also attack him, and he says he already knew, because as expected, stabbing is the only thing most of them know and do, and that's annoying. So, while he's attacking them, he notices that when he's hit, something happens, and he wonders what that smoke is. Or rather, it's not normal smoke. And so, as someone appears behind him, he quickly attacks, and another version of him, split in half and falling right in front of the boy, looking him in the eye, commands him to stop. The smoke continues to fill the area, and the protagonist is stunned. Then, he hears someone calling Carbo Jiwon, saying they are sorry. He remembers when he was in the army and went through that trauma, and the man continues to say he is sorry to him. The protagonist remembers that these are his memories, the memories before he entered the tower. The man tells him that he really worked hard, and he should know that, and if he were in his place, he would understand what he's talking about, thanking him for everything he did for him up to this point, placing the handle of his gun under his neck. Then, Jiwon shouts at him, but it was too late. Jiwon says that he was his subordinate and advisor, stressed by all the craziness happening around him, and he killed all the superiors and officers in the middle of the night, and Jiwon was the only one, the survivor of the platoon, and from the platoon commander to the battalion commander, all the officers were replaced, and he was exempt because the dead soldier's diary proved he wasn't involved. He was confined in military prison for 15 days, thinking he could have saved him. He says that's probably when he started hating the system, and long before he came to that world of skills and status, he probably already lived in a world of systems, a world where a large system oppresses individuals. So he gets increasingly angry, remembering everything every time he kills one of his versions, remembering the past and everything he lived through, remembering each of his memories, while he cleans up the mess. He gets more and more angry, and one of them, the last one, questions who the protagonist is, while he kills that child version of himself. He becomes increasingly horrified, realizing he still has to do it, and he actually finishes off that little boy. Then he asks what he thought, now that he has experienced the 8 gates of hell, saying that oblivion refers to the process in which awakened beings become new existences, forgetting themselves, and those awakened who go through oblivion are especially weak against the 8 gates of hell, and not even the anicapes, who are able to control their mistakes that have grown too large, go through a suicidal period where they try to escape, but he is only human, and in that moment, the doctor is on her lap, and she continues, talking in his ear, wondering if he will be able to resist when all the mistakes he lost after oblivion return to him at the same time, and the protagonist remembers that these were the memories he threw away when he entered oblivion, and that this is a world where he needs to kill himself to move forward. And then someone else speaks to him from that door, and the protagonist becomes completely enraged, remembering what he is, and this is literally hell, and the protagonist feels his body heavy, and he can't see anything, but then he remembers Cayman, asking what awakening is, and so the doctor says that awakening is learning to face it. An awakening is the ability to see the truth of the world. The protagonist notices it's a memory from when he was Cayman's master, and the doctor explains that the awakened see the numbers that represent the truth of the world and the particles that constitute it. They can read data that the adapted cannot, and the way they see themselves also changes. This is what they call the forgetting stage in awakening. On the other hand, the awakened must endure alienation, because those who see too much are doomed to become blind more quickly. The protagonist begins to understand, realizing this is the alienation the old man mentioned. Those who see too much go blind quickly, and those who hear too much lose their senses quickly. But he questions whether it really matters, as he could say he worked hard, and no one would have reached as far as he did. But in reality, he meant he was tired. Then, he begins to see a shower of stars, and looking at it, he remembers everything he's been through, questioning who he is. He begins to glow once more, and he says he doesn't know who he is, but he exists, and the countless memories he forgot while storing the world for 2,000 years, and the connection between those countless memories, that is him, and he begins to have a kind of illumination. Then he questions what is happening, and why the portal is like that, and he starts spitting blood, questioning what this is, because it's a rebound. Then the protagonist, once again, opens his eyes, and she thinks it's impossible, because she has lived for more than 2,000 years, and yet, she has never seen this happen, and that whole world of the 8 gates of hell is destroyed, and the protagonist opens his eyes again, thinking that after the forgetting, he still doesn't know what the next keyword will be, and thinks that for now, the 8th huge portal in front of him is something he needs to go through to be able to leave that place. And in that, the protagonist goes to the gate and touches it, and as soon as he touches it, the gate begins to glow and opens for him there. From the inside, there's an absurdly legendary view, almost like the boss from Elden Ring. That weird thing, I don't even know what it is, but what can you do? It was the boss. And the protagonist wonders if there's nothing there, asking why this room is so empty. Then the stars begin to shine, then they draw letters in the sky, and those letters say they are transmitting their legend to him, that he passed through all the gates of hell, and he thinks this must be a recording left by the one who created the 8 gates of hell, and he still remembers the day the Abyss Expedition Squad was created. And the protagonist is surprised about what that thing is saying, and it says its name is Moloch Arnold, and it's the story of its failure. Meanwhile, outside, the doctor grabs the protagonist, and also that demon. He takes them inside, leaving them both lying down, and he keeps calling the protagonist, asking him to wake up, wondering why he won't wake up at all. And even though he brought the succubus who used the ability, he doesn't seem like he's going to wake up. The illusion should have been removed, since the succubus was slain, and furthermore, the people of the Resurrection Palace have now arrived from all sides, and they even seem to have someone of general rank. So that man asks if they entered, and they said they hadn't yet, so he ordered a careful search, as they must be there. That was the 11th stage adapted one, Monarch of the Black Fragrance, Samyung Garam. The doctor, seeing him, became desperate, questioning why he was in the chaos, as he hadn't expected such an important person from the 9th region to appear. Then, Garam sensed something, and his men asked what it was. He looked directly at where the doctor was, saying that he had managed to escape them until now, raising his hand full of flames, and calling him a shitty rat. As soon as he snapped his fingers, the attack went there, but apparently, Siren used her power to disappear. After destroying everything, Garam questioned if they had escaped, saying that they would recover the manticore and find the leader of the Golden Sky sect. Siren then questioned how many times she had died today, speaking to the old man and asking if he shouldn't say something, since he saved her life. He's lying on the ground, saying that he's the one who saved her life, asking if he's forgotten who was protecting her while she was unconscious. She simply says that now they're even. However, he asks what she plans to do now, and she says she's going to Gorgon Castle. He asks if she's going to give up, but she says she won't, saying she only has a few things to discuss with him. The protagonist continues sleeping, but the doctor says he's already contacted Gorgon Castle with a carrier pigeon. Unexpectedly, he remained unconscious for so long, saying they must have already dispatched the troops, including the newly awakened. Then, Kaiman says they received a message from the Castellan that he destroyed Mantiacra Castle, and the army of Gorgon's liberation, Carpe Diem, will go on an expedition. They will pass through Mantiacra and attack the Palace of Resurrection. Kaiman orders them all to advance, and not even the Palace of Resurrection can stop them now. They all charge forward, wiping out Gira's men and killing several quickly. Zug thinks that a troop of 300 awakened warriors is incredible, believing they can actually win this time. However, Garan continues, saying he doesn't understand and that it would be much better to accept reality and live obediently. Then he gets up and uses his power to attack, throwing a rock at them all and killing several at once with a single punch, without even using part of his power. He says they are being too greedy, and Zug wonders what the hell this is, while a rock comes towards him. He can't even react, and only his fan remains. Yan, seeing this, can't believe it. Garan then orders them to retreat, stomping on the ground and making everything tremble. They are terrified, but Yan orders them to attack first. And so, as they charge forward, he raises his hand, declaring it's totally invoking his power, and launches it upon them all, nearly obliterating them with that single blast of power he unleashes with one hand. Yan can't believe the damage he suffered, losing an arm in the process. Thus, Gorgon Carpe Diem's Liberation Army manages to push the battlefront all the way to the Manticore against the Resurrection Palace. However, Yan orders them all to retreat, telling them to run. Simply put, the appearance of the monarch of the Black Fragrance, Samyong Garan, completely reversed the situation of the war. The following day, in the conference room of Gorgon's inner castle, Yurin has been speaking to them, explaining that from the troops of the 1st Squadron's captain, Kaltun, to the 7th, led by the sect leader, Mujiak, a 9th stage awakened, half of Carpe Diem was destroyed, including all the other squadrons. The worst part is that 5 of the 3rd stage awakened died, as they were powerful forces. Aisha says they barely managed to continue this war, and furthermore, the forces of the Resurrection Palace are already in front of Gorgon's castle, thinking that if they accept what the Resurrection Palace wants, it's all over. But Kong asks if she's suggesting they accept the offer of their castle and tower, and Cayman says he's right, stating that they can't give them the castle, and even though her clear evidence can see everything, she can't see it. The future, saying that she shouldn't be blinded by her ability like that, telling her that the Castellan already told them that they only need to create their own path. But she says that there's no way they can win, saying that he needs to understand that, asking how he could ask the other monarchs for help. And Yurin asks if she's talking about the Steel Monarch, and she says that's exactly it. And he says that all the monarchs who were sent from the Palace of Resurrection are affiliated with the Brill of the Ninth Region, and everyone knows that Steel and Brill have been fighting for a long time, asking if he has forgotten, since they killed a Grace monarch who was an envoy of Hio. But he says that more precisely he is not dead. Those who enter chaos through the narrow gate return to their original body after death. But Cayman says that even if the Steel Monarch agrees to help, they shouldn't accept help from other monarchs. And she questions why, and he says that chaos must be freed by chaos and no one else. Meanwhile, both of them, both the Siri and the old man, continue watching the protagonist, who is still sleeping. Resting, of course, he's made of iron. And while he's still sleeping, the doctor starts yelling at Siri, asking if she doesn't think she should wake him up properly, since she's the one who put him in this state, questioning what illusion she used to incapacitate him for 10 whole days. But she says he talks so much it's annoying, asking if he didn't say he was a doctor, saying that if he has so many complaints, why doesn't he do something himself? And he says he would have done it if he could. But by the way, he asks why she's still there, saying he believes she has a connection with the Monarch of Darkness. She says that a contract like that isn't important, and since a human managed to pass through the 8 gates of hell, and that's what matters most. However, he questions this, asking if the illusion she used on him was the 8 gates of hell, because he thought that even the weaklings from the school forest sect could use that ability, saying that there's no way he can be defeated by an ability like that. But she gets angry upon hearing that, saying that the 8 gates of hell are a great ability. Besides, they weren't made to be used by humans, and the full powers are only manifested by through a succubus. But she says and he wanted someone to pass through the ability, so he taught her the forest school sect, because no one had ever passed through the 8 gates of hell as far as she knew, but she had seen it happen countless times, and that would be possible considering that the 8 gates of hell had been used by a human, and the thing that was destroyed was the user's mind and not the ability. However, that human is different. Besides exploding his mind, he annihilated the ability completely. He destroyed the 7th gate, through which no one had managed to pass, and reached the 8th and final gate. And according to him, the 8th gate is the place of rewards, and those who manage to overcome the 7th gate can obtain various rewards there. And the doctor remembers something he had heard before, which said that if a person manages to pass through all 8 gates and reach the 8th gate, they can be more than qualified to become the king of chaos. And Zogmyung mentioned this at some point, and he thought it was just nonsense, but he wonders if it was really true, so he asks what is there, and she says it's the legacy left by her godfather. While he tries to get her to talk more, the protagonist begins to wake up, and the old man is overjoyed when the protagonist gets up. He questions what's happening, and after learning everything, he gets ready and starts to get up. The old man asks where he's trying to go, and he says he's going to the conference room, but the old man says he can't go there now, saying that according to their request, some of them are trying to deliver him to the Resurrection Palace, and if he really wants to go there, he'll have to step over him. But the protagonist actually does it calmly. After all, the old man fits between his legs, and he gets very angry, asking if he stepped over him. Then, the protagonist actually enters the hall with a bang, appearing in front of everyone, and they are surprised to see the Castellan. Yuri and Aisha think they are too embarrassed to face him, but the protagonist gets straight to the point, saying he's going to the Resurrection Palace, and they are all surprised, and Kaimahi asks what he's trying to do, saying he can't, and they ask him to think it over, telling him he can't do it. Yan himself, who lost his arm, is there trembling, and he says he's fine, saying they don't need to look so grim. But Yan speaks to him, saying that many of his companions died while he was unconscious, asking if he knows this, and if they hadn't known about freedom and hope, they would never have died, and they wouldn't even have had time for the soul flow ceremony. But the protagonist only apologizes. Then he tells the Castellan that he hates him because he gave them freedom and taught them about hope, but even so, they really need him, begging him not to go to the Resurrection Palace, pleading with him to stay, as it would be better if they died together. And the old man is surprised, but the protagonist thinks to himself that he really gave them something absurd, and now they are even willing to dedicate their lives to protect what they received. So the protagonist says that it seems everyone misunderstood something, saying that he will not go to the Resurrection Palace to surrender, and Yam is surprised, and the old man doesn't even believe what he is about to say, and the protagonist says that he will destroy the Resurrection Palace. And everyone there turns white with fear. Then Yuri sees that he's attacking again, and the old man thinks this guy is crazy, and Yam even asks if he's lost his mind. The protagonist says he's never lost his mind, but Kaiman asks if he just said he's going to destroy that place, asking when he's going to do it. The protagonist says he's going to do it now. Then Siren thinks this human is quite strange, as he doesn't seem to know the meaning of the word reality. But reality always makes humans kneel, and nobody will follow him. So they start to like the idea, saying of course, saying they think they can go with him, asking him to take them along. Kaiman, Kong, and Carlton himself all say they'll go too, and Siren thinks they're all crazy, asking why they're talking like that, since they were satisfied with their lives as miserable spirits. But why did they start shouting for things like freedom, real life, questioning if it's all because of that man? The protagonist thanks them for their support, but he only needs 4 people, including himself, in this attack, saying, it's going to be him, the old man, Kaiman, and also her back there, and she herself doesn't believe what he's saying, because she's being included in a plan she didn't ask to participate in, asking if he wants to take her, and the protagonist looks at her saying that's right, she's going too, and then she asks him why she would go there, and Kong thinks that's ridiculous, saying it's impossible that only 4 people can manage, asking him to take her too, but the protagonist says that 4 is enough, and she questions if he can listen to her, and the protagonist says that the rest of them will also have their own tasks to perform, so they shouldn't be disappointed, but she continues back there saying she won't go. But the old man tells her to stay quiet there, and Carlton questions about these tasks, questioning if everything will really be over when they destroy the Resurrection Palace, asking what will happen once chaos is united, and Aisha says that the people of the entire chaos will not recognize them as the central force, and therefore other forces driven by the desire to divisions will arise, and the task of those who remain will be to nurture their strength to deal with these people. Yom asks if they can't only concern themselves with them after they destroy the Resurrection Palace. Meanwhile, Syria and the old man continue arguing, and he says that in any case, as soon as they destroy the narrow gate of the Resurrection Palace, the monarchs will no longer be able to cross the chaos, and there will probably be no monarchs left in the enemy forces. However, the protagonist asks if he is sure that as soon as they destroy the narrow gate, their war with the monarchs will be over, even though the narrow gate is not originally the way to enter the chaos, that So doesn't believe they're going to kill themselves to get there, saying there's no way they could do that, but the protagonist says they're just preparing for situations they can foresee. The girl continues saying she won't go, but he asks if she wants to know what's inside the 8th portal, saying that if she helps him, he'll tell her what he saw inside. And so, already in Siri's personal workshop, they start tinkering with everything and think it's quite unpleasant. Because apparently, when a person reaches the level of being called a renowned artisan, she develops a great deal of self-love, and she keeps telling them not to touch anything, saying that besides, she didn't make it, her godfather made it for her. She says she can't believe she allowed other people into her personal workshop, saying it would be great if they didn't need help, especially with the teleport to the Palace of Resurrection, so she wouldn't have had to bring them to her personal workshop containing the portal for long-distance travel. Then the old man speaks to the protagonist, saying that she made that thing and called it the tower, and the product's information is that it has returned 10 billion times. The information is that after returning 10 billion times, they must conquer the Great Earth under the blessing of the legendary nightmare Siren Arnold's, and here, apparently, is the ideal tower. She keeps telling them not to look at it, saying she made it when she was only 1,200 years old, but Kaima doesn't believe her at all, questioning if she is really one of them. 500 famous masters, but she questions why he's looking at her like that, asking if she thinks he looks like a clown, and then the protagonist picks up another tower there, which is a cultivator who doesn't cultivate, and the story of that tower is also crap, and the protagonist doesn't like it at all, and she tells him to just be quiet, saying that dancing around naked would be better than this. Then the old man says that after seeing this kind of thing, and judging by how he's not feeling anything, he thinks he's really old, and Kaima says that a lot of time has passed, but the feeling it gives isn't good, and then she remembers that they were all once products, people who were trapped in the space they create, and that they were products in the past. Then she remembers how they crushed them all, and it's obvious that they wouldn't find her workshop very good for creating towers, something they've already suffered in the past. However, the protagonist asks her what the name of that tower is, and when she looks to the side, that one over there is much better produced, and she says that it is the world after the end, and she says that's the name, but it's still incomplete, and while the protagonist looks at it, she thinks that that tower was the one she designed after she met him, and honestly, he'll feel that way after seeing that tower, and now that she stopped to think about it. She never thought of the tower from the point of view of a product, but then she says that the bridge is connected to them, saying that they can enter, and she thinks it's natural that she's feeling strange, but it seems that something is wrong, and she doesn't know what it is, but the reason why her godfather abandoned that expedition, and also why he felt that way. And on the other side, they're in the Palace of Resurrection. They are observing everything, and a man there starts shouting that they cut in line. And at that moment, the guard is almost asleep, thinking that they are idiots. They say that if they were people who could reincarnate, they wouldn't be queuing there, but rather at the fruit warehouse, saying that after waiting all these months, they should give up. But then they call the master of the palace, asking if this isn't his third year there, and that is the master of the Palace of Resurrection, number 72, Monarch of the Mist, Hitmeyer, and he says that it's not that he can't reincarnate. He says that he only chose to stay there to serve the master of the palace. So they say that it's the same thing, saying that the master of the palace's situation is no different from theirs. However, Hitmeyer calls them idiots, attacking them, stretching the air from their lungs. They can no longer breathe, and he asks if they want to cease to exist forever, but they begin to beg for forgiveness, asking him to forgive them, and he says that they ruined his mood, because if it weren't for the agreement, he wouldn't be rotting in that place. It is said that the monarchs who came to the chaos, after dying their previous lives, have a duty to fulfill, and they will become masters of the palace until the next monarch dies and comes to the chaos. He says he needs the next monarch to come soon so he can leave that remote place in the chaos. But then he remembers the strange rumors he heard after the monarch of the Jade Mask came to the chaos and was defeated by an awakened Gorgon. Those guys were forming an expedition to attack the Palace of Resurrection, and he thinks it's stupid, wondering how they would get there. He thinks that since the monarchs of the 9 regions managed to get there through the narrow gate, he thinks something happened, but he can't. He's about to leave because he's the master of the palace, and it's very frustrating because he has no way of finding out what happened. But then a wall nearby starts to crumble, and when the man looks, it's too late because the wall explodes and an attack comes towards him and towards the palace as well. But then Rittmeyer catches his breath and reacts quickly, shouting in that direction, asking who's there. His attack clashes with the protagonist's attack, and so he uses interference cancellation, noticing that this means he's at least on the same level as him. He charges at the attack, asking if he's the Castellan of Gorgon, and then he sees water nearby, and that water is Cayman's water coming out of his sword. He says he's not the Castellan, so Rittmeyer gets angry, and Cayman says he hasn't seen him in a long time. Both the old man and the protagonist arrive there, and Cayman seems to know that this is the monarch of the mist, and they're all ready for a fight, and so he says that he went there seeking retribution for what happened 900 years ago. While Cayman launches his attacks, Rittmeyer pulls all the possible wind into his lungs and releases it back at him, creating a terrible cloud of smoke around Cayman, blinding him. Cayman becomes frustrated because he can't believe he can't detect his presence, even after so much training, thinking he's truly incapable. However, he remembers the protagonist saying that he believes in it, so he focuses once more, saying he will trust all his senses. Just as Rittmeyer appears above him, about to strike, Cayman senses him, deflecting the attack before he can react, forcing him to retreat. Rittmeyer is then hit, having part of his abdomen destroyed, and is surprised that Rittmeyer managed to detect his presence. He becomes extremely angry, then Cayman prepares to attack again, and Rittmeyer starts calling him an arrogant bastard. Meanwhile, the protagonist speaks with the doctor, saying he will take serum with him, and then proceed to the Palace of Pleasure. They say that it's clear that Cayman will be able to handle things there, while she back there thinks she can't even see the laziness, but the annoyance. Then he says that the Palace of Pleasure is hidden by the fruit and the narrow gate, and is located on top of the Palace of Resurrection, and the energy being emitted by the Palace of Pleasure is not good, so he must be careful. He says that together with Cayman, he will do his best to try to reduce, as much as possible, the number of monarchs going to the Palace of Pleasure. Meanwhile, inside the palace, everything begins to tremble, and the monarch of the Wheel of Fire and the monarch of the 7 Fears appear there, seeing that there is a huge racket there. Then the 7 Fears looks ahead, noticing the doctor there, and says that he knows he is there, but the doctor already draws his sword and prepares to attack, striking to be one of the two, and the 7 Fears jumps, while the Wheel of Fire ducks in fear, and the 7 Fears is surprised by the divine doctor. He's back there, but there's only a woman saying they sent someone to bring the Castellan back, but there's only an old man there, and Rhoda DeFogo asks how he dares attack the Palace of Resurrection, asking if the old man wants to die, and the doctor says he can't believe they dodged his attack so easily, thinking he can't lower his guard, so he says it's not too late yet, ordering him to go get Gorgon's Castellan, and even if he manages to deal with the two of them, he won't be a match for all the brigadier generals protecting the fleets, but the doctor says that instead of talking nonsense, they should go on the offensive, already summoning the dragon behind him. Meanwhile, inside the Palace of Pleasure, apparently the crowd is indulging in pleasure, and so, several women are on top top of the men who are there. Then one of them says that it seems things at the main gate have gotten out of control, asking if they can go take a look, and that's the shy monarch, and the second, the dragon monarch, tells them to forget about those guys because Hitmeyer will finish him off, and the other fourth dragon monarch says that the chaos women are indeed the best, while Kage walks towards what's being said, and the third dragon monarch says he can't even imagine coming to chaos and not stopping by there, and the fifth monarch says it would be horrible if they were castrated by the alliance of female monarchs to the great land, saying he doesn't want to become a Yanuko because of something so stupid, and they start laughing, but question how those people of chaos could possibly find it bad, saying that they live in such a wonderful place, and that's the first dragon monarch. But while they're at it, Rika thinks things don't seem to be going very well, asking if they should go take a look, but the fifth monarch says that the master of the resurrection palace will surely be able to handle all of this, that he tells him to stop disrupting his fun and go live a little, but he says that if something happens, how will they deal with the consequences? However, he has a glass of wine with him, and he says that the generals received orders to protect the palace, but the fourth monarch says that he talks too much, telling him to shut up and stay quiet, because if he is so bothered, he should go there himself. Rika is terrified, but still holds back, and the fourth monarch asks what he wants, asking if he wants to fight with them, and all those idiots start to get aggressive towards him, ready to kill Rika, who holds back, but says that's not what he wants, saying that he's really going alone, and they start calling him a pathetic rat, laughing as he leaves, but he curses those idiots, saying that one day he will get his revenge. However, while he is full of hatred towards them, the first monarch inside unleashes his murderous intent on Rika, who is terrified, saying she'll just take a quick look and run away. One of them says that this is perfect, because the first brother is indeed better at silencing people, but the first simply says he hates noise, and they continue laughing at that rat. But while they laugh, the siren's power appears right above them, and one of the brothers notices that when he looks up, the protagonist and the siren are emerging from the teleportation. The fifth brother questions who the hell they are, and the third is surprised. The protagonist then launches the first attack on all of them, dispersing both them and those girls. The second brother is surprised to see what is happening, while the other two stay at a distance. The protagonist appears in the middle of them, ready to kill everyone, and the first brother says that he must be the Castellan of Gordo, and the protagonist says that's clear, and he's surprised because he thought he would come there personally, alone, saying that he must have lost his mind, asking if he came there to keep his word, but the protagonist says no, saying that he came there to kill them all, and the first brother doesn't like that at all, questioning if he's going to kill them, a mere soul of chaos, daring to say that, saying that his arrogance has no limit, invoking his dragon power, and Siren asks the protagonist to be careful, and he's surprised, seeing the dragon coming towards him, and for that attack with his sword, being thrown back and hitting his back against a pillar, and in that he plants his foot there, breaking the pillar by the way, and preparing to return, but while he tries to attack, both the fifth brother and the second arrive there to attack the boy, asking how he dares to try to attack the Palace of Resurrection, and in that, the protagonist gets out of the way. While he slams the pillar where he is, he tries to escape, but when he stops, he realizes more of them are coming. The first brother orders him to stand up, saying he'll make him pay for interrupting his entertainment, saying he can try as hard as he wants. Still, they're all about to advance, and the protagonist observes each of them as the first monarch orders them to attack. They charge in unison, and the protagonist throws the first thrust at them, but they start calling him an idiot, saying powerful attacks are useless if they don't hit the target. The protagonist is surprised by those bastards, as they're attacking relentlessly, which is a nuisance. Then the third tries to kill him, but the protagonist dodges, avoiding the attack, and returns with another attack. This time he kicks him in the face, throwing him far away, and he tries to hit the fifth one too, but one of them throws a pincer attack at him with another brother. And then the second one says that no matter how strong he is, he won't be able to defeat them alone, because not even the superior general could block their combined attacks by himself, and the two enjoy the situation, and start laughing at the protagonist, and he says that it might be true, saying that it's kind of tough having to face him alone, but that's precisely why he starts to invoke his power, while preparing another thrust. And they all stand there with their mouths open. After that, the protagonist speaks to everyone, saying he's simply going to finish everyone off at once, and he unleashes a gigantic thrust that almost destroys the entire place. Meanwhile, the old man is surprised by the explosion, thinking the boy has started fighting too. He's facing the two of them, holding them back, and inside the hall, everything is destroyed. The protagonist protagonist appears tired and injured, but one of them says it's a shame. The first brother used a barrier to defend against all the attacks, and everyone is unharmed. He just looks at the protagonist, raising his hand to protect everyone. This brother, observing this, is afraid, because who would have imagined he could defend against that blow? He's surprised that the people protecting the Resurrection Palace are on such a different level. He says he can't believe the boy is trying to invade the Resurrection Palace with just those tricks, asking if the boy is mocking them, saying he'll show him the difference in their strengths, calling him a worm of chaos, and they all start to. The protagonist is surprised by the move, going on top of the first attack, and he is told to consider it an honor, becoming a true dragon, telling him to consider himself worthy for making him use this on someone like him. A huge, gigantic dragon appears in front of the protagonist, and the dragon has 5 eyes. Apparently, the 5 monarchs have joined together in a megazord, and it tells the protagonist that he better use everything he has from now on. At that moment, Jaehoon sees that gigantic dragon coming towards him with its mouth open, and gets out of the way to avoid being devoured, but the dragon continues after him. He once again tries to attack the thing, trying to throw it away, but that shield stops the protagonist's attack again. They question if he thinks he can scratch them with his current level, throwing him away once more. The protagonist can fly away, sticks his sword into the ground to stop the trajectory, and sees that the dragon is launching a bijidama at him at that moment. So he tries to stab that ball. A powerful attack is coming towards them, and the dragon is surprised, while the protagonist ends up being swept away by the blow thrown backward. After all that destruction, the dragon looks around and thinks it's a shame, because if he stayed hidden, he could have a long life, saying that his arrogance will cost him his life. However, the protagonist raises his hand and strikes the dragon on the head, stopping it. The dragon is surprised, and Jairwan says that now it's his turn. The dragon doesn't understand what the boy wants to do, asking if he hasn't learned his lesson yet, saying that his attacks won't be able to penetrate its scales. But the protagonist says that's what they'll find out after that attack. Then his sword begins to glow gold, and when he plunges his attack into that barrier, it begins to crack. He notices that he's concentrating his attack on a single point, and thinks this is dangerous. He starts to struggle, calling the protagonist a worm, asking if he thinks he'll let him do whatever he wants, throwing himself headfirst to the ground to crush him. But he notices he couldn't hit the boy, and the protagonist is already high up, saying the dragon talks too much. When he looks up, it's too late, and the protagonist dares to thrust from above, destroying everything. Even from afar, Cayman sees what's happening and thinks that, apparently, the Castellan succeeded. And he also defeats Hitmaya. He's lying on the ground, covered in blood, and the doctor thinks that since everything has become so quiet, the boy must have succeeded, thinking that keeping up with his pace is tiring him. He also won against those 2 monarchs there, and inside, everything is destroyed, and the dragon is on the ground, and the protagonist remains standing. Meanwhile, the siren says that when he said only 4 people would attack the Resurrection Palace, she thought he was acting impulsively, but she's surprised that he actually managed it. Then, the first brother rises again, all battered with part of his body destroyed, and continues cursing the protagonist, saying he'll make him regret it, that he'll never forget his humiliation. All the other brothers are lying there, shattered on the ground, and even his arm is lying there. He tells the boy not to think it's over, saying he'll come back and destroy him, and no matter what he does, they won't be defeated. But the protagonist says that since they came through the narrow gate, he asks if he knew, seeing that the protagonist knows too much, asking like that. So he knows what he just did, saying that maybe he doesn't realize it, but as long as their bodies and souls are connected through their brains, they will never die, saying that what will happen is that they will return to their real bodies in omnipotent Earth, saying that it's too late for him to regret it. But the protagonist attacks him, and he is surprised, because the boy managed to cut the connection, and he starts screaming desperately, asking if he cut the connection, not understanding how he was able to do that, and he falls to the ground writhing. Then the protagonist asks how he feels, experiencing death, and I certainly wasn't expecting him to cut their golden thread. My friend, the thing is getting more and more absurd. And the first monarch starts screaming on the ground as he begins to disintegrate, and he says he can't even believe he cut the brain connection, saying that it's impossible, but he is desperate, thinking who doesn't want to die, saying he's right, asking what he wants, skill, status, telling him to say what he wants, and he will ask the great monarch to give it to him. But then Guillermo speaks with the first monarch, and he continues telling the protagonist that he will speak with the monarch of darkness as well, saying that he will surely agree to anything he asks. He will do anything if he returns to his life, saying that he will not lay another finger on the souls of chaos, begging please. But the protagonist, just like that, uses a thrust that blows his head off, and what remains of one of his eyes is surprised, seeing death before his eyes, and Haika, who is hiding, can't believe that one of the 5 dragon monarchs monarchs died, and he had only gone to check the main gate, and he ended up going back because he heard a noise there. Surprised that he severed the brain connection, questioning who the hell this guy is, because anyway, he needs to inform the generals about this as soon as possible. But behind him, the doctor appears, asking who he is, why he's snooping around like a rat, and he starts yelling, but the doctor asks who he was going to inform what to. And after that, Cayman arrives there, talking to the protagonist, saying that he returned after completing his mission. And the doctor is surprised that he actually had the courage to give orders to an old man like him, saying that their back is to them killing them, but the protagonist only says that Cayman and the old man did a good job, and the doctor says that they captured them alive just as he asked, saying that they were almost killed to capture them alive, and he throws them all there on the ground. Then the protagonist asks who that rat-faced guy is, and the doctor says that he captured him because he was sneaking around the entrance. And then Siren says that now that he remembers, he is a shy monarch. He managed to get his hands on a general-level spiritual power, but is hated by everyone for having deplorable abilities. In fact, he is the weakest of the brigadier generals, and so the doctor notes that this is why he is so weak, but says that leaving that aside, he asks why he ordered them captured alive, and the protagonist says that it is because he needs to ensure that they are all really dead, preparing to cut their thread, and he cuts them all, and they all become mortal again. And Rika notices that this is a nightmare, thinking that after the Resurrection Palace appeared, the monarchs obtained immortality, and mortals need to count the days they have left until they die because they have limited life expectancy. But the monarchs who gained infinite life, thanks to the fruit, don't need to worry about that, and that's how immortality helped them forget about death for the last 900 years. But soon, he will die by his own hand, and he is very afraid of that death he had forgotten for so long, and he sees the protagonist as if he were a demon in front of him, and he begs him to please let him live, because from the beginning he never wanted to fight. But the protagonist is afraid, and he questions what he is doing, asking if the protagonist won't kill him, and that thing continues trembling all over, and he says he will let him go. After all, he needs witnesses. Then he asks where the fruits are, and that thing already agrees with him, immediately talk about the fruits, questioning if he will let him live, and says that they are there pointing upwards, saying that they are kept in the vault, and that vault is called Reverso, and it was created by a renowned craftsman, and he learned that it generates passwords infinitely, and it will be difficult to open it without the help of the master of the Resurrection Palace, who just died. And he says that things would be different if there was someone of renowned craftsman level, with exceptional skills, and the woman right there next to him keeps saying that it's her trying to point, but the protagonist and the old man refuse to want the help of that crazy woman, and he misunderstands, saying that he will pierce him with his thrust, because it won't be easy, but that's the only way out he has left. However, he called the protagonist, and the doctor says that he needs to control his strength very well, and Simao says that if he had someone of renowned craftsman level, everything would be easier, but Siren keeps saying she's really upset with all of them, and uses her powers to unlock it, and the protagonist starts to think that the vault was weaker than he thought, and she questions what he said, because she's the amazing one. While they open it, all the fruits start to glow, and they can't believe the glow in front of them, and Simao thinks about the expedition from the abyss that set out in search of this, returned completely destroyed. So, looking at it and remembering everything he went through alongside the castle lord, he thinks that after so much time, they finally succeeded, and he feels all the souls that departed in the name of that moment. As the fruit falls, he catches it, and begins that he feels a little bad having one in his hand, but the protagonist asks if these are the only fruits available, as there are far fewer than he thought. Both he, Cayman, and the old man take one, and the old man says that since they've been using them for 900 years, it makes sense that the monarchs would also have a low stock. This isn't nearly enough to distribute in Gorgon, much less to cope with all the chaos. Cayman remains downcast, and the protagonist observes this, saying she can keep it if she wants, telling Cayman that he's more than qualified to get his life back, and telling him to make his choice. While the protagonist speaks, Cayman thinks that it's been a long time, and this has been a very long struggle, and he's gone through many hardships, and many souls had to be sacrificed for them to obtain the fruits, and this is the reward for all the effort. But still, he just breaks it, and the doctor, and everyone there can't believe it. Then Siri asks what the hell he's doing, and Reika tries to go to. The fruit is crumbling on the ground, but Jaiwan orders Cayman to tell him why he destroyed it. Cayman explains that it's because only 10 fruits remain, and the moment he held the fruit, he realized that those 10 had become the seeds of future conflicts. They will clash in the hope that at least 10 of them can recover their lives, and if that happens, chaos can never be saved. Seeing this, the protagonist likes his answer, answer, as it was certainly a difficult decision. He asks Castellan if he can do the same with the other fruits, and the protagonist thinks that it's not something everyone could do, saying that it's something that needs to be done by someone from Chaos. He then destroys the rest, and says that's why he brought Cayman with him. The doctor says that the others would be shocked if they saw this, and the protagonist says that from the beginning he always believed he would do it, because Cayman would choose the despair that befell him to go in search of it, of true salvation. Then he asks if he won't regret it, and Cayman laughs, saying he would never regret it. But then a portal begins to open above him, and the protagonist calls out to him as a torrent of power falls on him, and everyone is surprised, and the protagonist can't believe it, because Cayman was completely destroyed by that attack. And then someone arrives, they're calling them shitty insects, asking how they managed to put their hands on the fruit, and that is General Canale, Monarch of the Storm, adapted from the 10th stage. And then the doctor orders Cayman to wake up immediately, but he ends up being attacked and thrown away by General Magdo, Monarch of Silence, adapted from the 10th stage, and the doctor receives a single blow and starts coughing up blood, and the protagonist calls the old man. And so the others arrive, saying that in the end he went too far, and Samyon Garanf says that this has become a problem that can no longer be solved with just his life, and the protagonist gets increasingly angry, while Rika notices that he is there, and among the generals of the 9th region, one of them was Samyon Garanf, and to think that that monster, one of the 5 strongest generals of the Great Land, would come there personally. He is terrified, thinking that he has to hide, because now that the fruits have been stolen, he will also be killed. And then he speaks with Canale and Magdo, who understand the protagonist immediately lunges at him. And Canale says that the head of that insect is what Magdo tells him to just stay out of his way. The protagonist then orders Siren to get Cayman and the old man out of there, and Magdo says that he doesn't think he has time to worry about the others now. He summons his shadows to grab the protagonist's leg, and they begin to wrap around him, rising up like Camaro's hands. Canale then orders him to die attacking the boy, but the protagonist manages to duck and escape those shadows, running backward. However, Magdo tells him not to even think about going anywhere, attacking him, but the protagonist manages to block with his sword. He thinks that this guy is fast, and while defending against those attacks, he says that they are on a completely different level from all those he has faced so far. Canale says that he had high expectations for him because people kept talking about him being the Castellan of Gorgon or something like that, but it seems he doesn't have much to see there. Attack. The boy, with his wind, and the protagonist end up being thrown away. After being pinned to the wall, he's being held by Magdo's shadows, and Canale wonders if he used all his strength to face the 5 dragons. Magdo says that no matter how much he shows off, he's at the level of an insect. However, Garan finds this somewhat disappointing, telling them to finish it all off. Magdo says he was going to do it anyway, and didn't even need to say anything, and the 2 attack him while the protagonist is being held captive. Then he opens his eyes, furious, cursing them all. At that moment, the protagonist remembers when the doctor saw him destroying the entire place, saying he's a monster, because to think he shattered Manticore's history of thousands of years in an instant like that is too much. He says this isn't just a strong thrust, but a world-class thrust. He also talks to the boy, saying he thinks he should try to avoid overusing thrusts, because the awakened can use spiritual power without restrictions, but in return they consume a certain amount of mental power. So he says that if he keeps using such a powerful technique all the time, he will be the first to collapse. But the protagonist in that situation is frustrated, because those bastards are at the same level as when he reached Chaos. He needs to get rid of them while they are still underestimating his strength. He will end this in an instant, with all of it. While they attack the protagonist, he prepares and begins to draw the sheath of his sword, making it shine and even turn red, and he begins to use the power of his world, showing that eye to them, using the 5 consecutive world thrusts, and they are all hit by it, and both Canale and Megdo are split in half and killed. And if they see this, don't believe it. So Garan, seeing them all torn to pieces, is surprised to think that he could wield so much power with just his physical strength, saying that it's incredible, that it's been a long time since he's seen someone like that, and he starts to get excited, saying that it will be fun to face him. Then he thinks that a long time ago there was a nightmare that searched for the 12 monarchs of the 12 regions, and he went to Garan, and he says that all the monarchs rejected the nightmare's request, but he never gave up, and he went to him, saying that he wants to meet the monarch of darkness, and the last region he visited was the 9th. And then the nightmare asks him, for F-Love lends him its strength so he can climb the tree of illusion, and he says that the value of existence and the exaltation of life in this world is not normal, asking him, please, to remember the pain and suffering he felt when he was weak, and that this world can still be changed, and if they destroy the first nightmare at the top of the tree, from the illusion, everything will be alright. But Garan says that he has a very fertile imagination, saying that now he knows why the monarch of darkness didn't want to meet him, saying that the great land is the place of the strong, and if he wants to change that, he must show him what he is capable of. And so they fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and on the 3rd day, he ended up recognizing his strength. And this while he was nailed to a stone, and the nightmare said that he couldn't believe that a monarch like him is an adapted Sindino feather. And at that time, he thought that if he was so strong without using magic, then he was qualified to speak about the Tree of Illusion. And after that, Mare ran through the chaos and went to the abyss to be able to change the world. But after the monarch stole the fruits, there was no more news of him, and nothing had changed. And in the present, the protagonist is attacking Garan, saying that he has to admit that he is powerful. Attacks, but that's not enough, and he raises his hand, summoning his flames to make a barrier and stop that attack, saying that even though he has the right cards up his sleeve, he doesn't have the skill to use them, and the protagonist says he can't believe he blocked so easily. Garan says that at this level, he's just a child holding a sword, asking if he disagrees, appearing beside the protagonist. In the only advance, Prez hits him in the face, and he actually takes a punch, being thrown back, spitting blood, being pinned to the wall. Garan tells him to get up, questioning if he won't lose so easily, and the protagonist actually gets back up again while spitting blood. Then Garan calls the Castellan, invoking his demonic form, and challenges him to hand-to-hand combat, telling him to show how strong he is to dare speak of the Tree of Illusion. The protagonist begins to notice that he is stronger than the 2 weapons combined, but he isn't using any special techniques. Even if he uses his ability to analyze him, he's sure it's just a lot of accumulated experience. But still, he's quite strong, wondering exactly why. How can someone simply be that strong? Garan attacks again, but he takes a step back, while the protagonist comes with all the ferocity in the world. He despairs that this daring attack isn't all he has left, and then the protagonist tries to pressure him again, going behind him with a quick attack. Garan is surprised, and the protagonist uses a world thrust on his back. Garan says he's using the low blow trick, turning and attacking, but hitting the boy and throwing him backward. The protagonist notices that he's using the world thrust only with his fists, but while he's being pushed back, Garan continues to pressure him, giving him no chance to do anything, and ends up pinning the protagonist to the ground with another punch. He touches the ground softly after falling there, that he says that attacks using spiritual power don't work on him because ultimately, the spiritual power he uses is something the system can't supply. But the awakened ones are trying to destroy the world's system, saying that because of this, none of them know that this. It's someone's unique world, and he grasps the PR. The protagonist, after he faints on the ground, is held by the head like a sack of potatoes. The protagonist complains about whether this is true, because this guy's power is more natural than spiritual power, and the root of his power is the world itself, and this guy is the world of the system. The protagonist begins to use the Eye of the Moon to analyze him, and he notices that he is still trying to use another non-fundamental technique, because a unique world without the original creation is like cheap sorcery. He throws the protagonist to the ground again, hitting him in the chest, kicking the boy away, and pinning him against another rock. The protagonist can no longer take the beating, and so Garan says he is disappointed because the awakening he knew is not this. He gathers a flame in his hand and throws it at the boy. The protagonist, seeing this, is surprised and tries to stop it only with his sword, but the flames catch his finger as well, while he tries to block the attack, and his hand begins to. The heat causes the fireball to disintegrate, and he manages to disperse it to save himself. He becomes completely frustrated because part of his arm is already raw, and he notices that the momentum of the moon's eye isn't working. Garan then says he's found his enemy, but he's not getting excited, preparing to attack him once more. He then orders him to open the beginning of this world, telling him to show the world and the protagonist. The protagonist thinks for a moment, remembering Genesis, the 8th door of the 8 gates of hell, and in that room, Malak will leave behind the record of the abyss, and the story of the awakening stage was recorded. Inside, he tells him that following the rules of awakening, the keywords may change, but awakening itself is composed of 6 stages, creating in order to destroy the existing world, the stage of doubt, along with stage 2, which is understanding, and stage 3, high surrender. The first 3 stages are the decay of the world, and after that, the next stages are necessary to create a new world, which are the stages of Genesis, stages 4 to 6, and the 3 stages of Genesis are the second half, and he says that he felt the next stage of awakening was happening. However, he didn't exactly understand what Genesis meant, so Garam calls him an idiot, noting that he can't even use his own world properly, saying that Mole can wait for the beginning of Genesis, saying that then he will need to open the force and arrive by himself, and Saren looks to the side, scared, realizing what is happening, and the protagonist becomes desperate, seeing that he is going to attack his friends, preparing to help and running there, but Garam simply likes the situation, laughing all the way, throwing his flames on top of them all, and the protagonist protagonist thinks to himself that this life is everything to those guys, and unlike him, they can't revive whenever they want, and for them, this world is the only world they have. So he puts himself in front of those absurd flames, and if he's called an idiot, the protagonist, so that he attacks using his body, and everything there bursts into flames, and all that fire spreads around, and he doesn't even see that he's still alive. And when he gets up, he sees that the boy was hit squarely by it, but still managed to defend them. But the protagonist begins to question whether this is the only world they have, saying that he thinks. He understands more or less now. Thinking about the only world, growing up together his parents, going to school and making friends, smiling, crying, being sad, and also devastated, and all those countless memories, his former self, who never questioned the world he lived in. He existed because he didn't question the world, and the world system was created through that certainty. So it means that what's necessary to begin Genesis is conviction in his world, and belief is a strong conviction that has been forgotten, and for a world to be born, it needs an overwhelming belief. It can't do it alone, and he remembers each of his selves, saying that not only his current self, but his self from past memories also needs to desire a new world. And Garam is surprised seeing what is happening, preparing to attack, and it's already Juan, hearing his other versions, saying that the world he's talking about is false, telling him to stop running from reality, saying that this is the world he lived in, and not the one they live in, saying that they have no reason to help him, and he realizes that he can't convince all his selves. His memory fades, and he begins to look at them all, preparing to attack, saying that if they won't help him, they should all disappear, saying he won't convince them. But still inside that dome, the protagonist continues to take a beating alone, increasingly battered by Garam, who doesn't stop raining down meteors on his face. The boy tries to defend himself as best he can, putting his sword and hand up in front, but he continues to bleed heavily. Garam doesn't stop hitting him at any point, until he backs away and is surprised, wondering if the protagonist is already exhausted. Meanwhile, he continues to hear the voices in his head, asking if he's really planning to die in a place like that, saying that if he dies, they all die, and that it would be a shame because they've come so far. But he asks if he's forgotten everything, telling him not to make a decision, relieving himself and fleeing, questioning if he hasn't experienced enough despair already. Garam says he thought he would last longer, but it's unfortunately, the protagonist puts his sword down again for support, and both Garam and his other self are surprised. The protagonist asks what a pity is, once again with that thirsty look in his eyes, and those versions say they knew he was crazy, because that guy forgot who he is, and they all agree, saying that just this once they will help him. Garam starts to get more and more excited, and all the versions of Jay and Juan join together and enter his body, and he feels it, and begins to open his new world, breaking all that reality, and using his Genesis. Garam, seeing this, is shocked and can hardly believe that he unlocked Genesis, and the protagonist's Genesis is summoned right behind him, and that I observes everyone inside, and it talks about stage for that the power to transform lies into truth, and the protagonist talks about the power to transform faith into reality. Then, as the sword descends from the sky towards Jay and Juan, and he catches it before it touches the ground, and that sword is absurdly beautiful, and he talks about the fourth stage of awakening. The theory then, Garam asks if this is his world, because it matches the word end, the appearance of the world, where everything is destroyed, saying that this is a very unlucky world. A world that was born to destroy you in another world. He then strikes him, saying that even so, the outcome won't change. As he advances, the protagonist also prepares to attack him, and the two clash their powers. The shockwave of the confrontation is absurd, and Garam continues to pressure him, saying that now, yes, and this is what he calls a fight. But the protagonist continues to be pressured. However, the protagonist uses his other sword, and the two exchange blows at an absurd speed, never standing still. Garam says that this is fun, and it's as if he were facing Mari 1,000 years ago, thanking her for making him feel this way again. But he speaks to the protagonist, grabbing his collar, saying that they need to put an end to this, throwing the boy to the ground, dragging him, and throwing him away. But when the protagonist hits the wall, he uses it as momentum to get back. But before he can do anything, Garam appears in front of him, and the two attack each other. While he throws a punch, the protagonist stabs his hand. Then everything explodes, and after the two continue fighting, the protagonist is thrown far away. He says he couldn't stop wondering why he was stabbing and still alive, but while he's overthinking, Garam appears beside him, calling him over, and tries to hit him. The protagonist manages to get out of the way, so Garam attacks again, but the boy dodges once more. He becomes increasingly apprehensive about the battle, thinking that, at least for now, he's stabbing, 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 stabbing again, attacking and counterattacking Garam, remaining alive in the battle. The protagonist imagines himself as a child holding his current sword, saying it's as if he's back in the time when he doesn't know the rules of the world, and he just innocently innocently loved stabbing. But then Garam starts laughing at him, while the protagonist is increasingly wounded, and that madman starts laughing psychopathically. But then he realizes what he's doing and apologizes, but the protagonist doesn't pay much attention to it, because disregarding the situation, he was grateful to find such an unworthy opponent, and so he resumed his attacks, while Garam returned to throwing punches. He said he wished this moment could last a little longer, and the two continued their clash, attacking and being attacked, spreading the fight throughout the area, until finally one of them managed to overpower the other. Garam began to look surprised, and the protagonist asked if this was the entire system. Garam replied that it wasn't, becoming even more excited, and the two resumed their confrontation. Finally, they were on equal footing, and everything there began to be destroyed because of the battle, until Siren herself was also affected by it all. Then, after the entire area nearly collapsed, Garam says that this was the first time he'd had so much fun in 1,000 years, and to think that he would find such an opponent in the chaos is totally unexpected, and he gets emotional. However, the protagonist talks to Samyong and Garam, saying that he could feel it while fighting, saying that just as he'd been stockpiling for the last 1,000 years, he'd also been training a skill for 1,000 years, that same punch he uses so often. He says it's a shame that someone like him is an adapter, and he remembers Melark saying the same thing to him, which surprises him greatly. And that surprise begins to turn into hatred, saying that he will, and asks him something, wondering what the hell he wants to do, and the protagonist says he's going to the abyss, exactly like Melark had said. Then Garam says that his empty words are the same as that mayor's, and says that the abyss is full of people much stronger than him, and the great monarchs gave up, and in the end, the mayor failed. Asking if he's saying he's going to try to get angry, he transforms completely, and a whirlwind of fire begins to surround him, and the protagonist starts to become alert to what will come out of them. Then Garam transforms completely, assuming a form where that armor of flames takes over his entire body, and also wings appear, and the protagonist looking at that is incredulous, and Garam then speaks to him, telling him to show the skills that match this level of ambition, and that Black Guardian General, and the creature simply summoned a huge, gigantic angel like Susanoo, while also almost changing its entire color, and so Siren doesn't even believe what he's seeing, because the Guardian and Demigod conversion, he said he was a major, but it was a lie, he's a lieutenant, becoming completely changed, and this time even happier and more excited about that battle. A symbol appears in the middle of his chest, then he uses his Susanoo to summon a spear, telling the protagonist to prove his own world, and that Susanoo grabs the spear and prepares to throw it, while Garam laughs and gives the order to open fire, and that spear comes towards the protagonist, and he begins to think about the Guardian who protects the world from the system, and how someone who loves the system is capable of summoning that, and so he says that he realized at the moment he saw the Guardian, and begins to use the power of his world as well. Then he draws his two swords, saying that he lived to destroy that world. Then Garam becomes more and more excited, and his sword grows, merges, the two become one much larger, and the protagonist says that he will give his all in that attack, going all out, facing Garam head-on, and that his thrust goes directly to the tip of Susanoo's spear, and simply ends everything, tearing the entire area apart, causing gigantic destruction in its path, and Siren almost goes flying, and the old man really is going flying, but she starts to hold him, and he continues using all his strength, and Garam says it's great, but however he questions whether he will be able to block the attack of the Guardian with hundreds of lives, and so he continues to pressure the protagonist, trying to overcome that thrust, but he begins to realize something, realizing that his Susanoo's spear is breaking, and it begins to shatter as the boy puts even more force into that attack, and with that the spear is completely destroyed, and that Susanoo, which was supposed to be an angel, seeing this, turns into a demon, screaming like a monster, showing off terrifying teeth, but his thrust goes straight to the thing's head, destroying the entire Susanoo. Garam is surprised that the Black Guardian General has been killed. The protagonist then speaks with Samyong and Garam, who stares at him in fear. Samyong simply has his hand raised, and this time, he possesses a huge Susanoo, a sword with eyes. Calling Garam over, he bids farewell to the weak demigod, bringing his sword down on him. Garam only has time to look up, unable to react, as the protagonist unleashes his strongest thrust. Garam says it was a lovely fight, facing it head-on and being completely obliterated. No kidding, that's it. Was cinematic. The guy finished off Susanoo, summoned a sword at least 200 meters long, and soloed him with a thrust that's not even world-class anymore. Maybe it's universal. And if you want a continuation like I do, leave a like, subscribe, and I'll definitely bring it to you, because I'll be waiting without reading, waiting for you to say you want the next part, so I can bring you another gigantic combo for us to enjoy. And I'll definitely see you in the next video. Bye.